Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
Who'd you drum up?
Where's the Second Amendment?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Oh, have a good interest. Just crazy is the word, yeah.
It's a great day for being sad. That's hot.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Put your drum up.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
How rude.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's science.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Put your drum up.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language. Please.
Aren't I a good guy?
Welcome to the resistance.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well,
Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to make sense of it all. So much going on, chat. Hell of a lot to talk about. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, safety first on these here space journeys of ours. Wouldn't want you to go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. All right, Space Fams. Good to see you all here on this Thursday evening, the Galactic Thurs, if you will. Better give out some shout-outs before we get started. Icebreaker Gaming first, Rich P second, and Moen up third. Pitchforks Dragon, a close fourth. Bayla B-Bombs here too. Sisyphean Task. Hermit Horologist. Donald James X, and Bob Carmody. All right, quiet start to the chat here tonight. I'm sure we will fill out any minute now as Leftist Mafia comes to a close. Like I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fams. Ah, boy, it's been a crazy week, hasn't it? I mean, my God. Last 2 weeks have been utterly insane. So much to talk about, so little time in which to do it. But I'm sure we'll get through it together. All right. Well, if you don't know, it's Juneteenth today here in America, celebrating not the Emancipation Proclamation, but God damn it, my brain just broke. The relaying of the information of the emancipation to slaves who were completely unaware of their freedom. It started off with Democracy Now! From yesterday.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, a Democracy Now! Special on this, the newly created Juneteenth federal holiday, which marks the end of slavery in the United States. The Juneteenth commemoration dates back to the last days of the Civil War, when Union soldiers landed in Galveston, Texas. It was June 19, 1865, with news that the war had ended and enslaved people learned they were freed. It was 2.5 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. In 2021, President Biden signed legislation to make Juneteenth the first new federal holiday since Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The day after Biden signed the legislation, I spoke to the writer and poet Clint Smith, author of How the Word is Passed, a reckoning with the history of slavery across America. I began by asking him about traveling to Galveston, Texas, and his feelings on Juneteenth becoming a federal holiday.
As you mentioned, I went to Galveston, Texas. I've been writing this book for 4 years, and I went 2 years ago, and it was marking the 40th anniversary of when Texas had made Juneteenth a state holiday, and it was the Al Edwards prayer breakfast. The late Al Edwards Sr. is the state legislator, black state legislator, who made possible and advocated for the legislation that turned Juneteenth into a holiday, state holiday in Texas. And so I went in part because I wanted to spend time with people who were the actual descendants of those who had been freed by General Gordon Granger's General Order Number 3. And it was a really remarkable moment because I was in this place, on this island, on this land, with people for whom Juneteenth was not an abstraction. It was not a performance. It was not merely a symbol. It was part of their tradition. It was part of their lineage. It was an heirloom that had been passed down and that had made their lives possible. And so I think I gained a more intimate sense what that holiday meant. And to sort of broaden out more generally, you spoke to how it was more than 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, and it was an additional 2 months after General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox, effectively ending the Civil War. So it wasn't only 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation; it was an additional 2 months after the Civil War was effectively over. And so, for me, when I think of Juneteenth, part of what I think about is both the both-andedness of it. That it is this moment in which we mourn the fact that freedom was kept from hundreds of thousands of enslaved people for years and for months after it had been attained by them, and then at the same time celebrating the end of one of the most egregious things that this country has ever done. And I think what we're experiencing right now is a sort of marathon of cognitive dissonance in the way that is reflective of the Black experience as a whole, because we are in a moment where we have the first new federal holiday in over 40 years, and a moment that is important to celebrate the Juneteenth and to celebrate the end of slavery and to have it recognized as a national holiday. And at the same time that is happening, we have a state-sanctioned effort across state legislatures across the country that is attempting to prevent teachers from teaching the very thing that helps young people understand the context from which Juneteenth emerges. And so I think that we recognize that as a symbol, Juneteenth is not that it matters, that it is important, but it is clearly not enough. And I think what the fact that Juneteenth has happened is reflective of a shift in our public consciousness, but also of the work that Black Texans and Black people across this country have done for decades to make this moment possible.
And can you explain more what happened in Galveston in 1865, and even, as you point out, what the Emancipation Proclamation actually did 2.5 years before?
Right. So the Emancipation Proclamation is often a widely misunderstood document. So it did not sort of wholesale free the enslaved people throughout the Union. It did not free enslaved people in the Union. In fact, there were several border states that were part of the Union that continued to keep their enslaved laborers, states like Kentucky, states like Delaware, states like Missouri. And what it did was it was a military edict that was attempting to free enslaved people in Confederate territory. But the only way that edict would be enforced is if Union soldiers went and took that territory. And so part of what many enslavers realized, right, and realized correctly, was that Texas would be one of the last frontiers that Union soldiers would be able to come in and enforce the Emancipation Proclamation if they ever made it there in the first place, because this was 2 years prior to the end of the Civil War. And so you had enslavers from Virginia and from North Carolina and from all of these states in the Upper South who brought their enslaved laborers and relocated to Texas in ways that increased the population of enslaved people in Texas by the tens of thousands. And so when Gordon Granger comes to Texas, he is making clear and letting people know that the Emancipation Proclamation had been enacted in ways that, because of the topography of Texas and because of how spread out and rural and far apart from different ecosystems of information many people were, a lot of enslaved people didn't know that the Emancipation Proclamation had happened. And some didn't even know that General Lee had surrendered at Appomattox 2 months prior. And so part of what this is doing is making clear to the 250,000 enslaved people in Texas that they had actually been granted freedom 2.5 years prior, and that the war that this was all fought over had ended 2 months before.
During the ceremony making Juneteenth a federal holiday, President Biden got down on his knee to greet Opal Lee, the 94-year-old activist known as the grandmother of Juneteenth. This is Biden speaking about Lee.
As a child growing up in Texas, she and her family would celebrate Juneteenth. And Juneteenth 1939, when she was 12 years old, a white mob torched her family home. But such hate never stopped her, any more than it stopped the vast majority of you I'm looking at from this podium. Over the course of decades, she's made it her mission to see that this day came. It was almost a singular mission. She's walked for miles and miles, literally and figuratively, to bring attention to Juneteenth, to make this day possible.
And this is Opal Lee speaking at Harvard School of Public Health.
I don't want people to think Juneteenth is just one day. There is too much educational components. We have too much to do. I even advocate that we do Juneteenth, that we celebrate freedom from the 19th of June to the 4th of July. Because we weren't free on the 4th of July, 1776. That would be celebrating freedom. You understand? If we were able to do that.
And that is Opal Lee, considered the grandmother of Juneteenth.
It is incredible just how I mean, considering, you know, Opal Lee, almost 100 years old. It's amazing.
And Clint, one of the things you do in your book is you introduce...
It's a testament to her veracity, her her inner strength, whatever. I don't know what it is, but it's just incredible.
Us to grassroots activists.
All this way to see
doesn't come
Juneteenth get
from the
made a
top.
holiday.
This comes from years of organizing, as you point out, in Galveston itself, and with people like, not that there's anyone like Opal Lee.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Part of what this book is doing, it is an attempt to uplift the stories of people who don't often get the attention that they deserve in how they shape the historical record. So that means the public historians who work at these historical sites and plantations. That means the museum curators. That means the activists and the organizers, people like Take 'em Down Nola in New Orleans, who pushed the city council and the mayor to make possible the fact that in 2017 these statues would come down, several Confederate statues in my hometown in New Orleans. And part of when I think about someone like Miss Opal Lee, part of what I think about is our proximity to this period of history, right? Slavery existed for 250 years in this country and has only not existed for 150. And, you know, the way that I was taught about slavery growing up in elementary school, we were made to feel as if it was something that happened in the Jurassic Age, that it was the Flintstones, the dinosaurs, and slavery, almost as if they all happened at the same time. But the woman who opened the National Museum of African American History and Culture alongside the Obama family in 2016 was the daughter of an enslaved person. Not the granddaughter or the great-granddaughter or the great-great-granddaughter, the daughter of an enslaved person is who opened this museum, the Smithsonian, in 2016. And so there's clearly, for so many people, there are people who are alive today who were raised by, who knew, who were in community with, who loved, people who were born into intergenerational chattel bondage. And so this history that we tell ourselves was a long time ago wasn't in fact that long ago at all. And part of what so many activists and grassroots public historians and organizers across this country recognize is that if we don't fully understand and account for this history that actually wasn't that long ago, that in the scope of human history was only just yesterday, then we won't fully understand how our contemporary landscape of inequality today. We won't understand how slavery shaped the political, economic, and social infrastructure of this country. And when you have
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century,
acute understanding of how slavery shaped the infrastructure of this country, then you're able to more effectively look around you and see how the reason one community looks one way and another community looks another way is not because of the people in those communities, but is it because of what has been done to those communities generation after generation after generation. And I think that is central to the sort of public pedagogy that so many of these activists and organizers who have been attempting to make Juneteenth a holiday and bring attention to it as an entry point to think more wholly and honestly about the legacy of slavery have been doing.
During an interview on CNN, Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called out the 14 Republican Congress members, all white men, who voted against making Juneteenth a federal holiday.
This is pretty consistent with, I think, the Republican base, and it's whether it's trying to fight against teaching basic history around racism and the role of racism in U.S. history to, you know, there's a direct through line from that to denying Juneteenth, the day that is widely recognized and celebrated as the symbolic kind of day that to represent the end of slavery in the United States.
If you could respond to that, Clint Smith, and also the fact that on the same day yesterday, the Senate Minority Leader said they would not be supporting the For the People Act.
Hold on, Clint. Just before we get too far ahead of that statistic, I just want to point something out to everybody. There was 14 men who all voted against making Juneteenth a federal holiday. 12 of those men are still in office. Representative Mo Brooks of Alabama, Representative Mike Rogers of Alabama, Andy Biggs of Arizona, Paul Gosar of Arizona, Tom McClintock of California, Doug LaMalfa of California, Andrew Clyde of Georgia, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, Matt Rosendale of Montana, Ralph Norman of South Carolina, Scott DesJarlais of Tennessee, Ronnie Jackson of Texas, Chip Roy, of course, good old Chip Roy of Texas, and Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin. All Republicans, all white men, all a bunch of racist assholes who don't want to recognize history that inconveniences their own, whatever, fairy tale of America.
Same day yesterday, the Senate Minority Leader said they would not be supporting the For the People Act, the Voting Rights Act.
Absolutely. I think very clearly the critical race theory, the idea of it is being used as a boogeyman, and it is being misrepresented and distorted in way by people who don't even know what critical race theory is, right? So we should be clear that the thing that people are calling critical race theory is just, that is the language that they are using to talk about the idea of teaching any sort of history that rejects the idea that America is a singularly exceptional place. And that we should not account for the history of harm that has been enacted to create opportunities and intergenerational wealth for millions of people that has come at the direct expense of millions and millions of other people across generations. And so part of what is happening in these state legislatures across the country, and with regard to the effort to push back against teaching of history, 1619 Project, critical race theory, and the like, is a recognition that we have developed in this country a more sophisticated understanding, a more sophisticated framework, a more sophisticated public lexicon with which to understand how slavery, how racism was not just an interpersonal phenomenon, it was a historic one. It was a structural one. It was a systemic one.
I want you to talk more about your book, How the Word is Passed, reckoning with the history of slavery across America. Can you talk about the journey you took? You were just mentioning where you grew up in Louisiana, the map of the streets of Louisiana, and why you feel it is so critical not only to look at the South, but your chapter on New York is something that people will be, many will be, shocked by. The level of, when people talk about the South and slavery, that New York, of course, had enslaved people.
It did. It was really important for me to include a chapter on New York City and a place in the North more broadly, in part because, you know, while the majority of places I visit are in the South, because the South is where slavery was saturated and where it was most intimately tied to the social and economic infrastructure of that society, it most certainly also existed in the North. What a lot of people don't know is that New York City, for an extended period of time, was the second largest slave port in the country after Charleston, South Carolina. That in 1860, on the brink of the Civil War, when South Carolina was about to secede from the Union after the election of Abraham Lincoln, that New York City's mayor, Fernando Wood, proposed that New York City should also secede from the Union alongside the southern states because New York's financial, political, and political infrastructure were so deeply entangled and tied to the...
See, it's historical, people. New York City has had some shitty mayors since the beginning.
Slaveocracy of the South. Also that the Statue of Liberty was originally conceived by Edouard de la Boulaye, a French abolitionist, who conceived of the idea of the Statue of Liberty and giving it to the United States as a gift, that it was originally conceived as an idea to celebrate the end of the Civil War and to celebrate abolition. And so, but over time, that meaning has been, even through the conception of the statue, right? The original conception of the statue actually had Lady Liberty breaking shackles, like a pair of broken shackles on her wrist to symbolize the end of slavery. And over time, it became very clear that that would not have the sort of wide mainstream support of people across the country. Obviously, this having been just not too long after the end of the Civil War, so there were still a lot of fresh wounds. And so they shifted the meaning of the statue to be more about a sort of inclusivity, more about the American experience, the American project, the American promise, the promise of democracy, and sort of obfuscated the original meaning to the point where even the design changed. And so they replaced the shackles with a tablet and the torch, and then put the shackles very subtly, sort of underneath her robe. And but the only way you can see them, these broken chains, these broken links, are from a helicopter or from an airplane. And in many ways, I think that that is a microcosm for how we hide the story of slavery across this country, that these chain links are hidden out of sight, out of view of most people, under the robe of Lady Liberty, and how the story of slavery across this country is very, as we see now, very intentionally trying to be hidden and kept from so many people, so that we have a fundamentally inconsistent understanding of the way that slavery shaped our contemporary society today.
Clint, before we end, you are an author, you're a writer, you're a teacher, and you are a poet. Can you share a poem with us?
I'd be happy to. And so when you're a poet writing nonfiction, that very much animates the way that I approach the text. And so this is this is an adaptation or an excerpt from the end of one of my chapters that originally began as a poem that I wrote when I was trying to think about some of these issues that I brought up. Growing up, the iconography of the Confederacy was an ever-present fixture of my daily life. Every day on the way to school, I passed a statue of P.G.T. Beauregard riding on horseback, his Confederate uniform slung over his shoulder, and his military cap pulled far down over his eyes. As a child, I did not know who P.G.T. Beauregard was. I did not know he was the man who ordered the first attack that opened the Civil War. I did not know he was one of the architects who designed the Confederate battle flag. I did not know he led an army predicated on maintaining the institution of slavery. What I knew is that he looked like so many of the other statues that ornamented the edges of this city, these copper garlands of a past that saw truth as something that should be buried underground and silenced by the soil. After the war, the sons and daughters of the Confederacy reshaped the contours of treason into something they could name as honorable. We call it the lost cause, and it crept its way into textbooks that attempted to cover up a crime that was still unfolding. They told us that Robert E. Lee was an honorable man, guilty of nothing but fighting for the state and the people that he loved, that the Southern flag was about heritage and remembering those slain fighting to preserve their way of life. But see, the thing about the lost cause is that it's only lost if you're not actually looking. The thing about heritage is that it's a word that also means I'm ignoring what we did to you. I was taught the Civil War wasn't about slavery, but I was never taught how the declarations of Confederate secession had the promise of human bondage carved into its stone. I was taught the war was about economics, but I was never taught that in 1860, the 4 million enslaved black people were worth more than every bank, factory, and railroad combined. I was taught that the Civil War was about states' rights, but I was never taught how the Fugitive Slave Act could care less about a border and spell Georgia and Massachusetts the exact same way. It's easy to look at a flag and call it heritage when you don't see the black bodies buried behind it. It's easy to look at a statue and call it history when you ignore the laws written in its wake. I come from a city abounding with statues of white men on pedestals and black children playing beneath them, where we played trumpets and trombones to drown out the Dixie song that still whistled in the wind. In New Orleans, there are over 100 schools, roads, and buildings named for Confederates and slaveholders. Every day, black children walk into buildings named after people who never wanted them to be there. Every time I would return home, I would drive on streets named for those who would have wanted me in chains, go straight for 2 miles on Robert E. Lee, take a left on Jefferson Davis, make the first right on Claiborne. Translation, go straight for 2 miles on the general who slaughtered hundreds of black soldiers who were trying to surrender, take a left on the president of the Confederacy who made the torture of black bodies the cornerstone of his new nation, make the first right on the man who permitted the heads of rebelling slaves to be put on stakes and spread across the city in order to prevent the others from getting any ideas. What name is there for this sort of violence? What do you call it when the road you walk on is named for those who imagined you under a noose? What do you call it when the roof over your head is named after people who would have wanted the bricks to crush you.
Clint Smith, author of the book How the Word is Passed, a reckoning with the history of slavery across.
Here we go. That's how we're starting off Juneteenth. A little history, a little poetry. Our history has a lot to reckon with, and it's not so distant past. All right, real quick, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go through a couple of the scenes. I don't know if this is affecting anything at all, but I'm just gonna do this just to make sure that everything looks good before we keep moving. Bask in the patron avatars, everyone. All right, yeah, it's looking pretty smooth. All right. I should also start a goal, because we're getting close to an hour. No, I guess we haven't, not that far, but I'm going to start a goal now. See? All right, content goal set up. How do I just make this disappear? There we go, fixed it. All right. All right, let's keep talking. Talking about Juneteenth, or at least celebrating it together. Wait, hold on. What's wrong with my list? Why does it look like this? This is wrong. This is wrong.
That's too much, man!
This is not right. Are we fucking live? We're absolutely fucking live, D-derb. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. All right. We're going to stay with democracy now. This is, they posted this from 13 hours ago, but this is actually from, I think this was from last year. Rhiannon Giddens, Pulitzer Prize winning musician.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our Juneteenth special, we turn now to the pioneering musical artist Rhiannon Giddens. She first gained fame as a member of the Grammy Award-winning Carolina Chocolate Drops, a black string band which inspired a new generation of black musicians to play the banjo and fiddle. Giddens has gone on to have a celebrated...
Absolutely, D-derb. Imagine being a slave, but you weren't a slave for years. Then that's the importance of Juneteenth, is that, you know, this country, even after the Emancipation Proclamation, still had slavery all over the place. Slave owners did everything they could to keep slaves from finding out that they were in fact entitled to be free, but then kept them in bondage, kept them working for free, kept them repressed, kept them, I mean, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
I'm being repressed!
Musicians to play the banjo and fiddle. Giddens has gone on to have a celebrated solo career and has even collaborated with Beyoncé. Giddens' banjo playing can be heard on Texas Hold'em, a hit single by Beyoncé, who became the first black woman to ever top the Billboard's Hot Country Songs chart. In 2023, Rhiannon Giddens won a Pulitzer Prize for her opera Omar, about Omar ibn Said, a Muslim scholar in Africa sold into slavery and forcefully brought to Charleston, South Carolina in 1807. In a moment, we'll hear Rhiannon Giddens talk about Omar, but first an excerpt from the song Julie's Aria from the opera Omar.
Look at that dress.
That's Julie's Aria from Rhiannon Giddens' Pulitzer Prize-winning opera Omar, which she wrote with Michael Abels. I spoke to her in October 2023, on the day she received the Pulitzer Prize. Rhiannon, this is just astounding. Can you talk about the life of Omar ibn Said?
I can, yeah. He was a 37-year-old Quranic scholar. He'd been studying, for all of his adult life, and even when he was a child. And he was 37 years old, and he was sold into slavery. His compound was overrun, and he was sold, and he had to go over the Middle Passage, and he ended up in Charleston, was his first port of call. And he was sold to a man there that I think used him pretty badly, like put him in the fields and treated him very badly. And he ran away from him, and he ended up in North Carolina. And they found him in a jail. They put him in jail because you couldn't just be a random black person walking around.
Illegal.
Somebody had to own you, or you were, imprisoned. And so he was put into jail, and he was found there, and he had written on the walls with the ashes verses of the Quran. And so he was sold to a family in North Carolina, where he lived out the rest of his life, another 50 years. He lived into his 80s and was never freed. And the reason we know who he is that he wrote an autobiography in Arabic. So he was pressed upon to write the story of his life, even though he begins it with, "I cannot write my life," because this was 20 years after he had been brought to the United States. And it's just a remarkable document. It's the only, as best as the scholars who've told me know, it's the only autobiography written by an enslaved person while they are enslaved that we have, anywhere in the United States. And it's definitely the only document written in Arabic by an enslaved person. So it's a really special thing that we have it. And I was commissioned by the Spoleto Festivals, the first opera they commissioned, to write an opera. And I brought in Michael Abels, who's an incredible composer and film scorer, and who knows the orchestra and knows how to write for orchestra. I know how to write for banjo and for voice. So between the two of us, we created the score for Omar, and I wrote the libretto. And it was a really intense experience, but it's just so amazing that Omar's story is being lifted by this opera, being lifted by the existence of this work, and more people are knowing about him, because the whole point for me was to complicate the complicate the American narrative, like who gets to say that they represent the American story. Why is the Mayflowers, somebody who came on the Mayflower, why is that held up as representational when Omar's is just as representational? It's just not as it's not as pleasant. It's very challenging. And also that there were so many Muslims that were brought over to the United States, and they have, a massive impact on the culture and in some places the language. If you go to the Georgia Sea Islands, where you can trace some of the words in Gullah to Arabic. So it's just an opportunity to really just kind of blow things wide open and go, well, this is another huge part of the story that hasn't been told. And going through the life of Omar, you can really represent that in a way that's just really remarkable. Because he was remarkable, he was remarkable, that he was able to hold on to his faith. He quoted the Quran till he died, and he was by himself. He wasn't like, surrounded by people that like he was when he was back home, and he has to carry the whole thing on his own. You know, he has to remember the verses. He has to remember the language. He has to do it all, you know, in isolation. And that's just, you know, it's a thing. And he did it. And now he left something so that we can, you know, look at his words and go, wow, what a remarkable life.
Yeah, and yeah, he was the only man who enslaved man who ever wrote a biography while enslaved. And I think that all of these different costumes for this opera are emblazoned with actual passages from his biography, if I'm not mistaken.
And I don't claim a tribal affiliation. I like to say I'm like a native adjacent.
Can you talk about your own indigenous and African American roots and how you first picked up the banjo, how you got involved with music, the trajectory of your life and all of the musical forms that you have now excelled in and expressed yourself in?
Wow. Okay. How long do you have? Okay. I'll give you the capsule version. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina. From a mixed family, mixed black and white, and I know indigenous, you know, back there is kind of a typical Southern story of black, white, and red mixed in sort of indiscriminate ways. And I don't claim a tribal affiliation. I like to say I'm like Native adjacent, you know. I know I've got cousins who identify as Native, but I myself use that story to try to raise awareness and to highlight and to ally myself with the Native story, the indigenous story, because so many indigenous people feel invisible because, you know, a lot of mainstream culture just assumes that was past and there's no Indians around, you know, and I use the word Indian because a lot of people, especially in North Carolina, consider themselves as Indian country, Indian culture. So it's, you know, it's complicated and not any group is monolithic, including indigenous people. And then, you know, obviously there's black and white, and that's been my main sort of affiliation. And I didn't know anything about Omar's story, which made me so mad because I was born and raised in North Carolina. But anyway, that's you know, that's another thing. So I just grew up, you know, as a Southerner, and I grew up with my grandparents first, and living out in the country and listening to hee-haw and listening to blues and jazz records and just whatever they were listening to. And, you know, over the years, I got a lot of different music from different people, my dad, my sister, my mom, my grandparents, and just sort of took it all in and went to Oberlin, graduated with a bachelor's in music, you know, loved opera. I loved it. I still love it. You know, soprano. I did a bunch of operas. It was Juliet. It was all of these things. And then I came back home and I was like, what am I doing? You know, like what am I doing in opera that like a million other sopranos can't do as good or better than me? Like, what am I bringing? I remember thinking this, you know, and while I was trying to figure that out, I started contra dancing. It's like square dancing, but in long lines. It's a community dance, you know, and that's when I fell in love with the banjo because there were always live bands and a lot of old time bands. And then I found out the history of the banjo, and then I was kind of record scratch time, you know. That was it. It wasn't just because I love the banjo, but I felt the injustice of having been raised in North Carolina, surrounded by banjo music, not knowing the true history of the banjo. Like, wanting to learn the banjo and feeling like I had to ask permission, you know, and then finding out that the banjo itself is a black instrument and that the tradition itself is a Creole tradition that's a cross-cultural collaborative tradition, and that I didn't have to ask any permission to play this music because it was my music, you know. And I just got really upset, you know. I just got mad. I was just like, why haven't I been told this? You know, why don't I know this? And then immediately falling on the heels of that question was, and in whose best interest is it that I don't know this thing? Mm-hmm. And so that just kind of set me off on my path of, you know, trying to.
Absolutely. And I mean, we are living in this moment where, you know, it's not just this government, but you know, for a number of years now, you have Republicans pushing back on this is history, right? Just pushing back on history of non-white people in the United States. All this CRT nonsense when they don't even understand the word. Just as a way to essentially, it's the same as DEI, right? Their love of saying DEI. It's just a coded way of saying black or whatever, right? Like anything that isn't white, and of a certain history that they are trying to erase right now. And it is beneficial to them that we do not know our complicated past, because it would force them to reckon with it, something that they've been fighting back against since the Emancipation Proclamation, right? But yeah, if you're not familiar, I mean, Gullah Geechee, I mean, she mentioned it and very, very quickly in passing there, but Gullah Geechee, if no one knows, is a particular subculture of America, of African Americans in the Southeast specifically, if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody remember that show, Gullah Island? Am I the only one who watched that? All I know is I grew up when I was a little kid watching that show. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. It just, yeah. Anyway, that was Rhiannon Giddens talking about her own story of becoming a Pulitzer Prize winning operettist, and her own opera, Omar. All right, let's keep talking Juneteenth. Let's see. Yeah, let's go here. News 8 WROC from 6 hours ago. Rochester Museum's Juneteenth event.
Well, today is Juneteenth, the federal holiday commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the U.S., also celebrating black culture all across the country. The Rochester Museum and Science Center hosting a celebration for the day this afternoon, complete with live music, local food vendors, and other exciting activities as well. Attendees were also able to shop in a black-owned business bazaar consisting of about 24 local businesses.
So I think this event shows that, Rochester still has culture and it still have diverse opportunities for people, especially this is like the first stage maybe of someone who want to start up a business. So it just gives us an opportunity to come together and share.
The celebration was free and open to the public and even took full advantage of the RMSC's planetarium featuring multiple laser light.
Well, there we go. People in New York celebrating Juneteenth, coming together. To support one another, to remember this history of ours. Let's go here. NBC News from 3 days ago.
These pictures and artifacts represent just some of baseball's black history.
Black people have always played baseball, but their game has not always been recognized, right?
And I think that was the thing. No one gave it any credence. It had happened, and when you look at the Negro Leagues, it happened before huge audiences.
Today, those firsthand accounts are preserved in Kansas City, Missouri, at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum.
Baseball is king.
But it's a legacy that was almost excluded from the major leagues entirely. There was once a time when African American players were barred from integrating into the major leagues for years. So in 1920, the Negro National League was formed.
They didn't care what color you were. They didn't care what gender you were. Can you play?
Greats like Jackie Robinson, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron passed through the ranks, and even though their talent on the field was undeniable, it was not always recognized, even after Major League Baseball was integrated in 1947.
Jackie Robinson.
In 2020, on the 100th anniversary of the Negro League's founding, the MLB announced its plan to incorporate the Negro League statistics in the MLB's leaderboard, following work by researchers and historians like Phil Dixon.
You've at this point written at least 9 books chronicling baseball's black history. Why?
Because it's an important part of American history.
Dixon interviewed players and their families, all with the hopes of preserving the sport's diverse history.
When you tell the story, it enlightens people and it frees people.
The addition of the Negro League statistics also meant changes to some major rankings. Doug Glanville played 9 major league seasons with the Cubs, Phillies, and Rangers. To him, this is more than the numbers.
The step is significant in not only righting a wrong, but also creating the conversations and discussions around why this is important to fuse these histories.
But he says there is still work to be done.
And certainly I had my own personal experiences as a black player of feeling the inequality. You know, we're trying to level the playing field for everyone in society, and this is to everyone's benefit.
This season marks a year since that change.
Yes, yes.
What has it done?
Well, for baseball fans, it's given them something to talk about. The stats should become a portal for greater understanding.
Each new season marking a chance to create a more inclusive home run.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and...
All right, and I know that one wasn't about Juneteenth. I figured I'd just throw it in there. See what I did? That's a baseball pun. Enjoy it. Okay, back to talking Juneteenth specifically. A couple of guys you might know by the name of Reverend Al Sharpton and filmmaker Spike Lee came out and had some words about Juneteenth. Here's that from about 12 hours ago.
Let me say that on Juneteenth Day, I spoke a couple of days ago with Spike Lee, and he said, you know what, we should kick off Juneteenth Day having breakfast together in Brooklyn at Junior's. When we was
Corner, Flatbush, and Decal.
We used to hang out. And I said, yeah, that's a good way to start the day. Let's remember that Juneteenth started because Texas had never informed those that were enslaved that they were free. Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation that went into effect January 1st, 1863. But it wasn't until the 13th Amendment that blacks in even the northern states were free. Texas still ignored it until the General Granger came down and freed the slaves. So you can be free and not know it. And that's what Juneteenth means. You can walk off the plantation now and not know it. So that's why it is important that people register and vote in the mayor's election or whoever you vote for. Vote in every election, because they're trying to erase black history. In some states, they're literally banning
Hearst Street too.
And Hearst Street too, that's right.
All the...
and Hearst Street.
I don't want to get you breaking. Tell me go home today and say that out.
So that's why right here in Brooklyn, we produced an Oscar-winning director.
In the fort.
And coming back to the fort to have breakfast, remind people we're emancipated. We don't care who the president is. We're not going back on the plantation. Spike!
I'm just glad to be here with my brother right here. I grew up in Fort Greene, institution right here, Juniors. Check out the cheesecake and get that in. But we live in a very serious time in the world, not just the United States of America. So this is no joke. You know, this is serious business. So be safe, be smart, and let's move forward. I want it upward. Let's move forward.
Yep, Reverend Al Sharpton was right. Donald Trump is doing everything he can to erase all that uncomfortable history that doesn't, doesn't stroke his ego, doesn't, specifically lift up white people, makes white people feel bad about themselves.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, God. That's what all these attacks on, the Smithsonian. I mean, there's so many examples of what Donald Trump has been doing that is, actively trying to repress people's histories. And it's a frustrating time to live in. And we can't go back. We got to move forward. We got to progress. We got to build. We can't be, destroying the progress we've made. But that's what Donald Trump and his allies are trying to do.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Speaking of Juneteenth, now this one I found fascinating because, of course, Donald Trump said that we're not going to celebrate Black History Month, right? And then held does anybody remember this? Does anybody remember this? I'm sure most of you do. Donald Trump said no more government celebrating Black History Month. Ended the DEI policies, all this other shit. But amidst that all, he held a press conference in the White House and celebrated Black History Month. But it was really more having people celebrate him celebrating Black History Month. He brought in Tiger Woods. It was like, look, Tiger, he's one of the good ones. He's one of the good ones. One of the good ones. He didn't literally say that. It was basically what he was doing, though. And it was disgusting, right? And, you might not have high expectations for Donald Trump's celebration of Juneteenth, and you would be right in doing so. Here's the Washington Examiner from 12 hours ago. White House lists no Juneteenth
the White House
celebration.
Has announced no plans for Juneteenth, with its official schedule being business as usual.
Sorry, I talked over this just now. Go back. Yeah.
The White House has announced no plans for Juneteenth, with its official schedule being business as usual. No Juneteenth events are listed on Trump's public calendar, though it's possible officials could make a last-minute addition. While Trump's stance against diversity
is possible. How many minutes we got left? 24 minutes.
City equity and inclusion initiatives is well known, he has been a supporter of Juneteenth. The holiday marks the day in 1865 when enslaved black people in Galveston, Texas were told of their freedom.
Okay, we don't need the Washington Examiner's breakdown of what Juneteenth is. We've already discussed it, but there you go. Straight out of the Washington Examiner's mouth. Donald Trump just ignored Juneteenth, a federal holiday, I'd point out. I'm sure everybody's aware of that at this point. But Donald just said, it's not important. It's not a big deal. I already did that little speech with Tiger. It was good. That's good enough. Don't need to celebrate black people twice in 1 year. Speaking of presidents, I got a little segue here for us. Let's hear what the first and only black president that we've ever had to say recently at an event. Here's CNN from 23 hours ago. Barack Obama. What do you got for us, Barack?
Democracy is not self-executing. It requires people, judges, and people in the Justice Department, and people throughout the government who take an oath to uphold the Constitution. When that isn't happening, we start drifting into something that is not consistent with American democracy. It is consistent with autocracies. We're not there yet completely, but I think that
Obama is ever frustrating to me. I mean, I've got so many problems with how he handles things, including how he's talking about this right now. You can hear it. He's like struggling to accept the fact that we are, in fact, he's like we're not quite there yet, but could get there. I don't know. It's like, Barack, can you please just accept it? We're there. We're there. I have conflicted feelings about Barack. Oh boy. Speaking of weak Democrats, let's talk about them. Majority Report. How weak Dem leadership is putting us all at risk.
Awful. Weak. This is the thing that is so enraging about the Democratic leadership position here, because I consider myself a fairly pragmatic person when it comes to these things. And, you know, there are certainly some things where it's like, I'm sorry, this is just too out of bounds. You need to you need to make us think about this. But their failure to fight and push back, when we're seeing that Trump is already losing, support on immigration, and the reason why you lose support is not just because people sit there and make up their own mind. You need to walk people through this. And you said, there are some Democrats. Let's play this clip. Maxwell Frost, apparently within minutes of seeing this footage, took a this is Matt, what are we watching here with this Maxwell Frost?
Oh, this is just apparently them marching to Senator Thune's office. Maxwell Frost leading some representatives here. I don't think there's any senators here, but this is just posted to Blue Sky like 20 minutes ago.
So there's basically just some Congress people. I mean, but I don't see Hakeem Jeffries there.
No, absolutely. And I mean, on the politics of immigration, it is actually, there's some pretty good polling just right now. Showing it's kind of 50-50, except on the issue of the deportations.
Hakeem's not there. He's still leaving it up to God. Democrats can't do anything. Gonna leave it up to God. Just everybody pray to God, and that'll solve it. That'll solve our democracy. We just need Jesus will step in at some point, I'm sure. Whoa. What happened to the sound? How did I mute that just now? What the fuck? What the fuck?
It is actually, there's some pretty good polling just right now. Showing it's kind of 50-50, except on the issue of the deportations, which a clear majority of Americans oppose. Now, if you're like an actual opposition party that wants to regain power, then you actually, it's worthwhile to take an issue that you're weak on and to try to change it. And the deportations
that is. I mean,
It's
every
the definition of politics.
Exactly. Bush v. Kerry. I mean, they went right at the fact that he was a war hero when Bush was AWOL.
Yeah. And the deportations, the unpopularity of the deportations can be a wedge issue, which you can use to start a new conversation on immigration, and that I think you can win on. Because if you're actually talking about we're deporting like children, they're deporting people who came over to America as children. They're deporting people who worked here for like 30, 40 years. And now you have the business class. Apparently, Trump is even obviously in retreat on this issue because he just posted on Truth Social, well, we're not going after the migrant laborers in the farms or in the hotels. So, I mean, obviously the business class started to phone Trump and said, what the hell are you doing? We need these people. So this is actually an issue you can win on. And if you can win on immigration, which is an issue where it's one of Trump's stronger issues, then you really have in a really good position. So I just think it's it speaks to, I don't know, this kind of servility, this surrender mentality that one sees in Jeffries and in Schumer. Like, it just, they do not know how to fight politically. But I want to be fair and say, like, that's not true of Democrats as a whole. And, like, the good thing is that more are becoming emboldened. And I actually think that the protests are actually emboldening, like, Democrats in Senate and Congress to, like, actually speak more on this issue. I think people are hearing from their constituents. I think, aside from the leadership class, I think people in Congress and the Senate are having a better sense of where their base is and what needs to be done. And I would also say, like, I'm being perfectly serious when I say, like, I worry about a civil war scenario, right? Like, when you have American troops, on the streets fighting with protesters. And I think that the manhandling of Padilla is kind of like part of this. If you go through the history of the Civil War, one of the incidents that historians highlight is when the Senator Sumner was on the speech on the floor of the Senate, spoke against slavery, and then a Southern senator came up and, like, started beating him. Like, if you start having, like, violence against elected officials, that's a pretty good indicator that you're gonna, like, start heading towards a situation where people feel like politics is not the solution. Mm-hmm. And if politics is not the solution, then violence is a solution. And I actually want.
Yep. Yeah, and that's we that's where we're at right now. Right. That is I mean, this is a good this is, it's a good historical analysis from Jeet, because that is where we're at right now. We are in a moment where politics is failing. The current government is ignoring the laws which are supposed to govern them and us. And that does not leave anybody with any options aside from violence, right? I mean, how else are people supposed to protect themselves, right? If you can't protect yourself with the law, which is what is supposed to be there for, even if it's not perfect, we all know there's some serious problems with our laws, our system of justice, but while imperfect, it is the thing that stands between us and anarchy, or as G suggests, civil war.
Avoid that. I mean, I'm not an accelerationist. Like, I actually think that, like, let's leave the politics aside. Like, if Schumer and Jeffries were doing their duty as statesmen, as like political leaders, they should think about the fact that their surrender mentality is going to make civil war more likely, not less likely.
100%. I've had some conversations with, or exchanged some. I've had some conversation with some folks on the ground in L.A. Mm-hmm. And the perspective of at least some of those people who are engaged in the direct action. And I got to be careful about what I say here, just because of agreements I made. But the perspective there is not we're protesting or something like this. It is, we are protecting members of our community. We are, in one part of that is inhibiting and tying up the police, and the other is just like trying to, by a whole host of means, protect people in the community and thwart what ICE is doing. And part of the reason why people end up doing that is because the politicians who presumably represent these communities are not doing it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the case. Yeah.
Exactly, Sam. All right. We're not even going to leave the majority report. We're just going to switch videos. Let's go here. That's right. Back-to-back majority report. Continuing with the discussion of the failure of the Democratic Party to fight back.
There's a letter. The heads of both AFSCME and AFT, the teachers union, have resigned from the DNC. Yeah, if you could. Chairman Martin, I'm writing regarding your recent offer to nominate / reappoint me as an at-large member to the Democratic National Committee. I've been honored to serve as an at-large member of the DNC since 2002 and on the Rules Bylaw Committee since 2009. I have been honored to serve on the Platform Committee as a delegate to the Democratic Convention to go back to 1992. I believe the Democratic Party has a vital role in America, and the party in modern times has fought relentlessly and repeatedly for all Americans to have justice, freedom, and opportunity. AFT's 1.8 million members are education, healthcare, public service workers who devote their lives to protecting kids and communities while paving pathways for a better life for all. Sadly, this mission is under attack. It is an existential battle I hope the Democratic Party will support. At the same time, given the work ahead of us, I must decline the appointment. While I'm proud to be a Democrat, I appear to be out of step with the leadership you're forging, and I do not want to be the one, and this is the line. This is the kicker, right? I'm going to be completely respectful. I'm not even going to bring up what it is, except for I do not want to be the one who keeps questioning why we are not enlarging our tent and actively trying to engage more and more of our communities.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
As always, the AFT. Now, we got to parse that out a little bit. But I don't think it's because my sense is, and I've had some, I've interviewed Randy Weingarten. I don't think she's been the most bold union leader. Her leadership got out in front of her in terms of, I should say her membership got out in front of her in terms of like strikes and that sentiment, but she acknowledged it, shortly afterwards. And I think broadly, her politics are a little to the left of what you would imagine an old time union leader might be, at least in terms of this era. So I don't think what she's saying here is like, you're not engaging enough Republicans. No. I don't get the sense that's what she's talking about. I think this is her saying, we need some churn in Democratic circles. I think she was pro David Hogg. And again, his appeals were not particularly ideological as much as they were about new generation and willing to fight. And so I find this a little disturbing.
We played a clip of Pete Buttigieg when Taylor Lorenz was on the program talking about how he's telling the Bulwark, I think it was, the big problem that they did was they should have found a way to open the schools faster. And I agree. I think that should have been more things like, fitting schools out to make them safe and shutting down other parts of society like gyms and stuff like that to make sure schools are prioritized. I think he meant we should have forced the unions to have opened up.
100%. Mm-hmm. Right? Like that's part of that abundance. I mean, the abundance agenda can be whatever it is, whatever anybody wants it to be on any given.
Yeah, the abundance agenda is incredibly amorphous, but this does show you just how far gone in many ways Democrats are, right? That they have lost the support of unions. I mean, it's not just now. You go back not too far, and you got, union leaders, not that, not that I love what his decision, but the leader of the Teamsters, right? Sean, what's his name? Sean O'Brien, right? Appearing at the Republican National, was it the RNC? What was it? Oh, God damn, I can't remember. But during the election, Sean O'Brien made that fucking appeal to Republicans. And it shows you just how badly we need to get money out of politics, and also get out this ossified leadership that has become completely entrenched within the Democratic Party, who are perfectly fine with all that money in politics sloshing around, because it's benefiting them personally. And I'm sick of it. Was it CPAC? It might have been CPAC. Thank you. Yes, Icebreaker. I think you're right. That rings a bell. I'm sorry. There's been a lot that's happened since then. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. But it's, this is part and parcel of that.
But the people who are donating hundreds of tens and maybe hundreds of millions of dollars to it, they're the ones who are like, let's disempower unions. And to be clear, those teachers unions are saying, we want to get back into class, but we want to do so safely. But that would have involved like tens of millions of dollars worth of like air purifiers. I mean, I can tell you, in this office, I had a CO meter, and I was able to replicate the level of CO in this office to what it was outside. I can't remember what the number was, 5.0 or whatever. I had 3 or 4 filters in here. I had the filters in between all of us so that there was no air that could pass. I mean, it was extreme.
Shower curtains hanging down from the...
I had shower curtains hanging down in between Emma and I when she finally came.
I love Sam. It's such what a guy that Sam. Willing to go above and beyond to keep the employees safe. I wish I could have seen what the office looked like during COVID. Oh God. Okay. All right. Let's keep talking about Democrats, but vicariously through one senator, Katie Britt, the Better Homes and Gardens Barbie, who did the Republican rebuttal to Biden's State of the Union. Remember her? Sat down. The weird Republican response to the State of the Union, where she was like sitting at a kitchen table, talking to us. Like, I'm trying to think of a good reference aside from Better Homes and Gardens, but it was so strange. But she's a senator now. And she had some stuff to say about Joe Biden and the 25th Amendment. Let's go here to Forbes Breaking News.
If people are actually willing to call a spade a spade.
Huh?
Senator Britt.
Thank you, and I really appreciate Senator Cornyn, Senator Schmidt calling this hearing. This is incredibly important.
Is it?
I mean, you look at what the administration did, you look at what the Democratic Party did, you look at what the legacy media did. It is absolutely inexcusable. It is not only dangerous, it's disgusting.
Oh my
And
gosh.
the American people deserve better. And the fact that we have none of my Democratic colleagues over
Oh,
here,
no.
that this entire dais is empty, that what they...
At least we got you and your little rosary. Well, I guess it's not a rosary. At least we got you and your little cross
happen,
necklace.
that they
and your
are not interested in
peach-colored
correcting
shirt.
it
Salmon,
for the
really.
future is absolutely mind-blowing.
It's mind-blowing. Katie she is beside herself. Right? Why? How dare the Democrats not be here for this completely pointless speech of mine?
Democratic colleagues over here, that this entire dais is empty, that what they allowed to happen, that they are not interested in correcting it for the future is absolutely mind-blowing. And so when we're looking at what Joe Biden did while he was in office, you have a
let's look at
disastrous
it.
withdrawal from Afghanistan. I mean, leaving
What does that have to
equipment,
do with this?
leaving allies, changing the way the world viewed us. You look at an emboldened Russia, Iran.
I'm sorry. We got to hear that one more time.
The way the world viewed us.
The way the world viewed us.
You look at an emboldened Russia.
And our emboldened Russia. Oh my gosh. Huh. Katie is beside herself right now. Joe Biden emboldened Russia?
What you talking about?
And changed the way that the world viewed us? Whoa, we just gray screened. What is here? What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just gonna keep talking. Yeah, my screen is great. I see what you're talking about. I see. It is super. Whoa. Okay, it's back. But just let's just take those 2 points from Katie Britt. According to her, Joe Biden changed the way the world viewed us. You know who else has done that now twice in his first term and now second term? Can anybody guess? Donald Trump, of course. I mean, come on. The world is laughing at us, right? And in fact, they're beyond laughing at us. They are utterly appalled at what we're doing. And then an emboldened Russia. I find this claim to be just fascinating. Because, of course, I don't quite know what she means by emboldening Russia, first off, in terms of Joe Biden. Right? In fact, I would say that Joe Biden did the opposite of that. And, you know, I might have some criticisms for how Joe Biden dealt with this. But in my estimation, Joe Biden did the exact opposite of emboldening Russia. I mean, he gave Ukraine just an incredible amount of money to fight Russia and introduced more sanctions on Russia. And every single day was talking about how bad Vladimir Putin is or whatever else, right? Meanwhile, our current president, her supreme leader, Donald Trump, has done nothing but embolden Russia and Vladimir Putin. What is she talking about? It's almost like she's incapable of seeing hypocrisy in her own words.
Come on!
I'm sure she's gonna full circle. I'm sure she's gonna get to a good point at some point here.
You look at what happened, obviously, with China and those conversations with Joe Biden.
What?
You look at millions flooding across our border.
China.
You look at
China. Joe Biden was too nice to China.
I have to have my China.
In what way? All the tariffs that the Joe Biden, I keep saying Donald Trump, all the tariffs that Joe Biden put on Russia, that was emboldening China. That was him being nice to China, you know, making it illegal for China to sell cars in the United States.
Illegal.
What? The CHIPS Act? The CHIPS Act was a direct, not an attack, but a direct, I guess you could call it an attack, at least an economic attack on China. Attempting to onshore chip production in the United States to get it away from China. I mean, it's so strange. It's so strange. It's almost like she just doesn't know what she's talking about.
a ton of unaccompanied children coming across, hundreds of thousands. You look at hundreds of thousands of Americans dead because of fentanyl poisoning. You look at record high inflation. Who was in charge? And the fact that not one Democrat colleague.
So she's upset about inflation while Donald Trump is ushering in potentially a horrifying age of inflation. Oh, fantastic, Katie.
Show up and try to get answers to that. I hope the American people see that for exactly what it is. And so my questions to you is, how do we prevent this in the future? So we know that the 25th Amendment in the 1960s, we take a look at that. Section 4 was purposefully vague to allow for some flexibility.
I mean, it's not that vague.
Clearly, it either didn't work or we have some people we need to hold accountable for not stepping up. So I want to know.
We need to hold some people accountable for not stepping up. Interesting, Katie. Well, maybe we could get Republicans to step up against the current president, who is basically doing all the things that you just claimed Joe Biden did. I'm sure she'll get on that immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yes, her fake outrage is just, I mean, it's ringing in my ears right now. But she's a professional pearl clutcher. That's how she got this senator job, you know? People liked so much. Republicans loved so much her fantastic pearl clutching during the State of the Union response for Republicans. They were like, you should be a United States senator. That's enough from Katie. I listened to this whole thing and it is nonsense. Yeah. I'm going to spare the rest of you all of this. She just goes on. She starts talking about the auto pen, something which Donald Trump has also used in the past, even though he loved signing things himself. He too has used the auto pen. And she just sort of just prevaricates for about 10 minutes about just nonsense, just utter nonsense. All right, let's go to talking about immigration. What do you say? Oh my God, 3 Majority Report videos in the first half. This is crazy.
That's too much, man!
You're right, it is too much. But it's too late now. We can't turn back.
Hey, have you ever been in that situation where, and maybe this happened to you like in junior high or something like that, maybe high school even.
Okay.
Where you got a crush on somebody.
Sure.
And they don't pay attention to you.
Aw.
And in fact, sometimes you hear them being critical of you. And you just, so angry. And then you can't find anybody to listen to you talk about this person. Come on! So you go to the biggest loser you know who will give you a platform. Well, that is Tom Homan going on Louder with Crowder to complain about AOC. This is such a weird...
like a months-old thing, she said.
He's really focused on this because... he blames her for drawing attention to how illicit the ICE has been in this instance. And also he blames her for letting people know what their rights are when they deal with ICE. Let's be clear. ICE, these people are not law enforcement. They're not. They are, they can deport people here, and it's a civil procedure. Unless you have been deported and returned, which apparently is a very small amount of people. But if you have entered this, and unless they can prove that you crossed the border illegally, as opposed to just not having documents, or as opposed to overstaying a visa, you have committed a civil infraction, functional equivalent of a speeding ticket.
Illegal.
And they don't have authority to do anything other than to deport. So Homan's pissed about this because he's like the rest of his ICE force. They're all just sort of wannabe washouts from real law enforcement who were able, maybe they got a coupon from the Army Navy store and were able to buff up. That's basically what's going on. Now, if they bring somebody over from the FBI, which they do, they're even bringing over IRS enforcement to help them out. Maybe a different story, although in the capacity that they're operating, I'm not sure. But here is Homan showing up on Louder with Crowder. And Crowder, is it me or does it look like he's like done some work?
I don't know, it's been a while since I saw him, but he does look a little bit different.
He looks, honestly...
It's filler. They all have filler. They all have so much filler.
He looks like...
That's what it means to be a mighty manifesto.
That's
gender-affirming care.
He looks like he does in that... what was that guy? I can't remember the guy's name who did that animation of Crowder's Nightmare.
Oh, Eamon?
Eamon. He looks like Eamon's depiction of him in animated, but go ahead.
Well, look, AOC, she's the least smart.
She's the least smart.
And she just don't get it. I mean, bottom line is she's out there saying...
I'm sorry. I can't help it. Whenever I hear Tom Homan talk, I gotta start doing my Tom Homan impression.
Of Crowder's Nightmare.
Oh, Eamon?
Eamon. He looks like Eamon's depiction of him in animated, but go ahead.
Well, look, AOC, she's the least smart congressperson in the history of the United States Congress. And
Steve loves it. Steven loves that.
I mean, bottom line is she's out there saying, she's hating on me every day, which I kind of dig it because I get to live in mine rent-free every day, and I kind of enjoy that. Yeah. But she's saying she's all...
I mean, this is a government official talking about this. First of all, she's the least smart.
She's the least smart.
Okay, Einstein.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's hard for me to keep up with,
Benzo over here.
The slurring of his words. But, I just want people to pay attention to the fixation on AOC. It is psychosexual. It is really, really, I think, dark. And they monetize this right-wing fixation with her that is about her appearance, and it's mixed in with this undertone of violence. So we used to talk about rape culture back before it was too woke, but this is the kind of thing that makes women feel unsafe to be around all these right-wing freaks because they intermix their anger and their politics in with their, again, rampant misogyny. So that's what this is. And they do the same. Kamala's so dumb. AOC's so dumb.
Also, Kamala's sexual history they're fixated on.
That was her number one thing when she came into the... I remember when Andrew Schultz
Don't you know that male politicians are...
so chaste?
Pure as the driven snow?
Well...
There is nowhere misogynistic that these guys will not go. They will venture out into the great unknown. Well, I don't know about great unknown. It's basically the same thing over and over again.
So chaste.
Pure as the driven snow?
Well, Andrew Schultz, the comedian, the right-wing comedian, was saying, well, back in the day, the Democrats were the ones who liked to fuck, like Bill Clinton.
Bit.
Yeah, he was the man. But now, and they were against the puritanical right. But now Trump's the one with all the baby mamas, and he's having sex. And there's never even this, recognition in their mind. You think Obama could have come on and been like, I have all these baby mamas and won the presidency because of his race, but even of the gender. If Kamala had been bragging about all of her body count, just the underlying misogyny in the way that they speak about female politicians is so striking to me. But
and coming from a guy that it feels problematic to play him just expressing himself through language.
It is objective that he is not as articulate as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and there is no way you can argue otherwise.
I would also, aside from this, it's fascinating because I feel quite confident that she is in the top 3 percentile of intelligence of lawmakers.
Yep.
Congressperson in the history of the United States Congress, and she just don't get it. I mean, bottom line is she's out there saying, she's hating on me every day, which I kind of dig it because I get to live in mine rent-free every day, and I kind of enjoy that. Yeah. But she's saying so she's in New York City, what she calls educating illegal aliens to their constitutional rights. You don't have to authorize. You don't have to answer a question.
How dare these very dumb, very dumb women, Congress people, inform people of their constitutional. That's making my job harder. It's very. Oh God.
How rude.
Telling people about their constitutional rights. It's like a crime.
Illegal.
Whatever. But we know what she's doing. We're not stupid. Yeah. She's educating illegal aliens.
Give me a joke.
We're not. We're not stupid. That's why I can't think of words usually. I just go on about saying.
She's educating illegal aliens on how to evade.
How dare you tell people about the Constitution?
That's what she's doing. And what you don't understand is
he hates that there's somebody out there saying that if ICE is knocking on your door, they need a signed warrant from a judge, not an administrative warrant, not an ICE warrant, a signed warrant from a judge. He hates it
So true.
He
is. It's just so true. That's all it is. He's just upset. He's upset that somebody is just doing their job and telling people about the Constitution. I thought Republicans loved the Constitution. What happened to that? I guess it's only if the they love the Constitution until it becomes inconvenient to them, and then they burn it. Throw it in the trash, and they burn it and have a little garbage fire. Speaking of that garbage fire, let's see what ICE has been up to lately. And boy, oh boy, have they been busy. Busy, busy boys over at ICE.
Illegal.
Starting in LA, where ICE attacked.
Come on.
ICE attacked day laborers outside of a fucking Home Depot. I guess those are the criminals, all the people looking to tile your new bathroom floor. Here we go.
Okay? Come on. Let's be honest. Is that okay?
And more breaking news now at 11 o'clock. Several people are taken into custody at a Hollywood Home Depot as part of President Trump's federal immigration enforcement. Raids happened this morning outside at least 2 Home Depot locations, one in Sylmar and another here in Hollywood.
KTLA 5's Karina.
It's almost like ICE can't find any fucking actual criminals. They just keep going to all the places they expect to find immigrants generally and then rounding them up. You know, Home Depot, immigration courts. You know, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's almost like Donald Trump lied to us. No, I can't believe that. No. Donald Trump, he would never lie to me. No.
Richard joining us now live from the Hollywood location with this breaking story. Karine?
Well, according to officials, according to witnesses, they say officials who they described as ICE agents arrived at this Home Depot this morning and rounded up more than a dozen people. We're outside of that Home Depot. I just want to show you that gentleman over there in the turquoise shirt. He's one of the family members of those who was taken, arrived here. He's been very emotional talking to the media. His wife apparently is a food vendor who's out here every single day. And again, she was rounded up as part of the raid. But take a look at what went down.
Criminal taco seller. A food merchant? That's your criminal? That's the crimes. Selling people delicious tacos. That is God.
That's too much, man.
Oh boy. America hates
Hours
tacos.
ago here in Hollywood.
Corre.
And this is a location along Sunset and Western Avenue. There's cell phone video that you just saw. It captured the raids occurring at this Home Depot property. Also a few blocks away near Home Depot. This is all part of the crackdown we've seen this week and in recent weeks. President Trump's immigration enforcement efforts to detain those suspected of being in the U.S. illegally for possible deportation. Actions that have polarized communities here in the Southland and across the nation, with some arguing that these workers are trying to earn a living and are law-abiding people who are living here. Others saying many undocumented individuals who have been detained.
When I see this guy running, I really just want to, I wish I was there to just stick my foot out, you know? Oh, whoopsie, sorry, didn't mean to trip you there. Mr. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement guy. Why are you running right now? You look weird.
Criminal records, and that the ones who still don't belong in this country given the Trump administration's mandate. Listen to what this witness told us. He provided KTLA with some of the cell phone video that you've been seeing. He wanted to remain anonymous.
Several people were running upwards Wilton's Place. I informed them that ICE agents were around the area. They were aware of that, and then that's when an SUV pulled up, came out, 2 agents tackled down a individual with no questions. They placed his face into the dirt, physically apprehended him.
Here we go. That's what we're doing here in this country right now. Gestapo tactics. We're living in, unlike what Obama said, an actual autocracy. Secret police running around the neighborhoods, chasing people down, no identification. Could be some creep, some serial killer, some rapist, some criminal. Who knows? Who knows? There's no way to know because they refuse to identify themselves. And in my opinion, the fact that they refuse to identify themselves, refuse to make themselves known, basically, I think gives people carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want to stop them from committing crimes. Because and maybe it's not fair. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But in my opinion, if you're a law enforcement officer, although technically they're not actually law enforcement, they're just... what are they? I mean, they're immigration officers. That's what they are. Immigration agents, I guess. And, you know, but they're not. Because we don't know. Because they refuse to tell us who they are. And identify themselves. And so they could just be... They could, without that information, as long as they remain anonymous on our streets, they're just criminals. Every time that they tackle someone, they're committing a crime. Right? If they're going to continue to hide their faces, you know, on public streets, committing what anybody else doing would be a crime, I think in many ways they're just sort of... I think they're to some degree, they're opening themselves up. At some point, somebody's going to test that. I don't know. Let's go to Alabama. Wait, is this Alabama? No, this is, shit. I think this is... WRAL. I think this is North Carolina. Let's go to WRAL from 7 hours ago. Actually, this might be Alabama. I could be wrong. I forget. Well, let's talk about another person's...
Nolan, Michaela Pasquale went to Birmingham in early May, believing she was just going to renew her work permit. But when she and her son arrived at the facility, an ICE agent was there waiting to detain her. And now her family is fighting to bring her home. David Miguel says his mother, Michaela Pasquale, worked hard to make a life for herself and her 6 kids in Fort Payne.
She provided.
These are our criminals here. Hard-working moms.
Illegal.
How dare you?
Pasquale worked hard to make a life for herself and her 6 kids in Fort Payne.
She provided for us, like a house over our head. She brought, we did grow up poor just because it was just her.
Pasquale moved to the United States over 20 years ago from Guatemala to find a better job and provide for her family. She has her own car, bought a house, and pays taxes according to her son. But still in early May, she was detained by ICE during a routine trip to renew her work permit.
So ICE agent came up to her and said, is this your son? So I need you to translate for her. And then I translated everything, and he said that we're going to detain her today.
Miguel says his mom had applied for legal asylum in 2013, but a judge informed her she'd have to self-deport until the documents cleared. She chose to stay for her children and sought a work visa instead. Agents told Miguel and his mom that her failure to self-deport was why she was being detained.
It's just unfortunate that they're not arresting the criminals. My mom has 6 kids, has nothing against her. Probably no violation that she has done. Probably maybe a traffic ticket.
Miguel and his family have set up a GoFundMe in hopes to share her story and find a way to bring her home.
Maybe someone out there could help change and just maybe able to bring her back. We just want we want change, basically.
Yeah, we all want change. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
They're just trying to fulfill Donald Trump's fucking quota and Stephen Miller's racist desires to just get rid of anyone here who's brown and on any kind of immigration status. If you're an immigrant, sorry, came from the wrong country. If you're not white, European, or ultra wealthy, time for you to go, according to Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. And we got to do something to stop these fucks. Democrats aren't doing enough, and we're starting to run out of options. But what's fascinating, what I found incredibly fascinating here, is while Democrats, well, not all Democrats, but many Democrats are not doing enough, corporations are, in fact, starting to step up. Shock of shocks. I mean, I'm not kidding. I was shocked to see this story. But guess what? We're going back to LA. I left this one to the last on the immigration talk. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. While Chuck Schumer is sitting around waiting for the Baileys to tell him when to actually start putting up a fight, the fucking Dodgers, that's right, the LA Dodgers are trying to stop ICE. Here we go. KTLA 5 from 7 hours ago.
Glenn, Lou, those federal agents were right here behind us at the entrance to Gate E here. They've now being escorted on the other side. Want to take you right up to Sky 5, keeping an eye on those federal immigration agents leaving Dodgers Stadium here. At this point, we know they've been here for several hours. This group here where we're located told them to get out of the area. We are hearing reports, according to the LA Times and people here on the ground, that these agents reportedly attempted to enter the stadium property, but were told they could.
Wow. Even the Dodgers. Wow, great job, Dodgers. Get out, ICE. Dodgers, the woke Dodgers.
That these agents reportedly attempted to enter the stadium property, but were told they could not stay here, which while this parking lot is adjacent to Dodgers Stadium, it is owned by the team's former owner, billionaire Frank McCourt. Again, those ICE agents now being told that they cannot be here. Back out here live on the ground, we can tell you that this group here, they say they want these agents gone. This is not a place for immigration enforcement to be taking place.
Illegal.
We do want to apologize for any signs or language that you may see as this event is unfolding live for us today. Also want to take you to our next piece of video. As we were live at the corner of Vin Scully and Stadium Way, speaking to a street muralist covering up Dodgers logos, we saw several unmarked SUVs and what's believed to be federal vehicles, some with masked agents inside, arriving here at the stadium parking lot entrance. Similar images were quickly spread on social media, fueling speculation and concern. But let's tell you how this all began. Of course, federal immigration raids began nearly 2 weeks ago, many just miles from Dodger Stadium here, while other local teams like LAFC quickly issued statements. The Dodgers stayed silent until now, sparking frustration among fans and immigrant advocacy groups. Now the team is expected to break that silence later today with a new initiative to support these impacted communities. That announcement follows a press conference yesterday where community members called on the Dodgers to act immediately. We can also tell you that emotions are mixed from fans. Some say the team should avoid getting involved in politics, while others say this movement calls for a statement. We can tell you the Dodgers utility man, Kike Hernandez, spoke out on social media over the weekend, saying that he was saddened and infuriated by what's been happening and that all people deserve to be treated with dignity. That muralist who we told you about earlier, now repainting utility boxes outside the stadium, covering Dodgers logos with new images he says reflects the hurt in this community. We spoke to a representative from Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas' office about the reported immigration enforcement activity happening right here at Dodger Stadium. Here's what she had to say.
And we went back up there, spoke to them. They said it was Department of Homeland Security. And that they were here, and we didn't want to answer any more questions. But we're just here trying to document as much as we can. I spoke to City Council 1 earlier, and they said that they had contacted LAPD, who then contacted the head of security at Dodger Stadium, saying that they were not allowed to be here, that they asked them to leave, hence why they were probably gone by the time I got here. But there are still agents up there, so we're trying to figure out why they're still here when they were asked to go.
The push for action hit.
Oh, this is switching stories, but this was a good one. So we're gonna watch the rest of this one. This young woman sang the national anthem at Dodger Stadium and bravely decided to sing it in a combination of English and Spanish.
The push for action hit a turning point on Saturday night when singer Neza performed the national anthem in Spanish after she says a team employee reportedly asked her not to. Her decision sparking national attention and some support online. The Dodgers later clarifying that there were no hard feelings and have since invited Neza back to perform at a game. Here's what she had to say about that.
I fully intended to be booed, and I think I was just trying to shut it out just in case. And when I opened my eyes and heard the roar and saw everyone standing and cheering, and it was so overwhelming because in that moment I knew that I had done the right thing.
And back out here live at entrance E here, we can tell you these LAPD officers just making sure that this crowd stays back and does not enter.
Right. Great job, Dodgers. Although they did wait a little too long, in my opinion. But hey, they finally got the message from the LA community and decided to stand up to ICE and said, "Get the fuck out, ICE. This is not for you. Please leave immediately." Even Pitchfork's San Francisco Giants fan is feeling it. Feeling it. Okay. Honestly, we only have... this is shocking, I'm sure, to many people who are frequent watchers of this stream. We only have one half of U.S. news. But that's really a trick because, of course, we're going to be talking Iran at length during this stream, and of course we're going to be all wrapped up in that. But we got one more video we're going to watch before the first break. Let's go to CNN from 5 hours ago, move on from talking immigration, talking about the fucking CDC. By the way, I want to remind people we still have a goal up. Got an hour and 40 minutes to complete it to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet Galactic content, which we so deserve. Let's go here. CNN, 5 hours ago. CNN, CDC vaccine expert resigns after RFK Jr. purges the entire advisory committee.
Welcome back. For years, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has used false and misleading claims to undermine public confidence that vaccines, especially childhood vaccines, are indeed safe, which they are. During his confirmation hearing to be head of...
By the way, I don't have this video ready for anybody. Like, I couldn't actually find... I saw like a bunch of people do it, but like, did anybody here see the... Did anybody see Jake Tapper's appearance on C-SPAN for his little book tour? Oh, boy.
Safe, which they are. During his confirmation hearing to be head of the Health and Human Services Department in January, Kennedy testified that he was neither anti-vaccine nor anti-industry, despite his decades-long anti-vaccine record being quite well documented. And now in his new role, Kennedy has been, predictably, chipping away at vaccine policy and research. Last week, RFK Jr. fired all 17 members of a Centers for Disease Control Vaccine Advisory Committee that makes recommendations on who should get certain vaccines and when. Kennedy went on to name 8 new members to the panel, 2 of whom were paid to be witnesses in trials against a vaccine maker. Last month, RFK Jr. announced the COVID vaccine will no longer be recommended for healthy children and pregnant women. This prompted a top CDC COVID vaccine advisor to resign. And now this week, Dr. Fiona Havers, a leading scientist and vaccine expert at the CDC, has also resigned. In an interview with the New York Times, Dr. Havers warned, quote, "If it isn't stopped and some of this isn't reversed, like immediately, a lot of Americans are going to die as a result of vaccine-preventable diseases," unquote. An HHS spokesman responded to the Times that it's committed to, quote, following the gold standard of scientific integrity. Dr. Havers joins us now. Dr. Havers, what was the tipping point for you?
So there were a number of events that led to my resignation. There were two main ones. One was that on May 27th, RFK Jr. announced that the CDC recommendations for COVID vaccines were going to be changed. No one at CDC involved in vaccine policy was involved in that decision. He unilaterally announced a change to the immunization schedule on X without our involvement. And a change to the CDC recommendation schedule is important because if it is on the CDC's recommended immunization schedule, insurance covers it. So this is potentially denying.
This is fucking insane. First off, I don't understand how RFK thinks that he's qualified to do such a thing. Just because he got the job doesn't mean that he has any fucking qualifications to say anything about this shit. But this is going to affect every single person in the United States. The fact that he was put into the job, we've had a problem with that since the beginning. But I think it's utterly, I mean, it's beyond narcissism. It's like, it is pure delusion that this man thinks that it's like a combination of narcissism and delusion, that he somehow thinks that he should unilaterally be deciding what happens with vaccines, broadly speaking or in specific. It's fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And a change to the CDC recommendation schedule is important because if it is on the CDC's recommended immunization schedule, insurance covers it. So this is potentially denying access to COVID vaccines for people that may need them. Second of all, so when that happened, I considered resigning at that time. And there was some pushback from within CDC, and what was eventually changed on the schedule was not quite as bad as what was announced on X. But so I was sticking around then. We have this vaccine policy meeting where a COVID vote was supposed to occur next week, and I was scheduled to present at that meeting. So I thought I could stay, maybe do some good staying at CDC within this setting, even though this was unprecedented interference with the COVID vaccine policy process. However, last week when I heard that he had fired all 17 members of the ACIP committee, at that moment I knew I was done.
Yeah. So you have warned that if this isn't stopped and some of it reversed immediately, a lot of Americans are going to die
immediately, if
as
not
a result
sooner.
of vaccine-preventable diseases. What's your biggest concern for the health of Americans right now?
I'm a physician, and I've seen people die in the hospital of vaccine-preventable diseases. And I think that if this interference with the vaccination recommendation process continues, if the vaccination recommendations are more restrictive, Americans will no longer have coverage and vaccines will no longer be paid for. And people that need vaccines will not be able to get them. We're going to see an increase in measles outbreaks. We'll see babies dying of pertussis. We'll see older adults dying unnecessarily of influenza and COVID-19 because they were confused about what vaccines to get.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that an increase in vaccine misinformation is going to be harmful to the Americans because
this is why we need the Chevron doctrine back. And I am so mad at the Supreme Court. And I'm also super mad at Joe Biden for not packing the Supreme Court when he had a fucking chance. Another example of weakness in Democrats or just complicity in all of this. But the fact that we got rid of the Chevron doctrine and stopped listening to fucking experts when it comes to policy, especially as it relates to things like health or the environment, is going to have detrimental impact across the board. You know, rather than listening to experts, he's firing all the experts. A man with no medical degree, no experience in science or research is just saying, you know, it's not a big deal. Oh, it's okay if babies die of measles or pertussis or whatever, or if your grandma dies of COVID. All totally fine. All right, we got to take a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be right back with the space content after these brief messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss any of the latest Galactic content. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, all of which contribute to the goal, which we are trying to complete. Shockingly at 0 of 10, but I'm sure that we'll eventually complete it. We got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer every dollar go directly to funding the stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So click the link in chat or in my bio. Find yourself in a Patreon. My brain just broke. The hurricane of awesomeness. Okay, that's it from me, chat. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I do believe everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the second half. Oh, I forgot to put Tina. Oh, I fucked up. Been too busy thinking about other things. Okay, I gotta write that down. I'm gonna forget again. All right, chat, we finished the first half. That's all of the US-based news that we've got, at least for now. Because, of course, Iran is going to take up a massive amount of time today, if you hadn't already guessed, since it's the only thing in the title, only thing on the thumbnail. Before we get to that, let's talk environmental news, where we are going to start in Canada, specifically Alberta, where Calgary is hoping to plant nearly 1 million trees. Your CTV news from 2 days ago.
Calgary is adding to its urban canopy by planting 2,000 trees, 500 in Nose Creek Park alone. It is part of a $61 million agreement with the federal government, which will see the city add nearly 1 million trees by 2029 and increase its urban canopy to 16% by 2060. The trees are all native species that will thrive in our environment. A strong canopy helps keep us cool and capture stormwater. The tree planting is done in partnership with Trees for Life.
Oh, there we go. And I'm glad that they're not doing this for carbon capture purposes, because when I first saw the title, I was like, oh God, Canada, please don't tell me you're doing this. Because at one point someone said if you plant, what is it? I can't remember what the number was. But at some point, somebody out there said, oh, if you plant enough trees, we'll solve global warming. Not true. But thankfully, that's not the reason they're doing it. They're doing it to try to improve other things, which, you know, I'm about. I'm about that. Those are good reasons to plant the trees. Not that having trees doesn't help with carbon capture, but it won't solve our problems with global warming. And that much I just want to make clear to everybody. We're staying in Canada, staying in Alberta, in fact, and we're going to talk real quick Horrifying news story. Because this is not going to be solved. Let's go here, where Alberta is issuing a challenge to find solutions for tailing ponds. And if you don't know what tailings ponds are, they are, in fact, a place where oil and gas, specifically tar sands, people, what do you call it? Tar sands producers, I guess. Basically just throw all their trash. It's real gross. But Alberta's, ooh, they're going to solve it. Danielle Smith is on the case.
Give me a joke.
Tailings ponds have been a byproduct of the oil sands since drilling began in our province. Now Alberta wants the industry to find solutions by launching a challenge with $50 million in funding as the prize. At the same time, a new survey says most Canadians want to see renewable energy to expand. Stephanie Thomas has more.
It's called the Tailings Technology Challenge. $50 million from an industry-backed fund will go to the winning company that can create a solution for tailings ponds.
We need to shift this work into overdrive. We need more advanced technologies to help reduce, treat, and manage mine water.
Tailings ponds in the oil sands are a mix of chemicals, bitumen, water, and sand. They are environmentally hazardous, yet extremely challenging to clean up. Several companies have been charged for killing ducks and birds that found their way into the toxic wastewater. There are some 1.4 billion cubic meters of tailings ponds in the province. That's about 500,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools.
Disgusting.
We're in that stage of accumulating a lot of
500,000 Olympic swimming pools? Does anybody know how much that is? It is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
1 million Olympic-sized swimming pools.
We're in that stage of accumulating a lot of tailings and fluids that will in due course be reclaimed, and some of the very original ponds have now been reclaimed.
However, one local environmental geology expert disputes that efforts to clean up tailings ponds have ever worked.
We haven't figured out how to get the water out of the fine sands yet so that they can be restored. And so basically no tailings pond has been restored that I'm aware of in Alberta.
At the same time, new data suggests more Canadians would prefer to see more progress on renewable energy. 67% of Canadians say they favor renewable energy.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Most of Canada would prefer that Canada stop with the goddamn tar sands. Tar sands are the fucking worst, okay? Let me point this out to everybody in case you're not familiar. Tar sands are something that I think exclusively exist in Canada. And it is one of the most inefficient ways to get oil, which is why there is so much waste involved in the I keep wanting to call it manufacturing, but it's really the production, I guess you would say, of oil from tar sands. It is a horrifying practice. Creates, like we said here, a ton of waste, and is incredibly inefficient in actually getting oil. Like, in terms of like the amount of effort that needs to go into turning these like disgusting tar covered sand into actual usable oil and gas is just, I mean, in comparison to drilling in whatever, I mean, not that I approve of oil and gas drilling in general, but it's just nonsense. And the fact that Canada keeps trying to do it is stupid, in my opinion. It is frustrating, but get yourself prepared, because I got another number here for you.
Third of respondents favored conventional. Alberta's breakdown is flipped, with just 40.
Awful. Weak.
Alberta truly is the Texas of Canada, while the vast majority of Canada doesn't want anything to do with this shit. Well, Alberta is on the other side. That's why they have a person like Danielle. Now, of course, not everybody, as you can see. But, you know, the majority of Albertans are fucking idiots. Sorry, Alberta. Not talking to... If you're listening to the stream, you're not an idiot, but good God. It's ridiculous. Oh, Alberta.
6% preferring renewable energy and 54% preferring fossil fuels. Abacus Data conducted the survey for...
Like, I don't know how dumb you have to be to prefer fossil fuels. Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, just how many times you got to get hit on the head as a child to prefer fossil fuels, or just how much money you have to be making. Like, your job must be fucking cleaning the tar sands. By the way, you might not be aware of this, but the reason why there's so much water, like these tailing ponds even exist, is because Canada has to get rid of a bunch of perfectly good potable drinking water in order to wash these sands, right? It's just like it is such a waste. They use an incredible amount of fresh drinking water to synthesize these tar sands into oil. It is nonsense. And the fact that they are trying to incentivize solving this thing rather than just switching to renewables is a fucking dumb idea. Incentivize green energy, Alberta. Stop doing idiotic. Stop trying to secede from Canada. Everything that Alberta wants to do is just stupid. All right, write that down, chat. Okay, we're not gonna leave Canada quite yet. Let's talk about another concerning energy-related story in Canada. Geez, Canada, get it together. CTV News from a day ago. Concerns growing over waste-to-energy option for garbage.
The city of Ottawa has identified a waste-to-energy incinerator as one of the best options to deal with the city's future garbage. But it would cost millions of dollars to build, and with the Trail Road landfill expected to reach capacity in the next 10 to 15 years, the city needs to find a solution for all the garbage. Council will vote on the issue next week. Joining us today is Councillor Alan Hughley to break it down for us. Thanks for joining us, especially at this time when everything is really fresh. So
thank you for having me.
Of course. So we do have a couple of options out there. What are the two that are going to be discussed throughout next week?
Well, the two options tied for first place in the report that Council's receiving is one, to continue to do landfilling, but we're out of space or getting out of space. And so it says, let's start going to private landfills, which will be more expensive, and they have limited capacity as well. The other option is to waste energy, to burn it and create energy out of it.
And over the years, this is...
We don't need more of this, okay? But I don't know if you could quite hear him there, because he said it real quiet. But what he's saying is, let's just burn it. Let's just burn all the trash. You know, that's the plan. That'll be good for the environment. While Canada just got done, you know, like... The air quality in Canada is still somewhat reduced due to all the millions of acres of wildfires that we recently, you know, were keeping up on, or a few weeks ago, I guess it was not even that long ago, that we were last talking about those fires. But this is such a fucking, I mean, why is Canada coming up with so many dumb ideas right now? Let's just burn the trash. I hear if you burn the trash, it goes up into the sky as smoke and turns into stars.
Give me a joke.
It's a TV show quote. Look it up. But it does not turn into stars, actually. Fucking idiotic is what that is. I love that waste to energy phrase that they're using. Just say you're burning trash, okay? Stop trying to sugarcoat it for everyone. All right, let's go south of Canada down to Minnesota. As a number of tornadoes swept through Minnesota in recent days. Here's WCCO CBS Minnesota from yesterday. where you can see the path of destruction left by these tornadoes.
Tonight, cabin country is cleaning up from severe storms. From a helicopter, you can see.
Please shut up. Thank you. By the way, I noticed somebody donated on Cash App. Gonna count it towards our goal. Whether or not it shows, we now have 2 of 10. Thank you. You know who you are.
Tonight, cabin country is cleaning up from severe storms. From a helicopter, you can see a possible tornado toppled these trees near Nisswa yesterday afternoon. Several homes also lost power. The National Weather Service sent crews to survey the damage. A drone also captured this closer bird's eye view of the destruction.
Shit. Just bent over. Looked like a bunch of matchsticks on the ground.
High winds flattened swaths of forest around Gull Lake. Power companies had to move several large trees blocking the roads.
Alrighty then. Alright, let's go south of Minnesota for a pick-me-up video. How's that sound, everyone? Little pick-me-up. Let's go to Chicago Zoo. Witness the miracle of life.
That's a big one. That was big. I think it's stuck there. Come on, Mama.
Come on, baby. It's almost there. Oh my God.
It's further out.
You're doing so well. Keep going. Let's get push.
She can hear you.
The signs that we saw today in regards to Allie giving birth this evening is that we noticed that her temperature dropped both this morning and this evening. So a little over half a degree to a degree. And that's an indication that labor and parturition are approaching in dolphins. So we monitored her very closely.
Yeah, and it's moving.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Labor went as is expected. She had about an hour and 20 minutes of labor. It all looked very normal. The calf came out very strong. It has been breathing well. Allie gave birth in a habitat with one of her very close other animals that she gets along with very well, that she's learned how to take care of calves from.
You know what's incredible to me about this video is that that little dolphin, the second it comes out of the womb, is like, you know, just like swimming, knows exactly what to do, goes up for air. It's incredible to me.
That she gets along with very well, that she's learned how to take care of calves from, and her name is Tahiko.
So cute.
So she's another very experienced mom, and that's very common both in free-ranging settings, but also in aquaria, where we take care of the animals. It mimics what they do in the wild, and it provides the mom extra protection and a little bit of extra help to help get the calf to the surface, to help it breathe in those.
There we go. The miracle of life. Dolphins. Thriving. Well, I don't know about thriving. They're in a fucking tank. But yeah, pretty great. All right. I did put that in there on purpose because we're about to go from talking about bad stuff to talking about more bad stuff. And I felt we needed to break it up a little bit. Let's go here to PBS Terra and talk about a terrifying trend which we will all probably be facing as long as we continue not to do enough to combat climate change. PBS Terra. Let's see what Maya's been up to over here. By the way, Republicans are trying to defund incredibly important
Most of the deadliest
stuff
heat
like
waves
this.
to date have been dry heat waves. But as our climate warms, a possibly even deadlier heat is on the rise.
It doesn't matter how breezy it is. It doesn't matter how much shade you're under. It doesn't matter how much water you're drinking.
These are extreme humid heat waves, often referred to as wet bulb events. And these are, in my opinion, one of the scariest byproducts of climate change. They've been relatively rare historically, but a new study shows that by 2 degrees Celsius of global warming, many of the most populated places on Earth are likely to experience them. And the only way to protect ourselves from these dangerous wet bulb temperatures is to cool our environment. But what happens if that's not possible?
The time of year that always has the highest stress on the grid is always just the hottest day of the year because so many people are using AC. And so then the AC is liable to go out.
What happens if there's another extreme weather event, if you have a tropical cyclone that comes in, wipes out power?
Stick around as we break down why these temperatures are so deadly and how we can prepare for a world that's so warm our bodies literally can't handle it. Let's start by talking about dry versus humid heat. Dry heat waves are usually driven by large high pressure systems that trap hot air near the surface. These systems push air downward, and as the air compresses, it heats up in a process called adiabatic heating. If the high stays stuck in place, the heat builds day after day with no clouds or wind to carry it away. And that's exactly what happened during the 2003 European heat wave and the 2021 Pacific Northwest heat dome. Now let's take a look at humid heat.
As temperatures rise, we can hold a lot more moisture in the atmosphere. And so this means that if a given location has air temperatures going up with ongoing climate change, it's likely that if they have a moisture source, humidity is also going to increase.
We just saw how dangerous this can be in 2015 when one of the most extreme humid heat events on record struck Karachi, Pakistan. Temperatures up to 45 degrees Celsius combined with oppressive humidity.
And in freedom units, that's 113 degrees Fahrenheit.
Degrees Celsius combined. That's hot. Oppressive humidity. Power outages and water shortages made conditions even worse. And
Art Vandalay of Vandalay Industries. Good to see you.
1,200 people died in just 10 days, most from heat stroke and dehydration. Humans primarily cool down by sweating, but when the air is humid, sweat can't evaporate as easily, so we don't cool off as well. This is where wet bulb comes into play. Wet bulb temperature combines heat and humidity into a single number, which helps us understand when conditions become dangerous or even lethal.
You can imagine taking a normal thermometer. If you take that thermometer and you cover the bulb in a little sock that is then placed into a container of water, so it's constantly wetted, evaporation is going to take place off of that little sock, and it's going to have a net cooling effect.
The wet sock at the end of the wet bulb thermometer functions similarly to human skin. Water evaporates off the wet sock, while sweat evaporates off our wet skin. In both cases, evaporation carries away heat into the surrounding environment.
But the more humid the ambient air is, the more difficult and less efficient that evaporation is to take place. And so that makes any cooling through evaporative cooling less efficient at high temperatures and high humidity.
Which is why humid heat feels so muggy and uncomfortable for us, and why it can be so dangerous. There have been a number of attempts to better understand how humid heat affects the human body, in particular, where our physical limits are. But it's not easy to identify dangerous wet bulb thresholds because, well, they're dangerous.
So obviously,
Okay, just to in case people didn't quite understand that explanation, I'm just going to sort of repeat it. Okay, when they're talking about wet bulb events, they're talking about extreme humidity at the same time as extreme heat. And while with that, like they showed you with that sort of visualization with the sock, the wet sock around the thermometer and all of that movement, you know, allowing it to evaporate, which actually winds up cooling the thermometer. When the air around that sock, or in this case you as a human, wind up, you know, being when the air around you is too moist, right? Your body, right, regardless of how much sweat, it doesn't help anything because it doesn't evaporate because I don't want to use too many scientific terms here, but basically the air is already super saturated, right? So it means that there's already the maximum or near the maximum amount of moisture in the air, which means that the water on your body has nowhere to go and it doesn't cool you down at all. and you're just going to continue to get hotter and hotter and wetter, and it's just, oh God, it sounds gross. Just describing it sounds fucking gross.
Dangerous wet bulb thresholds because, well, they're dangerous.
So obviously you can't put someone in a heat chamber and truly cook them. That would be unethical. But what you can do is increase temperature and humidity and measure someone's core temperature and see what's the point at which their core temperature starts to increase. And that's the limit of compensability.
The human body generally does a good job of regulating its core body temperature through sweat. But once we cross the limit of livability, or compensability, as scientists call it, our core body temperature starts to increase uncontrollably. And this wet bulb temperature range is actually a lot lower than we previously believed.
So this paper is really trying to
Don't say
summarize the most state-of-the-art estimations of these thresholds. And so what we see is that there is a range. So uncompensable wet bulb temperatures range from about 19 to 32 degrees Celsius.
And you might think the lower end of this range, 19 degrees Celsius, sounds really low, but it's important to understand that a 19-degree wet bulb does not equal 19 degrees on a regular thermometer. So 19 degrees Celsius wet bulb is actually more like 46 degrees Celsius with low humidity, or 32 degrees Celsius with higher humidity. And the reason there's a range is because this threshold depends on a number of variables, including activity level.
Hold on, they're throwing too many graphs at us right now.
This threshold
Okay, so younger adults, as you can see, have a higher threshold, but you know, you get over 65, you're an older adult, you're gonna suffer in these events much more than other people.
depends on a number of variables, including activity level, exact air temperature and humidity levels, and age.
Older adults' thermoregulatory responses are worse. They sweat less efficiently. They also have higher risks of comorbidities, so things like cardiovascular and respiratory diseases.
So according to their study, where on Earth are we likely to cross these thresholds? Well, at 2 degrees Celsius of global warming, which could come in as little as 2 decades, for older adults, it's about a third of Earth's land area. But that only tells part of the story.
It's 35% of the land area, but it's also many of our most populous places on Earth.
Yep.
Most of India, most of the populated area of China. This is most of the eastern portion of the U.S.
And if we let global warming get really out of hand, or if climate sensitivity is just on the higher end of our projections, at 4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, over 60% of Earth's landmass could see these dangerous wet bulb temperatures. Heat is the deadliest weather disaster in the U.S. and many parts of the world, and it's projected to get a lot deadlier. During the 2003 European heat wave, up to...
By the way, I know the way that they're talking about it right now sounds like it's a far-off future thing, but we're already seeing, you know, many days. Last year, we had, I can't remember exactly the number of days that we were above the 1.5 degrees Celsius tipping point that we've been talking about for some time, and there were plenty of days where it was above 2 as well, and we got this is much more a very much present and a near future situation. If we continue to exponentially get warmer, we're fucked. We're gonna be real fucked. So, which is why we need to do something about this stuff immediately. We can't ignore it. We have to be including environmental policy and thinking about it in our discussion of politics, as the best way to deal with climate change is from the top down. You know, while they're always talking about this, well, not PBS, but generally speaking, like the media and other people are always talking about, and corporations certainly are always talking about how, you know, individuals can do their part and blah blah blah. You could, you know, you can get a thermos that, or whatever, right? Like you buy a thermos and stop using plastic bottles. Great. That's not gonna solve it unless, you know, like we have top down changes made, right? No amount of consumers buying solar panels are going to solve this. We need the grids that we use for our electricity. We need, to be changed. We need public transportation to be our main source of getting around. We can't all be driving around, fossil fueled vehicles all over the fucking place. And the only way to do that is by having governments get involved rather than what, we're currently doing in the United States. Drill, baby, drill. That's not good. We can't be doing that. You stop that.
3,400 people died in Paris alone. At 2 degrees Celsius, which is, again, only a couple decades away, scientists found that Paris will see deadly heat waves like this once every few years rather than once a century. And though this heat wave in 2003 was among the deadliest in recent history, it didn't get close to the dangerous wet bulb thresholds we've been discussing in this episode. But the 2015 heat wave in Karachi did. It passed the uncompensable wet bulb threshold for older adults for something like 8 to 10% of the time. But at 2 degrees Celsius of warming, we can see that the uncompensable threshold is crossed for younger adults as well. And at 4 degrees, models show that the same event would cross the uncompensable threshold for older adults for about 90% of the heat wave's duration. And the thing to remember about these critical wet bulb thresholds is that once you cross one, the only way to bring your internal temperature down is by cooling yourself or your environment.
It doesn't matter how breezy it is. It doesn't matter how much shade you're under. It doesn't matter how much water you're drinking. The only way you can protect yourself from these conditions is by cooling your environment. And so that is why air conditioning is really the major adaptation measure and protection measure that we have.
And although AC is one of the most important tools for surviving extreme heat, it's far from perfect. First of all,
Yeah.
it's expensive. AC is energy intensive, and as our climate gets warmer, many people won't be able to afford to stay cool. And due to its financial inaccessibility.
Yeah, and one thing I just want to say about all that, as it relates to cooling yourself, I just want you to pay attention, to the images that they're putting on the screen. Because, of course, all these fans, the compressors on the ACs, all of that, which makes your environment cooler, require energy, right? Which is why I keep saying we need to change our grids away from using fossil fuels, from coal, from using, oil, from using, methane to power these things, right? Because the hotter it gets, the more that we use the air conditioning, and it's a self-feeding cycle, right? And so it's only going to push things further. Do you get what I'm saying here? It's going to continue to feed itself if we don't somehow change our ways on a broad scale, right? Transform our energy grids immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. But yeah, great journalism from PBS Terra as usual, and unfortunately, PBS Terra's funding is under threat by Republicans right now as we speak in the big beautiful bill. A bunch of funding cuts for PBS, from my understanding. It's all bad. Okay. Speaking of moisture, New York got hit by an incredible amount of rain. Western New York, Rochester. News 8 WROC's on the story from a day ago. Let's check out some of this footage.
A curtain of rain this afternoon flooded backyards and basements and forced traffic to a crawl, and even a standstill along parts of the New York State Thruway in our area. With the help of some images from viewers, Ryan Hermanet tells us the story of a wet Wednesday.
Picture this. You're traveling along the New York State Thruway on vacation when, all of a sudden, your GPS reroutes you, adding 2 or 3 extra hours onto your travel time. That's a frustrating situation to be in, and it's the reality for many folks due to today's excessive rain and flooding. Wednesday's storms and the flash floods that came with them made for a frustrating predicament faced by many drivers. Either bear the poor conditions or stop and wait it out. But as you could see from this video taken along 490 near Pittsford, the rain wasn't letting up quickly.
It's just been a lot of crashes on the road, so a lot of traffic. It was raining the entire time, so zero visibility, and the roads were absolutely wet and nasty.
Ahmad was traveling westbound on the thruway with plans to meet some friends in Niagara Falls Wednesday evening. But he stopped at the Seneca Rest area after discovering this situation 20 miles up the road near exit 46. Water buildup engulfing the roadway, backing up traffic for 6 miles at around 7 Wednesday evening. Barbara and Matthew Metz from Farmington were shocked by all the rain.
I wasn't expecting it to be downpouring when I left. It's hard for me to see when it downpours.
The downpour was so heavy at times, it caused basements and backyards to flood, as you can see in this viewer-submitted video. Sarah Van Vector, who was on her way back to her home in Indiana, will be the first to tell you. It was not easy to drive in.
Google rerouted me about 2 hours out of the way, which I don't want to do. And knowing that and seeing the delay over and over again, it's frustrating, especially that I want to go back to Plymouth, so.
New York State Police have confirmed no accidents or injuries resulted from the excess flooding on I-9.
Yeah, from my understanding, this rain came down dramatically in a short period of time, which caused a massive backup of water all over the place and even caused a great deal of damage in some places. Let's go here.
This is News 8 at noon.
And right now at noon this Thursday, these new images coming into our newsroom as neighbors are getting a first look at all the damage from the storms last night. That bridge completely washed away from the heavy rain that brought flash floods throughout the region. Thanks for joining us here at News 8 at noon. I'm Brennan Summers. That video you just saw came from Avon, one of several places seeing whole sections of roads gone in an instant. Ron Spitzer went down there to check out the hardest hit areas.
Avon didn't see much rain yesterday, but just east of here in Lima, they got an estimated over 6 inches. That caused flooding here in Avon and a bridge collapse.
I spoke with Abby Coyne and her parents. They sent over these videos of the bridge in the process of breaking apart. They were checking out the flooding, noticed the bridge was collapsing, and immediately went into action mode, trying to get those driving by to avoid getting on the bridge. They used soccer cones to get the point across. They even alerted first responders multiple times, asking to block off the road. The Avon town supervisor declared a state of emergency so the town can later apply for reimbursement for the damage they need to get fixed, saying remediating damage like this could take months. It's safe.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of rain in a short period of time, and the infrastructure was not prepared to deal with it. FEMA's being dismantled. Yes, that's right. Thanks to Donald Trump, we have even less funds and resources to deal with these sorts of things. How great. Got some more footage of all of this. This is the last one, right? Yeah.
Today's cleanup from yesterday's rain. Incredible images and video coming into our newsroom of the flooding and the aftermath. In Henrietta, for example, a portion of one road gone today. Adelisa Badzik now gives us a look at the state of things this morning.
Less than 24 hours after heavy rain and flash flood warnings swept through the area, we made our way to Henrietta to check on the lingering flood concerns. Out on Commerce Drive, the Henrietta Fire District reports the road remains impassable. Here's what it looked like this morning, completely covered in flood water with cars trying to pass through. One car even got stuck during its attempt. Check out these pictures also shared by the district via Facebook. Many flooded roadways, and take a look at this one where 2 parked cars almost fully submerged and water going into someone's garage. For the most part, roads were cleared, though some fields still showed signs of minor flooding. Over on Delaney Drive in West Henrietta, resident Nancy Coughlin shared just how intense the rain was in her backyard.
Our backyard backs up to the Rush Henrietta baseball fields, and it goes like this down into like a ditch. And In my video that I took, it's like a raging river. And we, kind of talked about getting our kayaks out and doing a little whitewater kayaking.
She says she's never seen the water rise like this in the 2 decades she's lived there.
And what normally doesn't flood and has little trickle in the water back here turned into a raging river. I've lived in this area right here for 20 years, and I've only seen it one other time where it actually did get water like this, but not as high. And that
historic flooding, Rochester, New York. But that's probably not going to be all the flooding that we see here, as we are now officially in hurricane season. And, well, there is a hurricane which may make its way to the United States. Not clear yet. May dissipate, but right now it's Category 4 and it's crossing over, I believe, the southern part of Mexico. Hurricane Eric.
And this just in, we have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center regarding Major Hurricane Eric. So no longer just a hurricane, we have been upgraded to that major status. Winds increasing by 10 miles per hour, now up to 120 miles per hour. And we still have some nighttime strengthening to go. It is expected to make landfall as a major hurricane. We've had hurricane hunters out into the storm. You name it, this storm has been well forecasted. So we know a lot about what's happening as it gets closer and closer to the west coast of Mexico. It's moving northwest at 9 miles per hour, but we are expecting that landfall to occur by Thursday morning. Now, while we did get that upgrade, a pretty significant upgrade, I would say, the alerts have not changed. So the hurricane warnings are still in effect for the same spots. Same goes for tropical storm warnings, and the impacts are also the same. But what it is going to do is kick up the potential for the storm surge in some of these spots and also increase the wind speeds that you'll get upon the arrival. You're already looking at the outer half of that eye wall, getting closer to Puerto Escondido. You can kind of see how the conditions have been deteriorating over the last little bit. It's kind of a fluctuating image below me here. But again, that eye is supposed to scrape the west coast of Mexico in the early morning hours. But it still has that room for strengthening. NHC saying by Thursday morning, we're at 125 miles per hour.
Jesus Christ.
The odds of it becoming a Category 4 hurricane are unlikely. But
Are they Fox weather? Because guess what? It did turn into a Category 4 storm. Here's France 24 English from 17 hours ago.
Locals around the tourist haven of Acapulco aren't taking any chances. Hurricane Eric, though still out at sea, doubled in strength in just one day. Authorities here aren't taking any chances either.
Classes have been suspended at all educational levels throughout the state on June 18th and 19th, and 582 temporary shelters have been set up in the 8 regions of the state.
Memories of Hurricane Otis are still fresh here. The powerful Category 5 storm killed at least 50 people.
We're taking precautions because with Otis, we never expected one of that magnitude to come. And now, with climate change, the water is warmer and the hurricanes are more powerful.
Forecasters warn that Eric is expected to strengthen before making landfall, bringing storm surges, coastal flooding, mudslides, and destructive waves.
Unfortunately, it looks like a very bad situation for people that live in that part of the coast, and perhaps inland communities as well. Because anytime you put a lot of rain with mountainous terrain, it's problematic.
Seriously.
Authorities have set up 2,000 temporary shelters in Chiapas, Guerrero, and Oaxaca.
Now, if you don't know why it's problematic when you combine that much rain with mountainous terrain, it's because of landslides. You know, it's just a matter of physics. You know, you get a bunch of land that is on a slope, add enough water to it, you're going to get yourself a landslide.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And if you happen to live under that mountain, well, you're probably fucked. All right, now here is the last one we got on this hurricane for now. Back to Fox News from 14 hours ago. Breaking. Hurricane Eric makes landfall in Mexico.
We have some breaking news to report on this Thursday as Eric has made landfall in western Mexico as a powerful Category 3 storm. You're taking a look here at the weather radar system that we have it live now from Fox, and I also want to touch on some of this reporting from the Associated Press as well, as a powerful Hurricane Eric making landfall in Mexico's western state of Oaxaca. That is according to the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Now, early Thursday, the Hurricanes Center was located about 20 miles east of Punta Maldonado. Its maximum sustained winds were locked in at 125 miles per hour. It was moving northwest at 9 miles per hour, according to the Hurricane Center. The storm was downgraded slightly before making landfall from a powerful Category 4 to a Category 3 hurricane. And that is how it eventually did make landfall there in Mexico. While slightly reduced in power, Eric is still considered a major hurricane as a Category 3, which carries winds up to 129 miles per hour. I do want to bring this live look also that we have down there in the beaches of Mexico. I do believe this is Acapulco. Eric is expected to rapidly weaken over the mountains of Mexico, and the system is likely to dissipate late Thursday or early Friday, according to the Hurricane Center. The storm threatened to unleash destructive winds near where the eye catches the shore. Flash floods and a dangerous storm surge are also expected, according to forecasters. And we're seeing here.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on from the hurricane. Hopefully everybody down there is prepared for it. Mel Gibson's beach house is under the red part. Does Mel Gibson have a house in Mexico? Silver lining. All right. How are we doing on time? Okay, doing okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's go all the way across the globe to Indonesia. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Holy fuck. That shit is wild. Do you see all the ash all over the ground? It's super creepy. But look at the size of that. That is wild. Oh my god. It's got to be a mile in the air. Oh my god. Indonesians wake up to ash-covered roads and homes after a terrifying volcanic eruption.
Yesterday afternoon, when the volcano erupted, we were on our front lawn. But then the stones started raining down on us and we ran to Hikong. Then, when it finally subsided, we returned here.
The latest condition we know as of this morning is eruptions are still occurring, and the impacts of these eruptions include ashfall with stones. which affected main road access between the East Flores and the Sika regencies. We are working as fast as possible to clear this up.
Okay, speaking of explosions, we're going to go straight into space news. Let's see what's been going on with SpaceX lately. This is their most recent rocket launch attempt. Whoopsies. Yo, Elon blowing up more rockets, doing what he does best, not successfully launching rockets into space. He's like 50% chance his rockets blow up at this point. Seems to be really incompetent, if you ask me. Alaska is currently on volcano eruption watch for Mount Spur. Hasn't Mount Spur been on volcano eruption watch for like 6 months? I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I'm just saying it's been a while. Okay. It was a test fire, not a test launch. This rocket was supposed to carry stuff to space. Yeah, it didn't quite get off the ground, it would seem. Just sort of immediate explosion. All right, let's get to the Earth news. We're not going to go immediately to Iran because we got a couple of things I want to talk about before that. Let's go to the G7 meeting, which was happening in Canada. I believe it was Alberta that they were having the meeting at. Here's BBC from 2 days ago.
So a deal has been signed off at the G7 between the US and the UK. Let's over to Sally for the details. Sally.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Yeah, let's tell you what's been going on because the US and the UK, as we've just mentioned, has signed a tariff deal which will see lower charges for certain products for both countries. Speaking at the G7 summit in Alberta, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer called the move a very important day for both sides. It comes after weeks of talks to implement parts of the pact, which the UK government hopes will shield British businesses from the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs. So the signed deal includes a 10% levy on most UK goods. However, it did not address the expected removal of charges on UK steel exports to the US. That's still being discussed. In the order that Trump signed on Monday, the US said it would allow up to 100,000 cars into the US at the 10% tariff. And
okay, so there 3 months. Okay, all right, you're right. I doubled it. But yeah, I am aware of that. If you didn't quite pick up on that, Donald Trump signed another piece of a deal. It's not even a full deal. And the UK is the easiest part of the tariff deals that he's supposed to be getting done. Something he told us he could sign 200 deals. And he could announce 200 deals immediately. Hasn't announced any actual full deals yet. Even with the UK, which, like I said, the easiest of the countries to deal with. We had a trade surplus with the UK. Oh my God! The whole point of the tariff deal is he's been trying to punish countries for selling us too much stuff. The UK wasn't selling us we were selling the UK more stuff than they were selling to us, and he can't even manage to sign a full deal with the UK. That's how competent Donald Trump is. But wait, let's see how. Let's see. Oh yeah, here. Is this it? Where is it? No, we don't need that part. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
Got the UK to reduce some barriers on some of its own products, but most of those higher tariffs are still in place. And now we are basically rationing how many cars can be exported and imported from the UK. And I don't think that's going to work out very well for either side. I mean, it's just going to mean cars are more expensive, and we're telling people how much they're allowed to sell.
Well, when I looked at the data for last...
I'm not laughing at what he said. I just want you to watch the video on the right-hand side, please. Donald Trump trying to unveil the deal. The great art of the deal.
Work out very well for either side.
Whoopsies.
I mean, it's just going to mean cars are more expensive, and we're
Here,
telling
can you
people
grab
how
that?
much they're allowed to sell.
Thanks, I
Well,
know.
when I looked at the data
It's a great deal.
for
I
last
drop it
year,
on the
for example,
ground.
to see how many...
Just gonna drop it right on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Stammer. Really appreciate it. Donald Trump, the great deal maker, can't even manage to keep his hands on the deal, just dropping it all over the floor. There's some competence for you. Mish with a sweet, sweet super sticker. A dancing lemon sour hour. Engaged. That gets us to 3. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Okay. So yeah, Donald Trump signing not a full deal with the UK, a deal which continues to leave tariffs in place, making goods coming from the UK more expensive for US consumers. Great job. Great job, Don. This man is a fucking national embarrassment. International embarrassment, for the love of God. All right. But, of course, Donald Trump left the meeting early to deal with Iran. But G7 leaders forged on without him. Shock of shocks.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived in Canada on Tuesday to urge the Group of Seven to provide more backing for the war against Russia. But while Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney announced new aid for Ukraine,
we are providing additional military assistance, drones, helicopters, broader munitions, over $2 billion worth of assistance.
The host country dropped plans for the G7 to issue a strong statement on the war in Ukraine after resistance from the United States, a Canadian official told reporters. Trump expressed support for Russian President Vladimir Putin and has imposed tariffs on many of the allies present. Carney said when G7 leaders met for dinner on Monday before Trump left, they stressed the importance of using, quote, maximum pressure against Russia to force it to start serious peace talks. A European official said leaders...
I'm sure Donald will do that. I'm sure Donald Trump will get right on that. Maximum pressure on Vladimir Putin. Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Stressed to Trump their their plans to be hard on Russia, and Trump seemed impressed, though he does not like sanctions in principle. A Russian attack overnight on Kyiv and other cities killed more than a dozen people, including one American, according to the U.S. State Department.
We are ready. Look at that. Russia's killing Americans, too. I'm sure Donald Trump will be very upset about that. Very upset, I'm sure.
For the peace negotiations, unconditional ceasefire, I think it's very important, but for this we need pressure.
Canada is one of Ukraine's most vocal defenders, but its ability to help Kyiv is far outweighed by the United States, the largest arms supplier.
Okay. Now, since we were just talking about Keir Starmer, let's talk about the UK. This could have been an environmental story. It actually is an environmental story. But whatever. Let's go here to Reuters from 2 days ago. See what they've been doing over there. UK's Crown Estate to invest up to $500 million in offshore wind energy.
King Charles III's Crown Estate, which owns Britain's seabed, said on Tuesday it will invest up to $543 million in the country's offshore wind supply chain. It says the investment is intended to support the construction of new infrastructure, including ports, as well as supply chain manufacturing and research and testing facilities. One of the barriers to further deployment of offshore wind is insufficient supply chain capacity. Britain plans to largely decarbonise its electricity sector by 2030. It wants to increase renewable power, particularly offshore wind, to insulate it from fossil fuel price shocks. The capital will be channelled through 2 programmes. The Crown Estate also has another programme which supports early-stage project development. Last month, the Crown Estate gave the go-ahead to expand capacity at 7 wind farm projects on current seabed leases.
No, I don't give the royal family too much credit most days, but or ever. But this is actually, good job. Good job, King Charles. This is a good use of the royal funds. $500 million for wind energy. I think that's commendable. Okay, let us go to talking about, before we get to Iran, let's talk Gaza, let's talk Palestine, Israel, and as well as the U.S. deciding to now militarize the delivery of aid in war zones, which is alarming humanitarian groups all over the globe. Here's the AP from yesterday.
We're in the middle of the rainy season in Africa, and the rainy season, it makes the overland truck delivery unreachable in a number of places. And because these civilians have been displaced due to the internal conflict going on within South Sudan, the river is unpredictable in deliveries by barge. Trucks can't reach these remote villages, so airdrop is the only option.
Fogba, a company, a private company, that works to enable humanitarian operations around the world. We do so by using the experience that we had, many of us in the military, but we also have people that served in the United Nations. We think we add value because we've worked for careers collectively in conflict zones, and we know how to essentially make very difficult situations work.
That is not humanitarian aid, and that's not what humanitarian means. Giving a party to the conflict the power over who receives the aid and where and from whom, it turns this aid and this relief into a tool of coercion. And it blurs the line between humanitarian assistance and military objectives. Oxfam, and I know I can speak, I'm sure, for the most part of the principled humanitarian community, is that we cannot accept military or profit-driven intermediaries overriding principled aid delivery.
Illegal.
All right.
This is BBC News. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says
shut up,
45
BBC.
people
Hey,
have been
excuse me,
killed.
sir. I'm talking. All right, you're killing it. Speaking of militarization of aid, let's talk about how the militarization of aid is going in Gaza. Spoiler alert, not good. In fact, very bad.
This is BBC News. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says 45 people have been killed at an incident near an aid distribution centre in southern Gaza on Monday. It happened not far from Khan Yunis, an area which has seen several weeks of ongoing Israeli military operations. Witnesses are reporting that Israeli forces opened fire using drones and a tank. The Israeli military has not yet commented on the incident. Let's speak to our Gaza correspondent, Rushdie Abu-Aluf, who's in Cairo. Rushdie, what do we know about this incident?
It's such a shock that Israel has no comment for the BBC on their continued war crimes that are now being done in a bilateral fashion with the United States. Who could have guessed?
Rushdie, what do we know about this incident?
Yeah, so far we know that thousands of people gathered near a warehouse belonging to the World Food Program in Khan Yunis, and there is another community kitchen near the place to collect aid. About 5-6 hours ago, there was reports of Israeli drone attack in the crowd, followed by Israeli tank shell in the area. Well, witnesses said that they haven't seen Israeli tanks in the place, but we are aware that there is ongoing Israeli military operation in a nearby town called Bani Suhaila, about 400 or 500 meters away from that center. The images and videos coming out of the only operating hospital in Khan Yunis showed a total catastrophic situation inside the hospital as the doctors are treating people in the corridors of the hospitals. They have to transfer about 50 injured people in the back of a truck to about 10 kilometers north to another hospital called Al-Aqsa in Deir al-Balah, because they don't have a place for them. About 200 people, the latest number from the Hamas-run health ministry said 51 bodies were counted, and about 200 people were injured. Already funerals are everywhere in Khan Yunis and other places for those killed earlier this morning.
Just remind us, what is the aid distribution system and status right now?
Well, I was speaking this morning to the guy who's a coordinator for most of the institution that dealing with the aid, and they said what is being allowed from Israel since they resume the aid is nothing near enough for the people. He said while the focus is in Iran-Israel escalation, it's another day of war, death and more starvation in Gaza. Talking to people every day, we have seen people killed near centers that distribute food. Yesterday, about 20 people killed. A day before, 23 people killed. And today, we have seen 51 in Khan Yunis, about 3 people in Rafah and 2 people in the middle camp. So
this is disgusting. This is fucking disgusting. I'm blown away. I am blown away by the state of this situation. Watching this happen, like, it feels like almost in slow motion. But the fact is, we were complaining about the lack of aid, the blockade that was going on for months and has basically been going on for most of the war. Although some aid has, of course, been getting in throughout that entire time. I would just call it a war. Now I'm doing it. But for Israel to be using these fucking aid sites to just murder Palestinians, right? It is beyond disgusting. I don't even know what to say at this point, because it's just it's a blatant violation of international law. but it is so twisted and sadistic. It's hard to digest. Like using the starvation which you have caused to just indiscriminately slaughter civilians who are hungry, who are starving, is unforgivable. I mean, of course, much of what Israel has done up to this point is unforgivable, but it's just something about this just rises to a level for me that I can barely comprehend. All right, let's go here to the majority report. Talk about Greta Thunberg a little bit.
Greta Thunberg. I try to say it the Swedish way, but I feel stupid every time. But I'm trying to give her the respect she deserves because, like, we're seeing somebody who's like a historic activist and like a figure that is really changing the world when she's only 22 years old. And it's incredible to witness. I'm inspired by her singular focus on injustice and on capitalism, and on climate change. And she's talked about this before, like how her autism is her superpower because it's given her the ability to have such intense interests. And that's just something that sticks with me all the time, just about like how our neurodivergent friends can contribute in such meaningful, impactful ways to our discourse because of the different way that they see the world. And, you know, you can have an Elon Musk. This doesn't mean you're automatically somebody who will have compassion for others, but it's just like, I think highlights the specificity of her voice and why she's able to cut through the BS and doesn't fall for traditional media narratives and questioning. This whole press conference, which was around 13 minutes, when she immediately got off the plane that the Israelis put her on, she landed back in Paris. Again, to recap, she and around a dozen other activists were on a flotilla, which was a 7-day trip, trying to get to the Gaza Strip with aid to break the blockade. It was both symbolic, but like they also did have actual supplies. The Israelis encircled their ship with drones, attack drones, sprayed the boat with paint, and then boarded this UK-marked vessel in international waters and kidnapped everybody on board. There are still many activists who remain in Israel, in part because they have... It's unclear at this point because we don't know, but there's likely a question about whether or not they want to sign deportation papers, because that would, at least in Israel's like legal framework, it would acknowledge falsely that they like came into Israel when they didn't. So a lot of the activists are reticent to sign deportation papers because it would be some legal acknowledgement that they did something wrong when they didn't. They were in international waters.
Crazy to be kidnapped in international waters and have to then obey that lunatic country's laws, but go on.
Yeah, and so we do know two of the volunteers, the Brazilian volunteers.
The fact is they're using the word deportation sort of in the same way that the United States is, which sort of, you know, defies the actual definition of the word deportation.
Precision of language, please.
You know, deportation is usually something that is legal, right? It's something that has to do with legal proceedings. But Israel did not do this in a legal fashion. It's not like the aid flotilla went to Israel. It was trying to go to Gaza. And like Emma just said, was in international waters when it was seized by Israeli forces. Basically, you know, kidnapping all the people on the boat and then taking them to the country illegally, and then you know, it's just an extraordinary rendition once again.
Here, Thiago Avila and the French Palestinian European Parliament member Rima Hasan They've been transferred to separate prison facilities, according to France 24, away from the others, and placed in solitary confinement, according to this Israeli human rights group.
I also saw that Thiago, I don't know if it's true, I was seeing on Twitter that he might have started a hunger strike in protest.
And they sent Greta back on a plane, which, you know, I don't know. I don't put it, it's the most efficient way to transport her out of the country, sure. But they also know that she doesn't fly as a matter of principle, and they wanted that photo op of her in an airplane.
Yeah,
I don't doubt it.
it's one thing, put her on a plane, okay, whatever. To take pictures of it and have all your fucking government ministers gloating about it is freakish behavior. But standard of Israel.
So standard. It's almost mundane compared to the other Hasbara. But here she is, immediately after getting off the plane, answering questions from reporters about her experience. And this is where she's asked about if she's disappointed that they couldn't break the blockade.
A basic basis.
Are you disappointed you didn't manage to break the blockade?
I don't know if disappointed is the right word. This is a continued violation of international law and war crimes that Israel are systematically committing against Palestinians by not letting aid come in, by starving people and mass slaughtering in every possible way. During a live streamed, full-blown genocide that the world is watching.
How do you feel about European governments and their position and what they're doing and not doing?
Yeah.
Okay, Matthew, you need to chill out, buddy, with your Bible prophecies and your love of Alex Jones, calling him a prophet. Alex Jones has been predicting the apocalypse for the last, what, 15 plus years or something like that. I mean, you know, you eventually, I guess, if you say it enough times, it'll happen. But it's ridiculous. I mean, you know, all of those Armageddon lovers were talking about. They've been talking about it for so long. And I guess, you know, you say it enough times, maybe you'll be right eventually. But that doesn't make it some sort of great accomplishment. Broken clock is right twice a day, pal.
Both in our case, their silence was complicity with Israel's illegal actions, but most importantly, their complicity in the genocide that's going on now by sending aid, by sending military and financial support to Israel. They are also part of the killings of Palestinians.
There's a conference coming up at the UN. France is thinking of recognizing the state of Palestine. How do you feel about that?
It's the very, very bare minimum. Of course, welcome, but we need so much more than that. When there's even a risk of genocide happening, we have a duty to prevent that from happening. And right now we are so far gone beyond that stage. It is. There are no words to describe the betrayal that is happening every day by our own government.
Well said indeed. All right. All right, let's start talking about Iran. Oh, actually, let's start talking about how Iran is actually taking the focus on the taking focus off of what's happening in Gaza really quickly here with Democracy Now! Then we'll get to Iran in full, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about with that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Gaza, where the death toll from an Israeli attack on aid seekers in Khan Yunis Tuesday has reached 70. Hundreds of Palestinians were also wounded. Israeli forces attacked using tanks, drones, machine guns on crowds gathered hoping to receive bags of flour. A spokesperson for the Gaza Civil Defense said, quote, Israeli drones fired at the citizens. Some minutes later, Israeli tanks fired several shells at the citizens, which led to a large number of martyrs and wounded, unquote. This is Dr. Mark Brunner, a doctor from Oregon, who's volunteering at the Nasser Hospital.
Every time we know that there's a so-called food distribution, we know that there's going to be annihilation. And, you know, the first couple of days we were seeing a lot of isolated injuries, head or chest or abdomen. But today it's reported that tanks have been used at the food distribution centers, which makes sense because we're seeing multi-trauma. We're seeing head, neck, chest, abdomen, extremities.
That statement to me is utterly wild, right? And I assume this man is telling the truth. There is literally no place for a tank in humanitarian aid. There is no reason to have a tank. I mean, the fact is they don't even need tanks in Gaza anymore. Everything is destroyed. Why? I mean, the only reason to have a tank at these aid sites is to fucking murder people. It is insane.
Many deaths, and it just doesn't have to be this way. You know, this is something that's just got to stop.
This comes as a group of UN experts in Geneva told the UN Human Rights Council Israel's committing war crimes and the crime against humanity of extermination.
Illegal.
For more, we're joined by the Pulitzer Prize-winning poet, the Palestinian author Mossab Abu Toha. His latest piece is headlined, "What Gaza Needs Now," in the New Yorker magazine. Mossab joins us from Syracuse, New York, where he has moved from Gaza with his family. Mossab, welcome back to Democracy Now! Your latest piece is devastating. You write, "My family is starving. My neighbors are dying. I'm compelled to share these injustices because they need to stop." Tell us about your constant conversations with people in Gaza, some soon after die, and what you're calling for now.
Thank you so much, Amy, for having me again. Thank you so much, Democracy Now!, for amplifying the stories that do not, unfortunately, get to be heard by mainstream media. As I said in my piece, the aim of writing these stories and sharing them with the outside world, because you know there was a full internet blackout for the past few days. It was fixed, and now it's not working. Mm-hmm. So the hope of sharing the news and sharing stories is that these stories will not happen again and again. And just a few hours after I published the piece, there was another massacre of aid seekers, whether in North Gaza or in the middle of the Gaza Strip or in Rafah. If we're going to talk about, you know, the trouble of or the risk of going to get aid, yesterday there was a massacre, a huge massacre on the Rashid Street on the beach of Gaza City. More than 60 people were killed while trying to get aid from the trucks that were entering from Israel. That these 60s were just part of the 100 people who were killed only yesterday. This morning, I want to tell you what happened today. Okay,
we're not gonna listen to this whole thing. I refuse to take our attention off of Gaza, right? I know it's been just an incredibly long amount of time that we've been forced to watch these things, but until it's over, I refuse. I refuse to stop talking about it. Netanyahu needs to be impeached. He needs to be impeached. I mean, that's the bare minimum. Man needs to be at The Hague, facing trial for his war crimes. We need a new fucking Nuremberg trials. Nuremberg 2.0. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Israel is sending tanks in this joint U.S. Israeli fake aid mission that seems to just be a fig leaf for more war crimes it's disturbing. It is beyond belief. I did not think that, I mean, we've had plenty of criticisms for, you know, the lack of facilitation of aid by Israel, the intentional blockading of aid, intentional starvation and destruction of, you know, important infrastructure like water desalinization plants and all these other things. But this just rises to another level I just never thought we would see. The militarization of aid essentially the guise of aid being used to massacre people. You know, we were horrified at the flower massacre that happened, like, whatever it was, like 16 months ago now, I think, something like that. And now it seems like there's a flower massacre every goddamn day. And I'm at a fucking loss, people. I think you all know I have plenty to say usually. And I'm just like, I'm broken. I'm broken. I am a broken man. I cannot understand how anyone is allowing this to go on. And the fact that the U.S. is beyond fully complicit in all this right now is just, it's mind-boggling to me. I'm oh, God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yep, that's me. Feeling like I'm taking crazy pills right now. Okay. Everything's gonna be fine. Speaking of war crimes, I just wanted to do this real quick. Let's go to Sky News, a place we don't go too often. But I found this to actually... Sky News probably deserves not a medal, but at least a pat on the back for this one. Let's see. Yeah.
Or to have missiles thrown at us. Our option was to have this preemptive strike now, or to have it on a much larger scale and by surprise later. We had to operate. We understand it's not easy. We understand there's a risk to it, but that's the right thing to do. And we have an obligation to the people of Israel, the Israel Defense Forces, to make sure that we are not entering an existential threat to the people of Israel.
So what the side?
When this guy put his hand over his heart, I thought he was gonna do a, it felt like he was gonna do an Elon, a heart goes out to you,
Entering an existential threat to the people of Israel.
So what the siren that we just heard a few moments ago was, the authorities here alerting the public that there could be more Iranian ballistic missiles raining over and across Israel, and for people to enter their bunkers. Already we have seen over a dozen people killed. How can you reassure the Israeli public that this is not going to be something that is going to be on an ongoing basis, something that the Israeli people have to deal with, including casualties, and that your interceptors will do the work that they claim and you promise that they will do, knowing there is a risk in conflict that you may not be able to do that?
Well, we have communicated with our people, because the simple reality is the combination of our aerial defense systems with the Home Front Command guidelines, with those warnings like me and you just heard, warning civilians. And when the civilians listen to the warnings, they are mostly safe. Sadly, and it's a sad thing to say, but most of the casualties so far were people who were not in the safe places or not operating according to the Home Front Command guidelines. So the combination of the Home Front Command guidelines and our aerial defense system has been very successful so far. It is not 100%. Fighting with this terror regime, Iran, is not a simple thing. And our civilians are resilient, and we are resilient, our military, and we are currently acting also on the defense to intercept these attacks, but also preemptively in Iran. Israel has done something amazing I don't think anyone has believed we would do. Israel has gained freedom of operation in Iranian skies. We have been operating over 2 days in a row, nonstop in Iranian skies. Our jets are flying over Tehran, locating those ballistic missiles, gathering intelligence, intercepting them before they fire towards Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel Shoshani, you've also killed dozens of Iranian civilians. Israel claims and often talks about being different to the Iranian regime, but you've also left dozens and dozens of Iranian women and children dead in these operations.
Well, I think we are definitely different. I think it's very simple to see how far different we are. Israel is carrying out precise operation over 1,500 kilometers from Israel, and you see a building with a hole the size of a tiny window, while Iran is firing ballistic missiles with 1 ton of explosives in the warhead. These ballistic missiles can explode an entire neighborhood, and they're just firing them at the center of population. Israel is sending their their jets. We're sending our people to be above enemy territory to try and do as precise as we can. And we have been very precise so far. And we have even given warnings. You know, the most important thing in the battlefield is to...
Iran's given a shit ton of warnings, too. I'm just going to point that out. But most of what this man is saying is nonsense. But
very precise so far, and we have even given warnings. You know, the most important thing in the battlefield is to have the element of surprise. We have given warnings,
which is the Lebanon. Which is the Lebanon playbook, and we ended up seeing thousands of people dead in your war against Hezbollah last year.
I just want to ask you, Lieutenant Colonel. We have.
I was on the ground in Lebanon.
We have seen thousands of
I was on the ground in Lebanon, and I saw Lieutenant Colonel, I was on the ground in Lebanon. I was seeing how you were issuing the warnings and not giving people enough time to get out. And then we saw thousands of civilians displaced and thousands killed. But I just
that is not true. We have seen thousands of Hezbollah terrorists killed in Lebanon successfully. We've not seen thousands
including civilians, including women and children and civilians in
Israel
Lebanon.
Carried out the most precise operation in history with the Beeper operation. We were able to hit thousands of Hezbollah terrorists without anyone around them being injured. You are misleading your audience. Israel had the most precise operation against
Give
the
me
terror
a joke.
guerrilla.
The death toll in Lebanon in 1 week was higher than an entire month in 2006.
Of terrorists, of Hezbollah terrorists,
were killed. Not all of those
in
people that were thousands of people that were killed were terrorists, and we've seen the same sort of operations in Gaza as well, where 60,000 people, including thousands of women and children in Gaza, have been killed. But
we're going to continue in a bit.
We're going to continue in a bit.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Wow. Aw, look at that. What a sad, sad man. The sad, pathetic, weak man.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Oh, confronted with the truth, and he runs away. Run away.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
I gotta say, like I said, I wouldn't give Sky News a medal anytime soon, but that woman, that fucking reporter did her job. And I gotta give her a tiny round of applause. Yeah, of course they killed thousands of civilians in Lebanon. We were talking about it during the entire back and forth between Israel and Lebanon. And they started the war in Iran. And both sides have warned ahead of time of attacks. And it's yeah. It was kind of amazing to watch this IDF soldier run away from an on-screen interview, a live interview with Sky News, just because he was confronted with the truth and had no way to refute it, aside from just flat out lying. And this reporter held his feet to the fire, and I genuinely appreciated that. All right. That was from 4 days ago on Sky News. So we unfortunately we didn't get to do the stream yesterday. Otherwise we'd be able to do this. We probably would have done that one already. I'm trying to do all this in chronological order at least. How are we doing on time right now? Okay, we're good. All right, let's go to Piers Morgan, where Zateo's Mehdi Hasan made an appearance earlier this week. I think it was Monday.
We showed our capabilities.
Oh, no, shut up. You shut up. This is the only portion of this that I want.
Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hasan, the editor-in-chief at Zateo News. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. Last time you came on recently, we reached agreement over what is going on in Gaza. I concurred with your view that it was now crossing almost every line, and wasn't just my view, the view of former Israeli prime ministers, of allies of Israel, and so on. But we have a separate situation here. And I'm just curious, I've seen what you've been saying publicly about this Israel attack on Iran. If you're Israel and you see that report from the Atomic Agency, which appears to suggest that Iran has been lying, obfuscating, covering up, not allowing proper inspections and so on, and now appears to have reached 60% enrichment of uranium, which is the next stage it can reach, where now it can be imminent, it can be within months that it could potentially get to nuclear power. Can you at least, without agreeing with it, can you understand why Israel has felt threatened by that report?
So, Piers, thanks for having me back. And I'm glad you started by asking about the IAEA report, because I know you brought it up with your panel as well. And I just want your viewers at home to be clear, because you described it accurately a moment ago, what the report says. I've read the 22-page report, came out May 31st, declassified. But on Friday, I was disappointed to see you tweeting about, you said the report exposes an imminent nuclear threat from Iran, which could just...
Oh, no. Oh no, the goal ended. I didn't even notice. Oh, this is very sad. You know what? I'm not going to end the stream. I'm not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm going to give you the content. I'm going to assume that we're going to at least get more donations at some point during this stream. And I'm going to forward ahead.
Came out May 31st, declassified. But on Friday, I was disappointed to see you tweeting about, you said the report exposes an imminent nuclear threat from Iran, which could justify a preemptive strike. What we saw on Thursday night from Israel was not a preemptive strike. It was a preventive strike, which is illegal under international law. It's what George Bush and the neocons claimed the Iraq war was against Saddam Hussein, which you and I opposed, rightly so. And that IAEA report does not expose an imminent nuclear threat. It says what you just said it says. It says that they haven't been cooperating very well. It says their level of cooperation has been, quote, less than satisfactory. It says some of their technical answers about their program have lacked credibility. It says they've impeded some of the inspectors. It says that they were working on some kind of military program pre-2003, which is what US intelligence has also said. Those are all bad things, Piers. You and I can both agree those are bad things, and Iran should not be doing those things. And the IAEA board voted to say they're in breach of their obligations. But that's not an imminent nuclear threat. The report does not say Iran poses an imminent nuclear threat. Your tweet was wrong on Friday.
I think it's as I just said. Nuclear, when it says 60% enrichment of uranium, it's the next stage that somebody who wants to create a nuclear bomb, right? So imminent, look, what do I mean by imminent? As I said in the panel, it can be weeks, months, a year, whatever, but they've reached a stage of enrichment.
No, it can't, Piers.
But they have the capability to take it to another stage and create a bomb.
Yes. So let's find more agreement between us. I agree. That is capability, right? They have enough highly enriched uranium to build up to 9 bombs, I believe. They have 400 kilograms of uranium.
So that is an imminent threat if it's in the wrong hands, right? We can agree on that.
No, it's not. No, it's no.
But why not?
No, because unfortunately, having a civil nuclear program is totally fine. Having enriched uranium is fine. The issue is if you weaponize it and have a weapons program. And Tulsi Gabbard, no friend of radical Islam, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence, said in March that the U.S. intelligence community's consensus view is that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, does not have a nuclear weapon, has not authorized a nuclear weapons program. The IAEA, Piers, in that report, you must have seen the line in their summary, said there are no credible indications of an ongoing, undeclared, structured nuclear program. Even the IAEA says there's no nuclear weapons program. Their boss, the IAEA chief, Piers, said last week, you cannot attack nuclear facilities in Iran. So, no, it's not an imminent threat. And under international law, Piers, this is the key point. If a weapon is a year away, you cannot say we're under imminent threat. That does not give you a right to self-defense. Otherwise, everyone in the world would go around just bombing people. You and I oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We agree on that, right? Putin claimed that Ukraine would one day attack Russia with NATO support. That's why I'm doing it. That was a bullshit argument. You and I rejected Putin's bullshit argument in Ukraine. You and I have rejected the Israeli bullshit argument now in Gaza. You don't believe what they're saying about Gaza. I don't know why you're believing them on this when you were rightly calling out the bullshit from the UK and the US in 2003 over Iraq. Saddam Hussein was not an imminent threat, and Iran was not an imminent threat, and Israel attacked them illegally last week while there were nuclear negotiations going on. Piers, one last point. If Israel cared about stopping a nuclear weapon, you would go back into a nuclear deal that prevents Iran Iran from a weapon. And guess who they killed on Thursday night? Not just generals, Piers. They killed Ali Shamkhani, the lead nuclear negotiator who was supposed to be in Oman yesterday with the Americans and who went on NBC a month ago and said, we're very close to a deal. We're willing to give up highly enriched uranium.
But Trump did say, didn't he? Trump did say, but hang on, on the deal, Trump said, look, you've got 60 days, right? And Israel attacked on day 61. In other words, they gave Iran the chance to negotiate. Well, that is what Trump said.
Well, Trump's a liar. Why were they meeting in Oman on Sunday then? Well, if there were only 60 days, why were the Americans supposed to be meeting yesterday?
All I'm saying is, it is a fact, the sequence of events.
Answer the quiz.
Hang on.
It's not a fact, though, is it? It's not a fact.
It is a fact that Trump said 60 days.
Were they not?
It is a fact he said 60 days.
But that's a lie, because but that wasn't a 60 days, otherwise we bomb you. That was Netanyahu. By the way, let's be clear.
I agree.
Netanyahu wants this war more than Trump.
I agree. I'm just saying that Netanyahu did wait. He did wait till day 61 of Trump's 60 days get a deal done.
No, because why was there a nuclear negotiation scheduled on Sunday between the Americans and the Iranians, which is now not happening? Who benefits from that? Netanyahu. The hawks who...
Yeah, and I just want to point something out. We didn't hear about this 60-day thing that Donald Trump is talking about until after Israel struck Iran, right? And it was something that he claimed that he said to Iran in private, right? We had no evidence of it to begin with, right? And, you know, I find it incredibly convenient, if you will, that all of a sudden we hear about this 60 days after we don't show up to the talks and after Israel has struck. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's only then that we hear about this 60 days. Because, yeah, like Mehdi is saying, there was a fucking, you know, there was a meeting scheduled. But Steve Witkoff didn't even go. He instead went to Donald Trump's little birthday bash at the Capitol. Ooh, Christopher Tablante. See, I knew I was right in thinking that we would get more donos between now and the end of the stream. Beautiful. Generous. You rang? Sorry, I'm late. I was too busy being upset to go through your trash and couch for money you lost. Well, I can understand that for sure. It's you know, rightfully so. I think we're all pretty upset right now with what's going on in the world. Ay, ay, ay.
A war. They don't want a deal. Otherwise, you wouldn't kill
unless you think that Trump tacitly wants this to happen, which he might well do.
Maybe. I mean, I don't try and mind read Trump. You can. You know him better than me. The man's a liar. He's erratic. He's unhinged. Who knows? I mean, he claims to be anti-war. Remember all that bullshit? I came on your show last year, Piers. How many times did I hear people telling me bullshit about Trump being anti-war? He went to Michigan and said, I won't get involved in a war in the Middle East. And here we are now. Several hundred people dead in Israel and Iran. Completely preventable conflict, done with Trump's blessing. And as I say, if you're worried about highly enriched uranium, blame Trump, right? He tore up the nuclear deal in 2018, Piers. In 2018, Iran was enriching uranium at what percentage? 3.67%. And the IAEA said, yep, we verify it. We have no complaints. We verify that Iran is in accordance with this deal. And Trump tore it up. And today, 60% highly enriched uranium, 400 kilograms. That's on Donald Trump. We had the JCPOA.
But aren't you just, if you don't mind me saying, aren't you just explaining very articulately why Israel has got so twitchy about this? Gone from 3% to 60, as you said. That's not a small...
But who did that, right? But
you can blame who you like. You can blame who you like, but the way you described that sounded to me like you were presenting a fast-moving, imminent threat.
No. Okay, it's a good question. Let me answer it. No, what I was presenting was...
And one thing I just want to point out, because Piers Morgan keeps using this language of imminent threat, right? The existence of uranium in Iran, enriched uranium, is not imminent threat, right? It's not, first off, it's not inside of a nuclear weapon. It's not a buildup of troops, you know, on Israel's border or any sort of, you know, foreknowledge of Iran planning to strike Israel or invade Israel or do anything to Israel, to be quite frank. And it's an abuse of language is what Piers and Donald Trump and Israel are all doing.
Precision of language. Please.
It's the wrong. It is not imminent, right? That's the just a perversion of the word imminent, honestly. And Mehdi's right. It's a preventive strike. Like he said, it's illegal. And it's the same thing that George Bush and Dick Cheney and all the other neocons were saying in the lead up to the Iraq, or not the lead up, in the, I guess, and really in the aftermath of the invasion of Iraq.
Imminent threat.
No. Okay, it's a good question. Let me answer it. No, what I was presenting was that there was a deal that worked. Trump and the Israelis tore up the deal that worked. Now Iran is definitely, you and I have already agreed, that they have potential to be closer to a bomb today than they were in 2018. So the solution is not then to go to war and increase the chances of Iran rushing for a bomb. The solution is to go back into a deal, to negotiate an agreement. Piers, just for your viewers, there are only two ways. Every military expert agrees, every US general agrees. There's only two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear bomb. Number one is to invade and occupy the country and destroy every facility yourself. Number two is to have an agreement in which Iran agrees to stop enriching uranium at 60% or 90%, right? Those are the two options.
Actually, I don't agree with that.
If
I
other
don't
people
agree.
prefer invasion
There's actually
or
a third option, because
what's the third option? What is it?
Well, the third option is doing exactly what Israel's doing now, which is using air power.
No.
Controlling the skies over Tehran and using intelligence gathered by Mossad, apparently, reportedly, and using specific intelligence to target specific commanders, scientists, and nuclear sites. I mean, that's the third option.
Well, that's not a third option because it doesn't stop the nuclear program. All it does is delay it. And in fact,
have you spoken to any
with me?
military
Israel's own
people?
national-
Be honest, Mehdi. Have you spoken to any military? I've got two former British Army colonels in my family. I ran this past them earlier. Both of them thought this was justified, right? Who are the military commanders you've talked to who do not think this is justified?
Admiral Mike McMullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under George W. Bush, said there's no way you can get rid of an Iranian nuclear program without boots on the ground. And by the way, you know who said on Friday? The Israel's own national security advisor said on Friday, there is no kinetic solution to this. Air power cannot do this, right? Because some of their facilities are underground. Because scientists who killed can be replaced, right? You cannot end Iran's nuclear program via bombing. And by the way, Israel tried this before in 1981. They always hold it up as some great example. They bombed Saddam's nuclear facility in Osirak. Everyone who's studied that since, nuclear scientists, weapons experts, say that actually that didn't delay Saddam's bomb. It accelerated Saddam's interest in nuclear weapons. He actually launched a covert nuclear program at another site over the next 9 years till obviously the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, right? So put yourself, Piers, you asked me a question at the beginning. It was a great question. Put yourself in Israel's shoes. We should always have empathy for whoever it is, enemies, allies. Let me ask the question back to you. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian official sitting in Tehran today who looks at a map of the region and sees Israel with nukes, Russia with nukes, Pakistan with nukes, India with nukes, nuclear-armed America next door in Iraq. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons? I'm against nukes.
Yeah, but if
put
you're the
yourself in that
regime,
person's
but
position.
Mehdi,
if you look at,
but Mehdi, you wouldn't dispute.
would you not think it's rational to have nukes as a
My response would be this: you wouldn't dispute that Iran's tentacles have been fueling for a long period of time Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and I presume you wouldn't also dispute that the tactical attack on Hezbollah through the pages, 3,000 of them targeted in a very precise way, that has led to Hezbollah basically. Well, it's led to Hezbollah basically throwing the towel in and saying we're not going to get engaged in this war with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. But that's irrelevant to the rightness or wrongness of this. I'm asking you to put yourself in the position
but all those proxies want to kill
Iranian
Israelis,
government,
right? So that's why I think that Israel has a right.
Let's not get... Well, as you've agreed, Israel's doing much of the killing right now. But let me just ask you this. Again, Ukraine gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians, are you not looking at this thinking, this means we need nukes? I would rather not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes is not to attack them. That makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why?
Yeah, Mehdi making a lot of sense.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where, I mean, this is, if anything, as Mehdi is suggesting, is, proving that having nuclear weapons or massive weapons of mass destruction is actually a deterrent rather, rather than problematic. North Korea is continuing to do whatever it pleases in its own country and not getting invaded by anyone. Russia has managed to wage all-out war for years, annex territory, and have, up until recently, zero bad things happened within its territory. And so many examples that it just makes your head swim, honestly.
Actually have a weapons of mass destruction free region. You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons, which actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own. I'd rather not have more nukes in the Middle East with anyone.
Mehdi Hasan, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
Okay, shut up, Piers. Proudly independent. Get stacked. Get stacked, Piers. There was Mehdi Hasan obliterating Piers's very shallow logic about all of this. But of course, Piers is also a neocon, like the Bushes. Like the Bushes of this world. Oh yeah, we're on 4 hours. Probably a good spot for us to take a quick break. But don't worry, we'll be back with the content after these brief space messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you'd like to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. And while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we would cease to exist without people such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Get yourself an avatar, a shout out, and secret content. Yeah, $3 a month will get you a great deal of benefits. And if everyone decided to become a member on YouTube or a Patreon subscriber, we would have no more financial problems here. So, make your choice. Do what you can. If you got a couple of bucks, please consider using them to support the stream, which you're currently enjoying with your eyes and or ears. All right, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. So it's time for the third half of the stream, which is going to be basically all Iran. Not basically, literally all Iran. Let's stay with the Mehdi Piers thing. Let's see what Navarra's take was on this obliteration of Piers by Mehdi.
Mehdi Hasan has been making progress in shifting Piers Morgan's views on Israel, and this week he seemed to have done it again.
Piers, you asked me a question at the beginning. It was a great question. Put yourself in Israel's shoes. We should always have empathy for whoever it is, enemies, allies. Let me ask the question back to you. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian official sitting in Tehran today who looks at a map of the region and sees Israel with nukes, Russia with nukes, Pakistan with nukes, India with nukes, nuclear-armed America next door in Iraq. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons? I'm against nukes.
Yeah, but if
put
you're the
yourself in that
regime,
person's
but
position.
Mehdi,
if you look at,
but Mehdi, you wouldn't dispute.
would you not think it's rational
Well,
to have nukes as a
my response would be this: you wouldn't dispute that Iran's tentacles had been fueling for a long period of time Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and I presume you wouldn't also dispute that the tactical attack on Hezbollah through the pages, 3,000 of them targeted in a very precise way, that has led to Hezbollah basically, Hezbollah basically throwing the towel in and saying we're not going to get engaged in this war with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. But that's irrelevant to the rightness or wrongness of this. I'm asking you to put yourself in the position
but all those proxies want to kill
Iranian
Israelis,
government.
Right? So that's why I think that Israel has a right.
Let's not get... Well, as you've agreed, Israel's doing much of the killing right now.
So I suppose what Mehdi Hasan was trying to get Piers Morgan to do there was something called strategic empathy, right? Which is putting yourself in the sort of mindset of the side that you don't necessarily most easily identify with. I think clearly anyone who's sort of seen Piers Morgan over the past 2 years, yes, he's recognized that Israel is behaving horribly, but he clearly finds it much, much, much easier to identify with the Israeli side. You know, the way he talked about October the 7th, even though he is now to some degree outraged about what's going on in Gaza, he doesn't talk about the two sides the same, and that's because he struggles to empathize with the side that isn't allied to the West, let's say. And Mehdi Hasan is saying, you know, take a minute. You know, you're saying Israel feels under threat. Imagine being Iran. Iran already has this neighbor with nuclear weapons that's bombing it. You know, why are you so, I suppose, blinkered that you can only see the Israeli side? It gets more interesting, and I think this is the next part is really where actually Mehdi Hasan just completely wins the argument. Let's take a look.
Ukraine gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped, and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians, are you not looking at this thinking, this means we need nukes? I would rather not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes is not to attack them. That makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why not actually have a weapons of mass destruction-free region? You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons, which actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own. I'd rather not have more nukes in the Middle East with anyone.
Such a good point. Really difficult to disagree with it. And guess what? Piers Morgan struggled to disagree with it. And he tweeted afterwards, in fact, legitimate questions. Why is Israel allowed to refuse to admit it has a large nuclear arsenal? Which it does. I mean, it's such an obvious point. I was listening to the Today program on the BBC today, and they had this about...
I wanted to look at this real quick. I found this hilarious. Directly after, it's almost like Piers had never thought of this before. It's like after hearing Mehdi say, he's like, huh, yeah, weird. I've never considered that before. Why is Israel allowed to refuse to admit it has a large nuclear arsenal? Why? Which it does. That's very strange. The mind barely boggles. I just found that tweet to be hilarious because it shows you that Piers really hasn't considered these things in the past until, somebody like Mehdi embarrasses him on his own show, realizing, wait, yeah, Israel's got a shitload of nukes. Why isn't that a problem? All right. And now let's go through what's happened in the last couple of days. It's been a very eventful 48. I guess we're approaching almost 3 days, I guess, in terms of the content I've got for us to talk about. But let's go here, CNN from 2 days ago. Talk about what Donald Trump wants out of all of this. Supposedly.
Breaking news this morning, President Trump arriving back in the U.S. just a short time ago after abruptly leaving the G7 summit in Canada early. And he had a stark message for Iran as that country's conflict with Israel escalates. He's not interested in a ceasefire. He wants a, quote, real end to Iran's nuclear program. Here's what he told reporters on Air Force One just moments ago.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here? An end.
An end.
Not a ceasefire.
An end.
So something that would be permanent. Yeah, or giving up entirely.
Giving up What does that mean? Giving up entire. What does giving up entirely mean exactly? Just giving up. If all 90 million people could just give up on life, that would be best, actually. Just give up. Just lay down in the sand, wherever you might be, and just give up. Yeah.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too. Are you closer? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. Anything's possible.
Give up. That's possible, yeah.
The president.
Anything is possible. Who's to say? They might all just give up.
Saying he would be in the White House Situation Room this morning, and he also posted this after touching down, quote, I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. Before leaving Canada, he
This is all just highly, all caps, highly fabricated fake news. If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table. Would have saved a lot of lives. Now, I find that strange. I find multiple things in this tweet very strange, because the tweet essentially suggests that somehow the nuclear deal would have had any bearing on what Israel was going to do. And the fact is I think the timing of all this is something that people aren't really looking at enough, not talking about enough. But the fact is in my estimation, Israel launched this strike because they were worried. They were worried that Iran would, actually end its nuclear program, or at least get back into a JCPOA style deal, which would give them a lot less justification, even if we can call it that, at least in their minds, to do what they're doing right now. Because Netanyahu has wanted to fight Iran, has wanted to bomb the shit out of Iran for a very long time, and this presupposes that somehow, Israel didn't want to engage in a war with Iran, or that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't personally want to engage in a war with Iran.
In any way, shape, or form. Before leaving Canada, he issued a dire warning to Iran, saying that, quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, the capital city with a population of nearly 10 million people. And images that we are getting in show massive lines of vehicles jamming the highways as Tehran residents race to try and escape the city. This morning, new images from the skies over Israel as Iran fired a new wave of missiles. According to officials on either side of the conflict, 24 people have been killed in Israel and 224 are dead in Iran since the strikes began 5 days ago. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us this morning. Do we have any sense of what the president is doing right now, and any sense of what he means when he is warning all these people to leave Tehran, what that means?
Yeah, look, so this morning, Sarah, we heard the president say this directly. I've also been told this in my conversations with White House officials, that he will be gathering with his National Security Council in the Situation Room very early this morning. That is.
By the way, evacuating Tehran is like evacuating New York City or something. Like it's a ridiculous thing to suggest.
What he said was the reason for why he left that G7 summit in Canada so abruptly. He said that he believed he did everything he needed to do in Canada, and that really he wanted to get back to Washington immediately to deal with.
It's nonsensical. Donald Trump got nothing done in Canada.
Escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. He said essentially that he likes to have these conversations in person. He does not believe in using phones because they could be listened to, those conversations. And so that's what he is going to be doing this morning. I do want to emphasize, though, that clip you played just moments ago of what the president said, because it is a pretty big tone shift from what we have been hearing him and other Trump administration officials say over the past couple of days. The president said that he does not want a ceasefire. He wants a permanent end. He wants any deal that could potentially be worked out to be a permanent end to this conflict. But he also said that he would potentially, believe that giving up is an option. He said that's a possibility. And that is very different from what we had been hearing up until yesterday. Because in my conversations with everyone I've spoken with here at the White House, they had said that the president really did want and believe that a deal could be worked out. Up until this point, we know that the U.S. has not really been involved directly in these strikes from Israel to Iran. Instead, they've helped provide Israel with defensive capabilities, including intercepting some of the missiles from Iran and also intelligence. But unclear if that is going to change and if there's more to why he wanted to return so abruptly. Now, he also made a ton of news, Sarah, during that Air Force One ride when he spoke with.
Personally, I think Donald Trump just ran away from the meeting. He just used Iran as an excuse. He didn't need. The president of the United States doesn't need to leave a country to do foreign policy, right? Like, he's got a million, not a million, but so many people he could delegate to, so many ways for him to conduct foreign policy from whatever country he may be in. They got all the ways available, regardless of where he might be. Doesn't need to be in the United States. He just didn't want to be in Canada, where all of these foreign leaders who he's waging a trade war against were all together. I think it was honestly super awkward for him to be there, right? Like I think he felt that, Canada and the UK, France, Japan, they're all mad at him. They're all mad at him, and they're sick of his bullshit. And he just didn't want to be there where, where he actually had to face what he's been doing to all these other countries. And it was much more convenient for him to just run back home and pretend like he was going to solve the Iran situation. By the way, I don't know if anybody's been listening to CNN, a lot of CNN coverage like I have, but they are, in my estimation, they are stoked. They are stoked about this. It's pretty gross. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's go here.
We are getting breaking news out of Tel Aviv. I understand a fresh wave of missiles has been fired at Tel Aviv and air raid sirens had been sounding. Let's speak to Noor O'Day. She's in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Noor, we know that there have been many barrages of missiles coming through.
That's a great point. So, even Bush finished reading his children's book after 9/11. It's true. I almost forgot about that. That's right. That's right. Oh my gosh, it's been so long. But yes, I remember that. Jesus.
Right, but we're now hearing that there's been fresh missiles just in the last few minutes or so.
That is right, Nastasia. Up to 10 missiles, according to local reports in Israel, have been launched from Iran to Israel. A few moments ago, the sirens went out in Amman, and just as we were coming up on air, they sounded in Amman another siren indicating that the missiles basically were not over Jordanian airspace anymore, but they're being sighted over the skies of the occupied West Bank and in Tel Aviv. We don't have indication if there is any impact yet, but we do know that as far as the Israeli medical and emergency services, they have not treated any injuries right now. We don't have any visual confirmation of where, if anywhere, these missiles have struck. But the space over which those alarms went off in Israel is quite extensive, and it stretches beyond the boundaries of the larger Tel Aviv district. So we're talking about the central area of Israel, and that extends right now also into the occupied West Bank. And
Okay, yeah. I believe this is, I believe it was this, like the second Iranian strike. But it's certainly escalated since then. It might have been the third one. I can't remember. Maybe the third one. It's hard. They're all blending together in my brain now. Let's go back to CNN. Talk about intelligence. The intelligence around Iran's nuclear capabilities.
There is new CNN reporting indicate there are doubts in the intelligence community about how close Iran actually is to getting a weapon. CNN's Zach Cohen has this reporting. He's with us now. What are you learning, Zach?
Yeah, John, there appears to be some daylight between the U.S. intelligence community and Israel, and I guess now Donald Trump, on this question of how close Iran is to obtaining a nuclear weapon. And specifically, sources telling me and our colleague Katie Bo Lillis that the intelligence community assessed before the most recent Israeli strikes that Iran was years away, as much as 3 years away, from not only obtaining a nuclear weapon, but developing the system meant to deliver it at a target of its choosing. And that does really run counter to the more urgent and dire timeline that Israel and Donald Trump have put forward in recent days. Israel, of course, saying, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran has been working in secret to develop nuclear weapons over the last several months, and that it's very close to having a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump, of course, addressing this question today when he was asked by reporters about his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's testimony in March, where she said that Iran is not actively working towards a nuclear weapon. Take a listen to what Donald Trump said when he was asked this question today.
I don't want reality.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to
I
having
don't care. I don't care. Whatever she said, it's a lie.
So why does this matter, right? Israel has used this sort of urgent warning about Iran.
Why should I care about the Director of National Intelligence, the woman who I put there? I mean, she's very stupid, that Tulsi. Now, you know what? When I first heard Donald Trump say this, I immediately thought, oh, he doesn't care what Tulsi Gabbard has to say because his good friend Benjamin Netanyahu told him they're 3 weeks away. Something that Netanyahu's been saying for 30 fucking years. And I just, that's immediately what I thought. I was like, dude, Donald Trump, you just listen to Benjamin Netanyahu. He's done it multiple times now, and it seems Donald Trump is just easily swayed by people who he's got like a hierarchy of people who he respects. He doesn't actually look at the facts. He doesn't care about experts or intelligence. He just cares about who's saying the thing, and that's the good enough for him. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu trumps Tulsi Gabbard, and he says they already have a bomb, basically. It's going to be a day away.
Nuclear program as justification for its latest round of preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities.
Not preemptive.
Of course, this big question still hangs over the entire situation as to whether or not Donald Trump and the U.S. will become directly involved in the conflict. Donald Trump has said, as recently as today, that he wants to dismantle Iran's nuclear program. And in order to do so, that will require one of two things, experts tell us, either a negotiated deal or U.S. military strikes.
All right, Zach Cohen, some brand new reporting that fits right in where this story is right now. Appreciate your work on this. Thank you very much. With us now is CNN global affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa who's been deeply involved in discussions in and around Iran for many, many years. And Brett, what I want to focus on is President Trump headed to the Situation Room this morning. And much of the discussion might be focused around one site in particular, one nuclear site. I just want to put it on the map here so people can see. It's the Fordo nuclear enrichment site. We can push in a little bit to give people a sense of what it looks like, the area looks like. Why is this site so important?
Well, John, I think the president should be in the Situation Room today. The Situation Room was actually created by JFK after the Bay of Pigs fiasco for a situation like this, to provide full spectrum awareness for a president as he has to make critical decisions. And there are three immediate priorities.
Okay, I want to go back a little bit. I just want, before we get ahead of does anybody here know who Brett McGurk is? Anybody here aware of what this? I know they're calling him CNN, the CNN, security or whatever analyst. But does anybody know who the fuck this guy is? Because Brett McGurk has a fascinating CV. All right, Brett McGurk has been in the national security apparatus of the United States for decades. All right, he's in his 50s, It's worked under multiple administrations, from George Bush all the way up to Joe Biden and everyone in between. Okay, George Bush, Barack, Donald Trump. He worked for all of them, and you know this guy was involved in the U.S. involvement in Syria. He was involved in the Iraq War and Afghanistan. He was involved in, he was involved in Joe Biden's, like the fucking genocide in Gaza, right? He was tasked to, what was it again? God, I'm trying to remember now. This guy has been deeply complicit in all of the U.S.'s worst fucking debacles in the Middle East. And CNN brings him out like he is just a, he's just a CNN guy. We just hired him off the street. No, this guy is deeply, deeply ingrained in the U.S. fucking military industrial complex of disaster. And God, hold on, I gotta look it up. What was his job for Gaza? Oh, right, he was supposed to help solve the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. How'd that go? How'd that fucking go?
To give people a sense of what it looks like, the area looks like. Why is this site so important?
Well, John, I think the president should be in the Situation Room today. It's the Situation Room was actually created by JFK after the Bay of Pigs fiasco for a situation like this, to provide full spectrum awareness for a president as he has to make critical decisions. And there are three immediate priorities, and one of them is what you just mentioned. But number one, the protection of Americans in the region and the protection of Israel. We have to surge the missile interceptors into Israel. We're doing that. As Nick just said, a very small number of missiles.
I love how Brett's first priority is protecting Israel. We must protect Israel. It is our number one priority. If we don't, oh God, Israel might have to pay for their choices. Oh God.
That's too much, man!
Yesterday, it looks like about 10. Can't draw a conclusion yet, but the Israelis are taking out not only the missiles, but the launchers. Very important. Second, you want to contain this conflict to Israel and Iran, not have regional spread. So far, that objective is being met, and I think the signals of the administration's
4 days in, Brett's like, no worries, this has not spread to anywhere else yet. Doing a great job.
Good. Third, and this gets to your point, you want to keep particularly the Israelis focused on the stated objectives of this military campaign.
What are those?
The stated objectives are
regime
dismantling
change?
the nuclear program and the missile program. That's it. You want to avoid.
Those were not Israel's only objectives. They said they wanted regime change at this point. It's like Brett hasn't been listening or something.
Mission creep. Now, on the nuclear program, there are three main sites, two enrichment sites, one at Natanz, much of which is above ground, some below ground. The Israelis appear to have very effectively targeted that site. The second enrichment facility is an underground facility called Fordo, which you just mentioned. Deep underground, dug into a mountain. It was an undisclosed facility until 2009 when it was discovered by intelligence and announced. Iran has very advanced centrifuges in that facility. Just last week, before this started, they threatened to spin fuel through those advanced centrifuges, enriching just below weapons grade. Now, to take out that Fordo facility, it really takes a U.S. military operation with a B-2 bomber, and you can see our military actually positioning for that possibility. But there's an off-ramp, and the president's made very clear there's a deal on the table. Steve Witkoff, his on.
The way that Brett talks about this, he genuinely sounds like he's like getting a little bit hard talking about the U.S. getting into another war in the Middle East. He's like, they could stop us, but we should just get in there. We should get in there. We should start bombing Iran for Israel.
We put a deal on the table about 6 weeks ago. Iran did not answer that. They actually escalated their program in response.
God, the justifications,
and what the
here they
president
come.
is saying, the White House is saying, is to Iran, hey, go back and take another look at that. Tell us you're ready to take the deal, and this will be over. So that's where we stand.
This is a ridiculous claim. Has Israel said that if they end, if they get into a new JCPOA, that they're going to stop bombing Iran? Huh? Did they say that? I haven't heard that one time. I haven't heard that one time from any Israeli leadership. Not even close. But Brett is just presupposing that. He's like, oh, Israel, they'll stop. They'll stop. Don't worry. If they get into a deal with us, they'll stop. Israel will stop attacking you. Don't worry.
Right now. At the end of the day, John, this has to end with Iran's nuclear program dismantled. And Fordo really is the key. It can be a deal, and we can all hope for a deal, or it can be a military operation.
Again, this is another look at Fordo right
Do you
here.
see how he smiles a little bit after he says military operation? He's like, it's like he's daydreaming about it. He's like, military operation. I love military operations. Ah. I can just imagine it now. B-2 bombers flying over Iran, dropping mother of all bombs on the Fordo plant.
This area right here is where the centrifuges are believed to be buried deep inside.
And John's getting excited
and
over
what
here
Brett was
too.
just talking about
He's like,
is
ooh,
it's believed
centrifuges.
that the only way to destroy this is through a U.S. weapon. The B-2 bombers dropping what's called this bunker buster bomb, the GBU-57 here. What do you think that discussion is like, Brett, about whether or not the U.S. should get involved here? Benjamin Netanyahu has all but explicitly said, hey, come on, drop this bomb.
I have to say, the U.S. military has trained on this for over a decade. This munition was kind of designed for this purpose.
Cracking a smile?
And look, there have been.
Do you see that smile that Brett just cracked? I'm not making shit up. Look at his face. Look how excited he got when whatever, I think his name is John. Whenever John over here is like, hey, should we do it? And Brett just breaks out into a smile. He's like, look, we've been spending all this money training troops to do it. Why not? You know, he's like, I mean, fuck, why have we been spending all this money on it? Might as well use them.
Over a decade, this munition was kind of designed for this purpose. Now look, there have been massive risks about such an operation like this. Number one risk used to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah had 150,000 to 200,000 missiles and rockets.
Look, more justification. He's like, look, there's more and more reasons to do it because there's less and less, deterrence to doing it. People aren't going to try and stop us. We might as well just get in there, activate the B-2s.
Illegal.
At Israel. Hezbollah has been knocked on his back. Number two has been Iranian air defenses. They had Russian air defense systems, very high risk of taking down airplanes. Those are no longer there. So those risks have basically been eliminated. Iran can certainly respond. I would never downplay the risks of any military operation, but I would just say this is a very feasible option.
I would never do it aside from the 3 sentences that I just said before this one. He's like, yeah, I mean, it's all green lights from here, says Brett McGurk. War criminal. Christ. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. See what Donald Trump had to say about the skies over Iran.
We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. That is the latest message from US President Donald Trump on his social media site, Truth Social. Trump went on to say Iran has good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, but it doesn't compare to America. These are the latest comments from Trump since his early departure from the G7 summit in Canada. Let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. She's joining us live from Washington, D.C., and Trump seeming to threaten Iran's supreme leader. Kimberly, what's he been saying?
Yeah, he's had several posts in the last hour or so. One that he, as you mentioned at the top of the show, where he says, we have complete and total control over the skies in Iran. You have to remember that the United States has not declared direct engagement with Iran. So when he says we, it's presumed that he means Israel, supported, of course, by the United States.
I'm just going to read this Trump tweet. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran has good skyjackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured, quote-unquote, stuff. Nobody does better than the good old US of A. It's fucking wild. By the way, I want to go back to that Brett McGurk thing. I don't know if anybody knows, but Brett McGurk also worked at the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. You know, Kissinger used to be in charge of that. You know, he's basically a Kissinger clone for the 21st century. But yeah, Donald Trump, earlier this week, I guess it was Tuesday, suggesting that the United States has full and total control of the skies over Iran. In a way, I mean, if that's the case, if we take Donald Trump at his word, that's full U.S. involvement in the war already. Whether or not there's boots on the ground. We have U.S. planes flying over Iran. All right, let's go to BBC. This was shortly after those little snippets. Where?
We start in the Middle East with a number of major developments to bring you in Israel, Iran, and also in Gaza. So let's begin with something which could be a key indicator of how the US is viewing the conflict between Israel and Iran. We can see President Trump here arriving in Washington just after 5 in the morning. He cut short his trip to the G7 summit in Canada. His spokesperson had told us that he wasn't leaving early due to the fighting in the Middle East, but he was pushed by reporters on Air Force One. And then it was clear that the situation was still very high on his agenda. He told reporters he was in no mood to negotiate with Iran.
I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Not to go too deep into it, they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today?
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what's
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now,
beautiful gloves off.
I think they know.
The gloves be off so beautifully. What the fuck, dude? The way that he talks is insane. Grandpa needs to go. Needs to go immediately.
To touch our troops.
Sound not great on Air Force One, but the words that everyone is really looking into at the moment is when he said we are looking at something better than a ceasefire. Not clear what that meant, but lots of speculation, and we'll be delving into that throughout the program. The rest of the world, of course, watching these events very, very closely. China accusing Mr. Trump of pouring oil on the conflict and urging its citizens to leave Iran and Israel as soon as possible. And the European Union's Foreign Affairs representative Kaja Kallas had this to say about potential US intervention.
When it comes to United States getting involved, then it will definitely drag the region into a broader conflict, and this is in nobody's interest. And from my call with Secretary of State Rubio, he emphasized that it's also not in their interest to be drawn into this conflict.
Israel has been conducting its 5th day of attacks on Iran, which is also launching its own missile and drone strikes. There have been more casualties on both sides. The Israeli military...
Okay, that's all I need from this video. right. Yeah, let's go through some more of what Donald Trump had to say. He had a lot to say. A lot to say about this, it would seem.
Israel and Iran trading strikes as President Trump issues a stark warning to Iran's supreme leader. The president just posting on social media that we know where the Ayatollah is hiding, but that we're not going to take him out, at least not for now. He adds that our patience is wearing thin. Trump also doubling down on something we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that we now have.
You know, I know Donald Trump is the king of inflammatory rhetoric, but Jesus Christ. Tweeting out, well, whatever. We're going to call it tweets. I refuse to call them truths. Tweeting out on his own private, platform, stuff like this is fucking insane. Like,
something we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that we now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. Joining me now, White House.
No, that's not. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I didn't go far enough back. Saying on tweeting out on Truth Social stuff like this, suggesting that the United States is going to kill the leader of another country, or that we might take him out. Like, in this freaking just haphazard way is, I mean, it's incredibly irresponsible. I mean, inflammatory, I'm not even sure that's the right word. It's fucking psychopathic. This guy is wild. I mean, I knew he was going to be a terrible president, but the fact is, some of the stuff that he's been doing recently is really taking it to a level that I honestly thought I would just never see. A president talking, I mean, don't worry, we're not going to take him out for now. Like, and like, kill. We're not going to take him out. In parentheses, kill. But as if people didn't know what that meant. God, this guy needs to be checked for dementia, I swear to God.
Now, he adds that our patience is wearing thin. Trump also doubling down on something we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that we now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. Joining me now, White House correspondent Karen Travers, foreign correspondent Marcus Moore. He's in Tel Aviv. Also, former FBI agent Richard Frankel. Karen, President Trump abruptly leaving the G7, saying that the conflict in the Middle East was calling him back to the Oval. What are we hearing from the White House this hour?
Kira, we haven't seen the president yet since he has come back to the White House, but as you mentioned there, he has been posting on social media. The president had said he was coming back so he could meet with his national security team in the Situation Room, that he didn't want to do that while he was in Canada, and monitor the situation between Israel and Iran while he was traveling at that.
Honestly, like, I think that one of the reasons why Donald Trump seems more unhinged than in his first presidency, and I could be wrong, maybe his mental state has deteriorated, but I think the reason why he is so much more haphazard and just, just going above and beyond on the crazy is because he's surrounded himself with the crazy. In his first administration, he at least, I mean, in comparison to the people that he has now around him, he at least had a few reasonable-ish people around. The only even and I hate to say it because I don't find him to be a reasonable guy at all, but among the team in the Trump cabinet, I mean, Marco Rubio is basically the sanest person among them.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Which is terrifying, because Marco is a fucking war hawk and a psychopath himself. To think that he's the most sane person in the room at any time here is just wild.
So he was back here, but as of now, we don't expect that meeting has gotten underway yet. But the president making it clear that he is still very much focused on this issue from those social media posts. That one about the supreme leader of Iran, very striking message from the president when he writes that he is an easy target, but he is safe there, saying we are not going to take him.
The way that ABC after this lawsuit, they're just like hiding. They refuse to say anything like genuinely negative about Donald Trump. This is striking. Is it striking? Yeah, is that the word you want to use?
This is ridiculous.
That would be the word I would use. Ridiculous. All right, let's go from ABC to CBS, where they interviewed an American who was in Israel.
Rachel Levin-Albert joins us now from southern Israel. She and her family from Chicago have been stranded there for the last 4 days during the fighting with Iran. Rachel, we really appreciate you taking some time to talk with us. We know you went to Israel to celebrate your 13-year-old son's bar mitzvah, and now you, your husband, son, 15-year-old daughter, and 80-year-old mother are stuck. Just to begin with, how are you doing?
I don't care how she's doing. Not gonna lie. If you were all in the United States, like I find, like, hold on, I'm gonna let this go for a second.
I've been better.
Oh yeah.
We feel pretty unsettled, and it's a very anxious time, not knowing when we're gonna get back home.
How are your kids handling all of this?
I can't let it go any further. I mean. We're going to go to it. We're going to probably listen to a little bit more. But this story genuinely pisses me the fuck off. Okay? I find this woman to be disgusting. All right? Why they felt it necessary to go all the way to Israel to do a Baruch Atah Adonai and all whatever, Eloheinu and all this other... You can do a bat mitzvah back in the United States, okay? You don't need to be in Israel to do that, okay? There's temples all over the fucking United States. You could have done it here. Instead, you decided to fly your entire family to a country that's committing genocide, right? And now, oh, whoopsies, now you can't leave while the country's getting bombed because that genocidal state decided to wage war on another country. I mean, I'm sorry. You should have thought this through. You should have thought this through, and you should have stayed home, and done, the rite of passage there. And plenty of people have their bar and bat mitzvahs here in this country. It doesn't change anything being in Israel, okay? Like it doesn't make it any more official, all right?
It's hard. They have been exposed to more safe rooms than I would imagine and would ever like for them. They have had missiles fly over their heads. The sirens are very hard for them. As you said, we came here for a celebratory, rite of passage for my son, and we are desperately trying to get back home. We feel very safe where we are. We're very fortunate to be in a non-congested area of Israel. But we have had minimal information from the U.S. government about an evacuation plan for U.S. citizens, and it's very, very difficult.
Sorry, I just realized I misgendered her son. Not a bat mitzvah for a man, it's a bar mitzvah, but whatever. Wait, what? Right? My brain is broken right now. Yeah, pretty sure. My brain is mushy right now, but why they felt it necessary to do this story, really, it confused me. It's like this woman made a fucking personal choice to take her whole family to a country committing genocide, to do something they could have easily done in the United States, and I don't know why any of us need to have sympathy for her. It's not necessary. It's bothersome to me, in fact, that they felt it necessary to do such a thing, I assume that they did the bris back in the United States. Didn't have to go to Israel for that. Would have become a man regardless. It pisses me off. Let's go to CBC News here.
Israel's military appears to be signaling there will be no let-up in its airstrikes on Iran. It's claiming Iran's military leadership is now, quote, on the run. But senior Iranian commanders dispute that claim, insisting they'll keep striking back at Israel. This video from Tel Aviv shows Israeli air defenses firing at another wave of incoming Iranian missiles. Israeli forces estimate Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles since last Friday. Since returning to Washington, Donald Trump has been closely monitoring developments, and he's also been commenting in several posts online. The CBC's Sasha Petrusik is in the U.S. Capitol, closely watching what the U.S. president is saying.
The whole question started with whether he was leaving the G7 meeting because there was potentially a ceasefire that was being worked out between Iran and Israel, or whether it's something else. And the something else, presumably, is U.S. military involvement in the region, which is the main speculation here in Washington today. Will the Americans enter this war that seems to be escalating between Iran and Israel after only 4 days? This is what he had to say.
In my estimation, we already have. At this point, this is 2 days ago still, we already had. I mean, the fact that, you know, we're running air support for them, providing them every single one of the weapons that they're using in it. Donald Trump knew about the attack beforehand and was out, you know, making statement after statement, making demands for the Israeli government on behalf of the Israeli government of Iran. I mean, sure, we could be more involved, but we're already involved. We're already deeply, deeply involved.
On Air Force One, and you can see that Donald Trump is putting out several different ideas, or at least they seem to be flowing through his head as he's talking about what could be done about Iran. Let's listen to this.
There's reports that you want to send the Vice President and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire.
Sorry, we already saw this clip. We don't need to see more of that. Let's go to global news. See what Benjamin Netanyahu had to say about Ayatollah Khamenei.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says targeting Iran's supreme leader would be the end to its conflict with Iran. For the last 5 days, Israel and Iran have exchanged airstrikes with Tel Aviv, saying it intends to escalate its campaign in the coming days.
We had the peace talks. We gave it a chance. We've...
Wait, before we do this, I'm sorry. Wait, what? Look, bovine. Is that true? Scott Jennings is stuck in Israel? I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh, but that is it's genuinely perfect. It's amazing. It's hilarious to me. I don't know why. I know I shouldn't be laughing at that, but oh God. Scott, of all people, kind of deserves that. Like, dude has been at bat for Israel for so long. It's about time he actually had some blood in the game.
Netanyahu says targeting Iran's supreme leader would be the end to its conflict with Iran. For the last 5 days, Israel and Iran have exchanged airstrikes with Tel Aviv, saying it intends to escalate its campaign in the coming days.
We had the peace talks. We gave it a chance. We've, clenched our teeth. We did everything we could to enable President Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us and I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the negotiations, while they were negotiating with the United States, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day, death to Israel. The talks were merely a facade.
So are you going to target the Supreme Leader?
Look, we're doing what we need to do. I'm not going to get into the details.
But U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the Supreme Leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
You'll hear more from ABC's exclusive interview with the Israeli Prime Minister on world.
It's going to end the conflict. If we murder the leader of Iran, that'll finish it. That'll be it. Nobody will. I find that to be, beyond ridiculous. The killing one man doesn't end the conflict, right? It's not like killing one man removes Iran's capabilities of fighting back. Ayatollah Khomeini isn't a one-man wrecking ball. They're not loading him up in the rocket launchers and shooting him into Israel. It's such a stupid claim. I don't even understand how that works. Oh my God, it's so dumb. It's so freaking stupid. Now, shortly after Benjamin Netanyahu said that, Iran launched more missiles. Here's Al Jazeera from 2 days ago.
Now, let's show you what we've been watching just moments ago, missiles appearing over Tel Aviv, the air raid sirens also going off, and several explosions heard in the Israeli city, as the Israeli military said its defensive systems were operating to intercept missiles that were launched from Iran towards Israel. Let's bring in Bernard Smith, who's keeping an eye on things in Israel for us from Amman, Jordan. Bernard, bring us up to speed with what's been happening. What have you seen or heard?
Foley, we also had the air raid siren go off here in Amman about just over 5 minutes ago, perhaps, and we saw a few missiles streaking through the air on their way to Israel. The just very initial reports are coming in from Israeli media of debris or missiles falling in central Israel, perhaps in the Jerusalem area and parts of greater Tel Aviv. And the sirens sounded in, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem and areas in southern Israel. This is about the 8th wave of missiles from Iran in the last 24 hours. As we reported earlier, the number of missiles Iran seems to be firing at any particular time is less than it was a few days ago in the initial 24 hours of this war. A couple of hundred fired overnight, Saturday to Sunday, 65, say the Israelis, Sunday to Monday, and 30 from Monday to Tuesday. The Israelis say they've destroyed about 200 missile launching locations in Iran, and they believe that the Iranians can't fire the number of missiles they want to. Clearly, they are still capable, though, of firing missiles. Israel says most of the missiles that are fired are intercepted by the Iron Dome, but as we've seen by the defense systems, but as we've seen in the last 3 or 4 days, missiles, some do get through and cause considerable devastation when they hit a target.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the impact of the Iranian attacks over the past 5 days. I mean, even as you say, it's been less intense in the last 24 hours. The missiles that have been fired from Friday to Sunday have had quite an impact on the ground in Israel.
They have. 24 people have been killed since Iran started responding to Israel's attacks. And 18,000 Israelis, we're told, have filed for compensation. That means their properties have been damaged by Iranian missiles or drones or by shrapnel that's fallen from destroyed missiles. And also in the occupied West Bank, they've calculated there, they've had about 80 incidents where usually shrapnel has fallen. That siren is the all clear. So about all clear from the Jordanian side of the border, I should say. It goes on for a minute. So that means that there's nothing else coming from Iran for the moment, certainly as far as the Jordanians can see. But as I say, the Israelis are saying now at least, I think it's more than 24 buildings will have to be totally destroyed as well. And we don't know where.
Consequences.
It is wild. Never would have happened if I was president, unless I was president and then it happened, then it's not my fault. And it's not my war. It's Joe Biden's war with Iran.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, let's talk about the vibes and the Republican Party a little bit. Because there is something of a Republican civil war brewing over this this war and the U.S.'s involvement in it.
Politics can be strange. One minute you vehemently disagree with someone on one issue, the next you're unlikely bedfellows on something completely different. For instance, Nigel Farage and Tony Benn had completely different conclusions about free markets and Thatcherism, but they agreed about leaving the EU. And now something similar is happening with Iran, with the most surprising people, I think, talking a bit of common sense. Here's Tucker Carlson speaking to Steve Bannon in Steve Bannon's War Room.
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously.
I got to hear that one more time.
I am saying this because deeply humane, kind person.
Deeply humane. Donald Trump is deeply humane. Name one thing that makes Donald Trump deeply humane. What does that even prove? Give me proof of that claim.
And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously. Other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran. But it's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. And so that's why I'm saying this.
What do you mean by that? That's coming from you. That's
Look, I knew Bush. I knew George W. Bush. We had, family connections to Bush. I knew Bush.
You're good friends.
Personally, I still see Bush sometimes. And, of course, he hates me, and he does because I criticized him on Iraq. And that war is the sum total, from a historical perspective, of his administration. But I knew him, and he had all kinds of plans for the things that he wanted to do. But once domestically, right, to improve the country. Right. And you may agree or disagree, but in his mind, he wasn't just
do to improve
about
the country?
The invasion of Iraq in March of 2000.
no, he was going to.
Is it just me, or does Tucker have a bit of a cold sore on his lip? Am I missing? Is it the angle? It just
redo Social Security. He had all that, all types of. He was going to take care of the entitlements issue,
and he really thought it was going to work.
Yep.
And you could laugh at that or whatever, but the point is, the second you get enmeshed in a real war, not a fake, let's go bomb the villagers and declare success, though we don't even have a good track record. Like, why are the Houthis still there? There's a whole other question, which is how prepared is the U.S. military for a real conflict? And the answer is totally unprepared. Scary unprepared. I don't think people understand that. But anyway, the only reason I'm saying any of this is because I really, really care. And it's been, what a disaster for me personally. I mean, it's like the last thing I wake up, you know, all these texts, you know, well, I can't believe you're so evil, you hate this or that. I just want to restate, I don't hate anybody. And to the extent I do hate people, I try to repent of it. I don't want to hate anybody. I really don't. I just don't want my country to be further weakened or destroyed by another one of these wars. And boy, if you can't connect the dots after 25 years of this shit, you're either too dumb to participate in the conversation, or you're, like Mark Levin, just a liar who doesn't care.
Wild, right? I couldn't agree more.
It is wild.
On that same show,
I mean, it depends on how you want to define more, but I mean, there's plenty of things in there that I would definitely disagree with in terms of the internal policy of George W. Bush in the United States, or of Donald Trump being a deeply humane person. But his estimation of U.S. foreign policy in this moment, I mean, it's taken him a while, I feel like, to come to this, but it's fascinating to watch this. But really, I mean, you know, Aaron's right. There is definitely a lot of true things that Tucker just said.
And
remember, and it's not like I'm around here agreeing with that. This might be, I mean, honestly, this Iran situation has got me agreeing with people I don't think I've ever agreed with before in my entire life. But Tucker's had some true stuff in there, actually, shockingly.
I don't want reality.
Highly prominent allies, outriders, effectively spokespeople for Trump, discuss the likely endgame with Iran.
And that Levin character will jump, you hate them. Don't hate them at all. I like them. This is crazy. What's the end game here? The end game, of course, is to topple the regime and just have this 90 million person civil war and further destroy Europe and the world. You know, it's like, we're not doing that again. Already been through this. We're not doing that again.
Wow.
And this is big boy stuff. This is not Gaza. And I never say anything about Gaza, because I really tried, very offended by it. They blew up a church in Gaza with my money. I'm a Christian. Like, no, how about no? I said one thing about that, man. I've never heard the end of it. But I've tried to stay away from Gaza. But now we're talking about a huge country. We're talking about Southwest Asia, one of the biggest energy producers.
I love how Tucker's only objection to what's happening in Palestine is that they blew up a church.
Jesus, I say that.
Civilization. This is not.
Also, since you're not going to convince me that the Iranians, I'm not a Shiite. I'm not like on the side of the Shiite clerics. I'm a freaking Episcopalian. However, you're not going to convince me that the
not a
Iranian people are my
Shiite
enemy.
Muslim?
Again, we're going down this here. Here's who you're required to hate. It's Orwell, man.
It's
I'm a
Orwell,
free
man.
You're not telling me who I have to hate.
That's
I'll decide who I like.
1984. Ministry of Truth won't tell me how to feel about Iran.
It's Orwell, man. I'm a free man. You're not telling me who I have to hate. I'll decide who I like and don't like on the basis of my values and what I believe my interests are. They spent, 5 years telling me Vladimir Putin is your enemy. No, he's not. I'm not mad at Vladimir Putin. Tell me why I should be. I'm mad at you. You know what I mean? This is like,
you know what I mean? This is crazy. I don't even know what to do about it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Fake. I'm not playing along.
The point about, by the way, the failed state stuff is completely correct, and it ties into what Tucker Carlson was saying with regards to the U.S. military. Of course, the U.S. military cannot go into Iran. Of course, it cannot go into Iran, a country of 90 million people. I think geographically about 3 times the size of Iraq. But it gets worse because, of course, much of Iran is mountainous.
True.
As well as desert. Some of the most
That's
hostile
also
terrain
true.
imaginable if you want to invade a country. The idea that the US military could send troops in, which of course that's not the plan. The idea they could is outlandish. Okay, so what are they going to do with the Israelis? They're going to bomb it. They're going to bomb the shit out of a country with 90 million people. And as we've heard from Trump today, it's not just about a ceasefire, it has to end. So what does end mean? There has to be effectively a puppet regime of Israel in Tehran. That's what it means.
Yeah, as if, the current regime in Iran isn't there as a result of U.S. foreign policy to begin with. It's just so strange. Maybe, they'll get a regime change and Iran will stop selling its oil to the United States and I guess Britain too. I mean, might as well get them back for what MI6 did. It's just fascinating.
No nukes, okay. No ballistic missiles, okay. And then you get something like post-Versailles Germany. No, you can have no military.
No.
Well, okay, then we're going to get balkanization. You're going to get bits of the country
Sure.
splintering up. Maybe they break it up, like Hungary, or like Yugoslavia.
Or like
This is
Syria.
gonna-
I mean, I feel like really, I mean, I think they're planning on this. They're hoping, I mean, at least the neocons are certainly hoping that this turns into another Syrian war. You know, the United States will be there for, I mean, we've been there for like, we've been in Syria for like, what, 11 years? We still have a base in Syria right now. We still have, you know, U.S. troops on the ground in Syria at this very moment. And you know, there's no way that there aren't horrifying implications to causing a civil war in Iran, with a population of nearly 100 million people. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. It is insane, and it's insane that I agree with Tucker on even like literally anything. And the fact is, I think a lot of his estimation of this, I mean, his reasons for it, I might disagree with, but I mean, in general, like his take on this is somehow correct, and it's a little weird.
Don't be creepy.
Some kind of political resistance to that. I mean, obviously. And if you aren't going to enforce that by sending in ground troops, you're going to get a civil war. Ergo, you're going to create Syria. That is the plan.
Exactly, Aaron.
That
Yes.
is the plan.
Exactly.
Best case, you're Ukraine. You have a rump state. Best case. Let's take it even further. Afghanistan. That's where Iran can be in 40 years' time. Afghanistan. And
Got something to look forward to there, Iran. You can be Afghanistan. It'll be great. All you gotta do is surrender and let us kill the Ayatollah. And you can be like Afghanistan. Okay. Hold on. Actually, I forgot. I think he's got one more clip in here. Yeah. Let's see what else Tucker had to say.
It's horrible. We allowed the architects of the Iraq War, who gravely injured the United States, got all these people killed, Americans killed, to continue to advance. They were never held to account for what they did, ever, at all.
Well, and
they became the head of the World Bank. Like, how did we do that?
The specter of that is what we've faced over the last 72 hours. This is exactly the same pitch as the Iraq War. Weapons of mass destruction.
Oh, I know.
You have to get it. So they understand one thing. They think the playbook works. This is why we have to stop it now. If we don't stop it now, it's going to work all the time. They think that playbook of lulling the American people to sleep and telling them there's these evil people that have to be taken down, and if they're taken down, everything's going to be fine after that, and that we face an apocalypse if that doesn't happen. They're running the Iraq War playbook over again with almost some of the same players, or at least the proteges.
what the hell? Steve Bannon is talking 100% crystal clear sense.
Yeah, I'm with Aaron on this. I mean, we just got done listening to Brett McGurk on CNN, basically like trying to force himself not to break out into dance and song about the U.S. getting involved in this shit. Of course, Brett McGurk was deeply involved in the Iraq War during the George Bush administration. And, you know, it's fascinating to me that somehow people like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon are getting this right, while, you know, Democrats are out there. Chuck Schumer, we must do it. And CNN is coming out there and just fully giddy about the idea of another endless war in the Middle East that would in theory cost the U.S. I mean, I don't know, hundreds of billions of dollars, depending on how long it goes for.
He's right, by the way. They think Iraq was a disaster. Iraq was a disaster. Everybody admits that. We all know it was a disaster. Well, no, they don't think it's a disaster. They're doing the exact same thing all over again. They obviously think it's really effective. Guess what? It looks like it is. It looks like it is. Trump's behind it. You've got car bombs going off in Tehran, children being blown up. I saw a little girl on social media, she's now dead, doing a little ballet dance into a dentist chair. Young girl, 5 or 6 years old. She's dead now. She's dead, sorry. And it has consent because apparently, from the American public, from the American political class, anyway, I should say rather, it has consent from Rachel Reeves, from Politico. It has consent from all these people because, of course, well, they could get nukes, they could get WMD. Exactly like 20 years ago. By the way, Iran already has weapons of mass destruction. It already has chemical weapons. It already has biological weapons. It can deliver those weapons of mass destruction to Tel Aviv today, yesterday, last week, because their missiles are getting through, whether it's ballistic missiles or whatever, hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, and I watched a story earlier detailing what Iran. I mean, and it didn't quite explain how they're doing it, but they've seemingly figured out a weakness in Israel's Iron Dome, not just the Iron Dome, but the entire apparatus, because there's multiple different levels of air defense systems in Israel, and they seem, I mean, you know, but the fact is I think the fact is a lot of the air defense, you know, was intended to fight back against, you know, rocket attacks from across the border, not, you know, ballistic missiles coming from Iran. And supposedly they've been getting the air defense systems to somehow attack each other. And there's been some amount of like footage of this that I think we saw at one point, and I wasn't sure what I was seeing. I assumed it was, you know, those missiles being intercepted, but there's claims that it's actually they've found a way to have it target itself, or have one system target the other system. And I can't explain to you how that's happening exactly, but they do seem to be managing to be very successful, I guess you could call it, in penetrating Israel's defense systems right now. And, you know, Israel's the one who fucking started this, right? They're the ones who can end it immediately. There was no reason for them to do it, right? Aside from personal reasons of people like Benjamin Netanyahu, who's wanted to do this for the last 30 years. And, you know, it just happens to line up with the fact that if there was an election today in Israel, he would lose his seat. And, of course, you know, it also lines up. Like, here's the thing. Like, you look at all the timing of all this, right? Like Israel, like what happened, right? In order, chronologically, right? The blockade went on for 3 months. And at the end of that 3 months, you know, the UK, France, and multiple other countries that are allies of Israel came out and started criticizing Israel publicly. People like Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron making public statements about Israel's fucking war crimes, you know, humanitarian, you know, atrocities that was causing, right? And what happens? Israel and the United States team up to create a facade and pretend like they're getting in aid. And since then, you know, they've been murdering people in Gaza coming to get food. And then, you know, the final stage of the talks was going to happen on Sunday. And then 2 days before that, Israel says, oh, no, this is another one of our, you know, endless justifications for committing war crimes, just wars, endless wars on our neighbors. So we better do something. We better stop this peace talk from happening. So they attack Iran. I mean, it's the chronological order of all this. I mean, it just feels all of this is just desperation coming out of the Netanyahu government of Israel. And, you know, now they're trying to drag the United States in. You know, because they don't want to lose their biggest ally, their best friend, the U.S. And now even people like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson are like, maybe we shouldn't help Iran anymore. It's fascinating. All right, let's go to CNN from yesterday. Talk more about the Republican infighting.
This morning, we're seeing an internal fracture within the GOP emerging into the open as President Trump contemplates what to do about Iran and whether to join the war militarily. Some Republican lawmakers, like Senator Lindsey Graham, urging the president to, quote, all in to keep Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Then there are the MAGA isolationists like Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's making a plea for Trump to stay out and focus on America first. The divide making its way onto conservative media with this testy exchange between Senator Ted Cruz and former Fox News anchor Tucker Carlson.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? What's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're
the Tucker Carlson expert.
You're the one who claims.
You're
the one who
claims about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't. No, you. I love this. I gotta watch this again. I just love it.
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
claims anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
Honestly, this is one of the most satisfying. This is one of the most satisfying things. I gotta watch it again. I'm sorry. But watching Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz yell at each other over this is so cathartic. I just. It's incredible.
Carlson, expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
CNN reporter Annie Gray are joining me now with much more on this. That was an extremely testy exchange there. Clearly, Tucker Carlson saying, the United States should stay out of the war, and he does still have some sway in MAGA world. How is this playing out on both sides of the GOP aisle, if you will, right now, as Trump has been weighing on what to do next? What is he hearing from either side?
Well, Sarah, Republicans are divided on what to do about Iran, and it's showing broader divisions on how Republicans handle foreign policy. And President Trump is caught in the middle of it. He is hearing from all factions of his party. Members are directly making their case to the president, and at this point it's still unclear which side of his party he's ultimately going to lean towards. But you have defense hawks like Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who you mentioned, who spoke with the president recently about making his case that the administration should go all in on eliminating.
I gotta say, we gotta change the name of our military. We gotta stop calling it the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has done near zero defending. Okay? Certainly of this country. Maybe we've defended some other countries. But it's not a defense department. It's the military. Can we stop calling it the Defense Department? When's the last time the United States was actually under threat of invasion or missile attack or any attack? It's ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. We gotta stop calling it the Defense Department.
Recently about making his case that the administration should go all in on eliminating any nuclear capabilities in Iran. Let's take a listen to what Senator Graham had to say.
Iran with a nuclear weapon is a threat not only to Israel but to us.
They don't have a nuclear weapon.
4 presidents have promised to make sure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon.
Still don't.
I think it will be Donald Trump who delivers on that promise.
And then on the other side of the party, you have isolationist right-wing Republicans like Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's been messaging with the president telling him to stay out of another foreign war. She told CNN in our reporting, quote, "We have all been very vocal for days now, urging, let's be America first, let's stay."
You know, here's the thing. Like, I'm very conflicted about how to talk about this because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want us to get involved in this at all. But you know what terrifies me? When Marjorie Taylor Greene says, let's be America first. You know, because what does that mean? It means let's stop focusing on other countries and let's focus on ruining the United States. And sure, I mean, I don't want this to be the distraction that keeps them from doing fascism here in the United States. We need a different distraction, but it just, they're already doing too much here in the United States. Maybe hands off everything, actually.
Out. So the question is going to be, Sarah, ultimately which side of the party Trump sides with, but Congress also has a potential role to play here. They could pass a Foreign Powers Act that would require the president to get authority from Congress in order to take any military action, but that is still days away, and that could put Republicans in another uncomfortable position depending on what the president decides here.
Yeah, we will see whether or not that happens and how this all plays out moment to moment. Things have been changing, messages being sent from Iran and from Israel at the same time. He's juggling that as well. Thank you so much, Amy Gray. I appreciate your reporting there from D.
Thank you, Amy. Great job. All right, let's see what this insane CNN roundtable had to say. I'm sure is
Joe
fully
Pinion. Glad
cogent.
to have you all here. I'm begin with you, Tara, because you saw those poll numbers from Harry, and there was also a top MAGA pollster. His name is Rich Barris, and he posted this warning to Trump, saying, quote, if he pulls the trigger, it's all over MAGA. Now, this is suggesting, of course, that Republicans might lose their majority in Congress for a decade. So I wonder how much of Trump's reaction and contemplation is factoring this in.
I think President Trump is realizing that MAGA is not that loyal to him, not as loyal as he thinks. Yeah, I mean, did you see that comment that he made to Michael Scher at The Atlantic this morning? He said, I made America first. I can decide what it means. To me, that means someone who is very reflexive, is in a defensive state, and he thinks he controls it. By the way, it was Reagan, I think, who came up with America first. But you know what I'm saying? He thinks that he can decide what is America first, what is isolationist, he thinks he can decide what the policy is of MAGA, and they'll go along with him. But they're showing that they're on the brink. They've had it. They are not happy with this, and they're already coming off of being angry with him on going back and forth on his immigration policies over the past week. As you saw, he was saying, we'll make exceptions for farm workers, restaurateurs, hoteliers. They went crazy over that, and he quickly reversed it. This is something he does. He sees the base react to his moments when he veers away from what
Harry majorly let you down last week? Harry who? Harry Enton? What did Harry do?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
you really want, and then he goes back to suit them. So he's really controlled by them more than he tries to let on that he controls them.
Do you think that there is a loyalty issue if this is that red line?
Look, I think the reality is that whether you hate him or love him, President Trump built the broadest coalition that we have seen in probably the better part of 2 decades with the Republican Party. With that broad coalition comes challenges. One of those challenges becomes the issue of foreign policy. When you have people that were united behind Trump because they thought that he would be the end of the military-industrial complex of forever wars. And so I do think that we do have a little bit of PTSD in the public square when people hear things that
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't need this CNN roundtable garbage. Had enough. Okay. Let's see what Bernard Sanders had to say a couple days ago. This is from Bernie's own YouTube channel.
Thank you very much for joining me. In the year 2025, one might have hoped that...
Wait, are we still talking about Harry Enton? Harry said on a CNN panel that discrimination against black people doesn't compare to discrimination against Jewish people? That's just demonstrably untrue. That is disappointing. That is disappointing. That's very disappointing. Harry, that is weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Harry grew up in the fucking Bronx. Wake up, Harry.
Thank you very much for joining me. In the year 2025, one might have hoped that the global community would be working together to address the existential threat of climate change, working to prevent future pandemics, working to address the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that exist, working to improve the standard of living of struggling people all over the world. But tragically, that is not where we are today, quite the contrary. Instead of addressing the major crises that we face, the world is now looking at the terrible war in Ukraine, started by Putin, which has taken hundreds of thousands of lives over the last 3 years. We are looking at the horrific war in Gaza, where, as we speak, thousands of Palestinian children are facing starvation due to Israel's inhumane and illegal war policies. And now we face a dangerous and escalating war in Iran, which was begun in violation of international law by the extremist Netanyahu government. And the main point that I want to make today is that it is absolutely imperative that the United States not be dragged into this war. Let me say a word about how this war began. On Thursday, Netanyahu launched an illegal and unilateral surprise attack on Iran, bombing targets across the country and killing hundreds of people. Iran has responded with attacks of its own, which have killed dozens of people in Israel. Whatever you may think of the corrupt and authoritarian Iranian regime, Israel's attack clearly violated international law and the United Nations Charter. While every country has the right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch so-called preemptive wars of this kind. But let's remember who Netanyahu is. He is a war criminal under indictment by the International Criminal Court for starving innocent people and killing civilians in Gaza. At this very moment in Gaza, Israel continues to prevent the UN from delivering humanitarian aid. And just today in Gaza, Israeli tanks fired into a crowd desperately trying to collect food, killing at least 59 people. So it should come as little surprise that Netanyahu ignored international law to start this war with Iran. But Netanyahu's decision to strike also directly contravened the express wishes of the United States, which was seeking a diplomatic resolution to the long-standing tensions around Iran's nuclear program. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. Let me repeat. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. A 6th round of talks was planned for Sunday, but Netanyahu chose instead to start this war. So let's be clear. Israel's attack was specifically designed to sabotage American diplomatic efforts. In fact, in its first round of strikes, Israel assassinated the man overseeing Iran's nuclear negotiating team. And let's also remember that U.S. intelligence has never indicated that Iran has made the decision to build a nuclear weapon. Just a few months ago, Trump's own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to Congress that, quote, the intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, end of quote. But Netanyahu chose to attack, crippling diplomatic efforts and risking a full-blown regional war. He is now openly talking about regime change in Iran and threatening to kill the political leadership of that country without any thought to the chaos that might ensue. Let's also not forget that the current Islamic regime in Iran is itself the product of a Western-backed coup in 1953 that overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and replaced it with a corrupt autocrat.
100%, Bernie. I've been saying it this whole time. Yep. It wasn't just us too. It was a combination of us and the United Kingdom's MI6, CIA MI6. Overthrew a democratically elected leader. They were worried about, the fact that guy, Mossadegh, wanted to, hold on to Iran's oil for themselves. They were doing, what's it called? Nationalization efforts of Iran's oil supplies, taking away from British Petroleum, or then, what was it called then? I can't remember the name of it. But the company that is now British Petroleum, whatever it was named back in the 50s, had control of Iranian oil fields. And so they said, oh, we can't have that. And did a coup.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go to a guy who he's a Democrat who I do have some disagreements with. But he does have at least a good take on this a little bit. Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine has a plan, basically a constitutional plan.
Mr. President,
And the fact is Donald Trump's already trying to circumvent this one.
hour with few folks on the floor to talk about the most serious issue we could ever talk about on the floor of the United States Senate, the prospect that America may soon be in a war. There's no part of the Constitution that's more important than the Article 1 provisions making plain that the United States should not be at war without a vote of Congress. And yet the news of the day suggests that we are potentially on the verge of a war with Iran. When I was elected to the Senate in 2012, having served as a governor from 2006 to 2010 during a tremendous upsurge in the two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, I visited our troops multiple times in the Green Zone in Baghdad and in Afghanistan. I went to the deployments and the homecomings. I went to the wakes and the funerals. And I told myself when I came to the Senate that if I ever had the chance to stop this nation from getting into an unnecessary war, I would do everything I could to stop us from getting into an unnecessary war. I happen to believe that the United States engaging in a war against Iran, a third war in the Middle East since 2001, would be a catastrophic blunder for this country. I think there are some in this body who have a different point of view than me on that point, but I think we should all be able to agree that the fundamental constitutional principle that says we shouldn't be in a war if Congress doesn't have the guts to debate it and vote on it, we should all, having taken an oath to the Constitution, at least support the principle that war is something that should be for Congress to declare.
Yeah, and on this, Tim Kaine is totally right. Can't disagree with that. The war powers, rest with the Congress. But Donald Trump wants to circumvent that. But also, I would like to point this out to Tim Kaine. You funded this war. Okay, buddy? You sent Israel bombs and missiles and tanks and planes over and over and over and over and over again. There hasn't been a single time that Tim Kaine has voted against giving Israel more aid. So, it's kind of your fault this is happening. Not saying that you're not right about this particular issue, but you were very wrong over and over again, giving Israel all these fucking weapons. Just gonna say that. Okay. All right, let's see what old Emmanuel Macron had to say while at the G7 summit. Here's Reuters with that clip.
Nous ne voulons pas un Iran qui se dote de l'arme nucléaire.
We do not want Iran to get nuclear weapons or have ballistic capabilities. I believe that the biggest error today is to seek a regime change in Iran through military means, because that would lead to chaos. Therefore, our responsibility is to resume discussions as quickly as possible to restore a framework for addressing the nuclear and ballistic issues. This is what France has consistently done for the past 10 years.
C'est constamment ce que la France fait depuis 10 ans.
Does anyone think that what was done in Iraq in 2003 was a good idea? Does anyone think that what was done in Libya the next decade was a good idea? No. I'm also thinking of our friends in the region, in Iraq, Lebanon, and elsewhere. We must help them reduce everything that, indeed, threatens their security, but they need anything but chaos.
Yeah, the world needs anything but chaos. We're already living in an incredibly chaotic moment. We don't need more chaos. But it's not clear to me that that's not exactly what we're gonna get. Let's go to the Ministry. Actually, this isn't the Ministry of Truth. This is the Offense Department, Pentagon. Right? Oh, wait, no. Tammy is the Undersecretary of State. She's little Marco Rubio's assistant.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Let's go to Tammy. What's Tammy got to say about all this?
All right. Yes, Andrea. Just a quick question. There's some specific consular needs. One in particular that I'm aware of, and there may be more than one, is an American citizen in Iran, where there is no embassy, no consulate. Mm-hmm. Would that be the Swiss protectorate? Would there be other options? Is consular affairs give any advice as to what to do about Americans right now stuck in? I can't speak to any advice or information regarding individuals in Iran at this point. And what about America?
Sorry, Americans, if you're in Iran, you're on your own, according to Tammy. You're fucked. We don't care about you. We're gonna keep letting Israel do whatever it's doing.
Israelis or Israeli Americans either wanting to come out or wanting to get back home. LL, I believe, has resumed flights in some small measure for people who, some people have kids in Israel and they were visiting the States. Mm-hmm. And they're American citizens. Is there anything that they can do? Where should they call this number? Well, obviously, if and we encourage every American when you travel, is to contact your local embassy or consulate, let them know you're there, make sure you know where they are, have those numbers, and that's what I would recommend, no matter where you're traveling, but certainly in the Middle East, is know where those entities are, know where the embassy is. So if you're in Israel, obviously it's Tel Aviv or it's Jerusalem. Are they open? Well, they will answer their phone.
Are they open? Damn, he's like, you can call them, they'll probably answer the phone. That's great. That's helpful. That is helpful. Thank you, Tammy. That does, yeah, wow. Great protection from Tammy. Just give the embassy a call. Okay. Interesting plan. All right, we got more from Tammy, though, so hold your horses. Let's see what Tammy had to say about regime change in Iran.
Safety and security of Americans around the world. All right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tammy, would the U.S. government like to see regime change in Iran?
First of all, I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do.
Okay.
What we've seen, though, is clear. Is months and repeated statements that all he wants is a peaceful world. His activity and the nature of the actions.
The guy quoted as saying, "We will unleash all hell." Okay? And what else has he said? We're not going to kill the Supreme Leader. Yet. We might do it. But not yet. He loves peace. Guy loves peace. The very peaceful president. He just wants peace. Can't talk about regime change. Why did they make Nurse Ratched as a spokesperson? Who is Nurse Ratched? What does that mean? Are you talking about Tammy? She does. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. But like Tammy was a former, if I'm not mistaken, Tammy was like a former like talk radio person, right? I think that's why she got this job. She's like a Republican talk radio person, right? Hold on. I honestly don't know enough about Tammy Bruce. Yeah, she was a conservative. She's a conservative radio host. That's why she is. Because this administration is replete with a bunch of Republican talk show and TV hosts. Because that's the only thing Donald Trump understands. If you're on Fox News or like a Limbaugh type, you're getting a job. Great job. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Thank you. Oh, yes. Sorry, it's been a while since I saw that one. Okay, one last one from Tammy here. Might take a break after this one. Boy, oh boy. One more Tammy Bruce clip.
First of all,
can you tell me, sir?
Alan Fisher from Al Jazeera English.
Very good. How do you do?
Fine, thank you. The U.S. intelligence assessment on March 26 was that Iran was not working towards a nuclear bomb. What's changed? That the U.S. position seems to be that it was very close.
Well, again, I can't speak to intelligence assessments, what may or may not have changed, or to the fact that it is President Trump and his team who are seeing things that matter when it comes to the decision making, and I think that that's what's happened here.
Second question is, if the president in his first term was willing to give the Taliban 18 months to come up with a deal, why was there only 60 days given to the Iranians to discuss something which is much more complicated?
Again, I'm not going to discuss the details of the decisions made by the president.
Tammy's got a lot of great non-answers for us. Thanks, Tammy. Hey, I can't answer for the president. I'm just the State Department spokesperson. How great. So helpful. She's really great at just not answering questions. I would love some answers to those questions, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This is a very, very reasonable request from this Al Jazeera reporter. But Tammy not prepared to answer any of that. Okay, now the Pentagon decided to send more U.S. forces to the Middle East as of a couple days ago. Here's CBS News on that story.
Here's a look at where U.S. forces are in the Middle East right now. In the eastern Mediterranean Sea, there are 3 destroyers in the Red Sea, and then there's 2 destroyers, in the Red Sea. And in the Arabian Sea, there's the USS Carl Vinson carrier strike group, including an aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, and a guided missile cruiser. And heading to the Middle East right now from the Indo-Pacific Command, the USS Carl Nimitz carrier strike group, including an aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers. They just passed what's called the Malacca Strait, a passage between Indonesia and Malaysia. And the number of American troops in the Middle East right now, approximately 40,000 U.S. forces total. In Iraq, there are about 3,000, and in Syria, about 1,000. CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson tells us how the Pentagon is framing the additional movements here.
The Pentagon is sending additional forces towards the Middle East amid the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. Those additional forces include more fighter jets, refueling tankers, and a second carrier strike group. The second aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, was always expected to head from the Indo-Pacific.
I find it very strange that they're choosing to use this footage. This is not footage of U.S. troops. That is an Israeli jet. That's very confusing. What is the deal with this footage? It doesn't even line up with what we're talking about. Jesus Christ.
The second aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, was always expected to head from the Indo-Pacific towards the Middle East, but is now going, quote, without delay, according to U.S. officials. And that carrier will add to the naval presence the U.S. has throughout the region, which includes destroyers with ballistic missile defense systems that have, along with ground-based defense interceptors, been helping Israel defend itself by shooting down incoming Iranian missiles in.
We're helping Israel defend itself. Huh. I'm not sure how that works. We've already, I don't think this counts as Israel defending itself. This is the United States just blatantly defending Israel. Like, all the bombs and the Patriot missiles and all of this, that's the Israel defending itself part with our money. Now we're actively defending them. We already were. That's why all those fucking carriers were there in the first place. All right, let's go to CBS. Oh, wait, actually, I just realized I should take a break. We're at 6 hours, and we still got a bunch to talk about with all of this. Last 24 hours have been very busy. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back with more of this Iran conflict after these brief messages. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. Make sure to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Maybe click that bell icon too. Get those notifications so you don't miss any of the latest Galactic content. All good ideas, I think. You know what else is a good idea? Contributing to the Galactic News Network. Because if you want this stream to continue existing, we're going to need the funds to pay the bills. The only way we can do this, otherwise, because, if I'm on the streets or just floating through space in a powered down space station, I'm not going to be able to do this. A lot of great ways for you to do that. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. Great way to make sure all the money gets to us rather than only 60 or 70% of it. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Patreon member. Only $3 a month. Not only will you know that we are getting almost the entirety of that $3, you get a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So get on it, Jet. Help us out. Help us continue to help you be more aware of what's happening out there on the planet. All right, enough from me. Enjoy the break. Sasha G. Giving out 5 sweet Galactic News Network gift memberships. Blue Tomato getting one. Robert G. Notchket. Sassy Sasarai. And Jules T. Much appreciated, Sasha. G-Squad. That's right. G-Unit. Great idea. So we gotta keep getting those membies up. We have been sliding on our memberships, which means that we are, not even close to getting a 19th emote right now. I'm sure one day we'll get there, but right now we're a bit behind. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's much appreciated. And honestly, the one thing I love about memberships is it really brings people together. Not only does it give people benefits, I think it also, in some way, sort of incentivizes people to come to the stream and be like, hey, I got sweet emotes and a feeling of awesome galacticness, and, I think it's great. I think it's good, and it's also great. So good and great. Okay. I've lost my place. Where were we? Okay. Yeah, we just got done talking about the Pentagon sending more U.S. forces to the Middle East. Now, CBS did a story talking about the B-2 bomber. Let's see what they had to say about this.
Well, as Israel and Iran continue to exchange strikes and the Trump administration weighs its options, there's one resource drawing some attention. It's called the B-2 Spirit bomber. It can carry a so-called bunker buster bomb capable of penetrating 200 feet inside a target. The B-2s are primarily located at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. And that's where we find CBS News correspondent Ian Lee. Ian, tell us a little bit more about this very impressive instrument, the B-2 bomber.
Hi, Elizabeth. Yeah, if that bomber were to take off, it would fly pretty much directly over me. We've been out here waiting, seeing if it's going to take off, but this is a very special plane. It is a stealth bomber, and as you pointed out, it can carry a bunker buster bomb. This is the The
way that this reporter talks about it, this is a very special plane. So special, I almost want to stroke it. Like, the fetishization of the military-industrial complex that goes on in the mainstream U.S. media, it is fucking horrifying. I don't know how many dollars they get to make this kind of coverage, but it's ridiculous. This is a commercial, says Earl. Well, that's exactly what it feels like. It's like, have you ever seen one of these stealth bombers? Oh, it's so sleek and sexy. I just want to do things to it sexually.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, I won't.
U-57 massive ordnance penetrator. This is a 30,000-pound guided bomb that this plane can deliver anywhere in the world from this plane taking off from right behind me. And this is significant because it would be then targeting, if it were to go to Iran, the Fordo nuclear power plant. This is a power plant that's buried underneath a mountain, and so this is really one of the only bombs that could even try to get down that far. The bomb can penetrate about 200 feet deep, and so this is why this bomb is very significant, and that's why we're watching this base closely to see if any of those planes are taking off. Now, if plane does take off, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to Iran, but it does show that if
it does take off, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to Iran. Okay, good joke, CBS.
Give me a joke.
Where else would it be going? What other reason would we have for a stealth bomber to be taking off. Huh? Now, I'm sure CBS News won't tell us if that ever happens, but thankfully they're here before it happens to tell about the potentiality of it happening. Very helpful and great. Thank you, CBS, for, as Earl of Laurel just said, that fantastic MIC military industrial complex commercial. Hope CBS is getting a cut of those freaking bomb sales. All right, let's keep going through the news. It's been a very busy week on this, and we have not been able to cover all of this that I would have liked to cover, at least half of this yesterday, but the stream had to be cut short yesterday, unfortunately. Notchcat. Yeah, that's right. Sasha G's over here making it rain Galactic Membies. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera English from about 48 hours or maybe a little bit more ago. God, it's been a busy fucking couple of days.
Iran has launched another wave of missiles towards Israel as hostilities escalate. The two countries have been exchanging strikes for a fifth day. Now, one of the latest Iranian missiles made impact in central Israel, causing a fire. Firefighters are tackling the blaze, which appears to have engulfed multiple cars. At least 24 people have been killed across Israel since Friday. And earlier, air raid sirens sounded across Tel Aviv with multiple interceptions seen above the sky. Israeli media are reporting an estimated 20 Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel in the latest attack. Well, Bernard Smith has more details from Jordan's capital, Amman. He's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel, as well as the occupied West Bank.
Iranian missiles in the early hours of Wednesday caused fires in an area of central Israel, and Iran's Fars news agency says one of the targets was the Meron airbase, that's in northern Israel. No indication whether that was hit. There is military censorship in wartime in Israel, and if sensitive targets are hit, media is prevented and not allowed to report that. Another area that was hit earlier on Tuesday was Herzliya. Buses set on fire in that area, and the Iranians again saying that was a military location. But Israel's military says it's destroyed in Iran about 200 missile launching locations, and they say they believe the Iranians are not able to fire the number of missiles they want to, and there has been a reduction in the number of missiles Israel is counting, about 200 overnight Saturday into Sunday. From Sunday to Monday, it was about 65. Monday to Tuesday, it was lower again at about 30. Most of the missiles, the Israelis say, are intercepted. They don't say how many get through, but as we've seen, the ones that do get through, and sometimes the shrapnel from them, have devastating consequences. At least 24 buildings in Israel have got to be destroyed, and 18,000 Israelis are putting claims for compensation for property damaged by Iranian missiles. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Thank you, Bernard. Much appreciated. Okay. Now, this is, I think, from shortly after that strike occurred, an Iranian official came out with a message for, I guess you would assume, Israel and maybe the United States as well a little bit. Let's go here to the AP with this clip.
اما عملیاتی که تاکنون اجرا شده صرفاً
هشدار carried out so far were merely a warning.
بازدارندگی بوده است و عملیات
And a deterrence. What is happening? Oh, there we go. A punitive operation will be implemented soon. Therefore, residents of Tel Aviv and Jaffa are strongly warned to leave those areas for their own safety. Don't fall victim to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's animal desires. There you go. There was a Iranian military official suggesting that what we have seen at least up until a couple of days ago was just a warning, and also simultaneously giving another warning to multiple cities in Israel. Something that Israel's been claiming they're the only ones who've been giving warnings, but this is actually the second or third warning that Iran has given, at least up to that point, to civilians in Israel to evacuate. Israel likes to pretend that they care about civilians while they massacre civilians. And here's Iran doing, doing a little warning for civilians. Trying to bite DBZ. Bite DBZ. Dragon Ball Z? Who's got something against Dragon Ball Z? Come on. Come on! Ridiculous. It's a classic. And biting a Dragon Ball Z VHS is basically a war crime. Okay?
Illegal.
But yeah, I find it fascinating because the fact is Israel, I mean, even through these warnings, Israel continues to claim that they're the only ones warning civilians in this conflict. But there's been multiple instances of Iran doing the same thing. I mean, whatever. It's not shocking that we continue to be gaslit by Israeli officials. Oh, you're using bite in the colloquial sense, not in the literal sense. Okay. I honestly missed whatever it was. All right, now let's go here to the Wall Street Journal from yesterday. Yes, we are up to close to at least the last 24 hours, or at least getting through this chat. Great job for having the stalwart resolve to get through all this. But I'm trying to be as what's the word? Encompassing of this situation, so that we have as clear of a picture of what's happened up to now, as it would seem this is going to be continuing for some time, unless something dramatic happens between now. I don't know about between, but even in the near future. All right. Wall Street Journal from yesterday. Iran has more missiles than Israel has interceptors. Now what?
For days, Israel's defenses have largely held up against Iran's missile attacks. But there's a growing concern that Israel is burning through its defensive weapons.
Is that a concern?
And its arrow interceptors, which play a key role in taking out Iran's ballistic missiles, are in short supply, according to a U.S. official. The United States, which has been helping Israel shoot down threats, is also expending its munitions. The U.S. official and analysts familiar with the numbers say that Iran has more missiles than Israel and the U.S. have interceptors, raising concerns about Israel's ability to defend itself long term. So here's what the interceptor shortfall means for Israel, its allies, and the broader Middle East. Israel uses different systems to provide a
I love the framing from Wall Street Journal because while they're talking about this, I mean, they talk about Israel defending itself in an offensive war that they started. I mean, oh no, the guys who started the war can't defend themselves? Wow, maybe they should have thought of that.
And the broader Middle East. Israel uses different systems to provide a multi-layered defense of its airspace. The Arrow 3 is considered the crown jewel of this network. With a range of about 1,500 miles, the Arrow 3 is used to counter long-range ballistic missiles, including those that fly above the Earth's atmosphere. Arrow 3 has been critical in countering attacks from Iran and Yemen, and it can intercept threats before they cross into Israel's airspace. The Arrow 2, an older version of the system, is also used to intercept short to medium-range ballistic missiles. Then there's David Sling, primarily used to counter medium-range ballistic missiles, among other threats. And finally,
I love the biblical imagery with the David's sling. Come on. Come on.
Sling, primarily used to counter medium-range ballistic missiles, among other threats. And finally, the Iron Dome, which is used to shoot down short-range threats like rockets from Gaza. Experts say the Iron Dome is not playing a major role in this current conflict with Iran, and that the Arrow systems and David Sling have been key. Even though some missiles have slipped through, Israel's layered defense has proven to be extremely effective. Israel says its interception rate for ballistic missiles is about 90%, and of the 370 missiles fired by Iran in recent days, about 30 have made an impact as of June 17th. But as Tom Carrico, the director of the Missile Defense Project at CSIS, put it to me, the capability is not the question, it's the capacity that matters. And capacity could be a huge problem, because arrows play a key role in shooting down not just Iran's ballistic missiles, but also threats from Iranian proxy groups like the Houthis in Yemen. In a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces said, "The IDF is prepared and ready to handle any scenario. Unfortunately, we are unable to comment on matters related to munitions." Israel doesn't talk about how many interceptors it has, because if its enemies knew that number, they would know how many missiles to fire at the country.
By the way, I just want to point this out to you, because we're the ones who are giving them all these missiles. The Arrow 3 missiles cost about $4 million each. And the Arrow 2 missiles cost around $3 million each. Good God. How much the David Sling ones cost? About $1 million. They're the cheaper ones. So yeah, just remember that every time you see one of these go flying up, that's somewhere between $4 and $1 million of U.S. aid just literally going up in flames.
The company that makes the Arrow interceptors, IAI, did not respond to requests for comment. Back in December, Israel's defense ministry struck a deal with IAI to make more Arrow 3 interceptors. However, the Arrows are complex missiles that cost more than $2 million apiece and take time to produce. Analysts say, in general, defensive weapons are hard.
No way, it takes time to produce missiles? They don't just appear out of thin air? You're kidding me.
And more expensive to make than offensive weapons because they have to be more sophisticated and more precise than the missiles they're designed to take out. Plus, in some cases, you have to fire several interceptors in order to neutralize a missile. That's why Israel has been focused on taking out Iran's missile and drone capabilities on the ground during its aerial campaign.
Basically, I mean, every time one of those Arrow 3 missiles goes up, we could give, I don't know, 1 million starving children a meal instead. Just think about that. Every time you see one of those missiles, well, there goes the food that could have gone to 1 million children. There we go.
The IDF says it has dismantled more than 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers. but Iran has still been able to launch volleys of missiles at Israel. The United States, aware of Israel's interceptor capacity issues for months, has been augmenting the country's defenses.
We are full of gratitude and thanks for the defensive systems that the United States has put in play.
Yeah,
the ground-based THAAD
no
system,
kidding.
which can intercept missiles inside or outside the atmosphere, and the U.S. has sent Navy ships into the region, which can counter missiles.
What the fuck?
SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 interceptors. Plus, fighter jets can shoot down drones, missiles, and other threats.
Oh my
I can
god.
say with authority that they have saved hundreds.
Oh my god. I had to do it while I was looking these things up. Holy shit. This thing, the THAAD, which is a bit, there's multiple, I think there's multiple THAAD systems deployed right now. Every time that this thing launches a missile, it costs, anybody want to guess how, well, whatever. I'm not going to make you guess. Every time that a THAAD launches a missile, it costs, brace yourselves, 10 to 15 million dollars. Jesus Christ. This is why we can't have nice things in the United States, because we keep doing this over and 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 over. Can't have health care, but we can defend Israel.
Drones, missiles, and other threats.
And I can say with authority that they have saved hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives over the past 4 days since Iran has been firing these ballistic missiles into our population centers.
But U.S. interceptors aren't unlimited either. For example, defense documents show that the U.S. has only procured about 600 THAAD interceptors to date. So what does all of this mean for the current conflict in the Middle East?
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. Remember.
Jesus Christ. Joe is right.
This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. America first, unless Israel needs a little help. All right, let's go here. Al Jazeera from yesterday. Iran is unlikely to comply with Donald Trump's demand for surrender. No. What?
I don't want reality.
You're not just going to listen to Donald Trump because he yelled it or tweeted it on Truth Social? Weird. Wow.
All these latest developments with Ali Vez, who's director of
Look
the
at that
Iran
wallpaper.
project at the International Crisis Group, is joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being with us on Al Jazeera, Ali. First of all, how do you view the latest comments by the U.S. President Donald Trump saying that we, meaning the Iranians and the Israelis and the Americans, control the skies? We know where the supreme leader is. Are we soon going to see direct strikes from the U.S., you think?
I think the odds of the United States joining this war are much higher than it's stopping the war. It does appear that President Trump seems impressed with Israel's initial military achievements and wants to join in and finish the job because he thinks that he would be able to get the credit. Of course, the long-term consequences are something else, and I don't think necessarily that either him or Prime Minister Netanyahu are paying much attention to what happens next.
Right. He's demanding, Donald Trump, an unconditional surrender of the Iranians, while at the same time, 24 hours ago, so he was asking them to do a deal. From Tehran's point of view, is there still a credible diplomatic path forward, given Trump's framing of a complete give-up, or has that rhetoric now closed the door for now?
I don't believe that the Iranians no longer see President Trump as a reliable negotiating partner. He provided a green light for Israel to attack Iran just 2 days before President's special envoy Steve Witkoff was supposed to meet with the Iranians in Moscow. President Trump had not said that, in his view, the diplomatic track was exhausted, and yet allowed this operation to go forward and is now joining it. and is asking for Iranian surrender. Now, imagine from the Iranian perspective, I think the only thing that is more dangerous than suffering from Israeli and American bombs is actually surrendering to American terms.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to point out is while people are claiming the United States is still not involved in this war, Donald Trump is demanding the surrender of the country that we were just recently negotiating with, right? How is that not involved? I mean, if we don't count all of the aid that we're giving Israel or all of the air support that we're giving Israel, all the battle fleets that we are sending to the area as support, or just the litany of fucking actual involvement up to this point. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, demanding the surrender of a nation that's under attack by one of our allies. It's beyond involvement, considering the United States has the largest military on the planet and we are mobilizing that fucking military to the area. I mean, what? How is that not involvement? It's clearly, I mean, it's beyond involvement. We're an active participant in the war right now, regardless of whether or not we're dropping bombs on Iran. It's just nonsensical sort of like word games that we're playing when people are claiming that we're not involved. It's like, we're not involved. We're just doing all the things but dropping bombs on Iran. Semantics.
Precision of language, please.
All right, let's go to CNN from yesterday, where they're going to try to gauge the risks of the U.S. strikes on Iran. How exciting.
A lot of the talk right now about the decision President Trump needs to make is whether to bring in U.S. assets.
I just realized that the volume was super low for that fucking video. That's my bad.
To take out a specific facility that is in the mountains, the Fordo facility. Tell us why that facility is so important and what it would mean if the U.S. were to actually take that out.
Well, Fordo is really the linchpin of the Iranian nuclear program. You have roughly 3,000 centrifuges buried about 300 feet underground, encased in very solid cement. And there is no way that Israel can bomb this site into oblivion. They just do not have the munitions to do it.
You know, all these maps that they keep bringing out on CNN, the way they're talking about this is giving me big time Iraq war vibes. I don't know if I'm the only one.
And there is no way that Israel can bomb this site into oblivion. They just do not have the munitions to do it. The only munitions that can do it are the 30,000-pound bunker busters, the massive ordnance penetrators that can be carried by a B-2 stealth bomber. And even those, it would take more than one of those to take down a site of this magnitude. It would probably take multiple 30,000-pound bombs. And so the big question now is President Trump going to authorize that airstrike? Now, even if he doesn't do it, Israel has other options, including the possibility of a commando raid, because they now have complete air superiority over Iran.
You mean
so it's
boots on the ground?
I think Israel could put boots on the ground because, again, they control the skies above Iran, so that gives them tremendous freedom of action. But that would be risky, obviously, and the most surefire way to demolish the site would be to dispatch B-2 stealth bombers. And the question is President Trump going to do that or not?
Listen to the way that CNN is talking about this. Abby Phillip is like, yeah. I wonder if she's having any reservations about doing this story with the way that they're talking. I mean, this is just the only way to do it is for the U.S. to get involved. And it's almost like they're hoping that Donald Trump does it. I am just floored. I am utterly appalled by this. We must come to save Israel from the non-existent imminent threat that they've been talking about.
The other big questions here,
WMDs in the Middle East. We might as well just re-elect George Bush to a third term at this point.
Alluded to it earlier in the show, is how close really is.
At least he was funny. Of course I'm kidding. But it's like, I'm like beside myself on this one. It's just ridiculous. Well, people don't understand. Actually, I'm kind of doing a Trump impression right there. It's been a minute since I tried to do a George Bush impression. Now, what people don't understand. Really, if you fool me, if you fool me, can't be fool me. I can't fool me again.
Iran to a nuclear bomb. There's some dispute between the Israeli intelligence assessment and the U.S. intelligence assessment. But I want to play for you, Max, this clip of just the history of this, of Israeli leaders talking about how close Iran is. Listen.
The deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely close. And Iran, by the way, is also outpacing Iraq in the development of ballistic missile systems that they hope will reach the eastern seaboard of the United States within 15 years. By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. The foremost sponsor of global terrorism could be weeks away from having enough enriched uranium for an entire arsenal of nuclear weapons. That would place a militant Islamic terror regime weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
So all the way back in 1996, it was weeks away, right? So, I mean, the United States' assessment seems to be that's not actually the case. Maybe it's years away. Two questions for you. Which one do you believe? And secondly, if Israel doesn't take out Fordo, for example, has it really damaged Iran's nuclear program as much as it says that it wants to?
Well, as that piece demonstrates, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been very alarmist for a long time about the Iranian nuclear program. And obviously, in hindsight, a lot of that alarm was exaggerated. But I think it is the case that the Iranian nuclear program has accelerated since President Trump's disastrous decision in 2018 to exit the Iranian nuclear accord. At that point, we know that the Iranian breakout time, the amount of time they would take to have enough fissile material for a bomb, was over a year. Now, I think everybody agrees, including U.S. intelligence, it's down to a week or two. I think the question...
No, what? What? That's a lie. That's just a flat-out lie. Abby, hit back on that. This is ridiculous. Donald Trump's own director of national intelligence said that they're years away from a bomb. Meanwhile, we got a CNN host telling all of us, actually, they can do it in days. They could have a nuclear bomb tomorrow. Wow. Wow, dude. This is wildly irresponsible. That's journalism for you, folks. That's journalism. Just whatever. Just say whatever you want. It's fine.
I don't want reality.
All right, let's go and see what Ayatollah Khomeini had to say yesterday. Here's BBC News.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, says Iran will never compromise as Israel and Iran continues to trade strikes. It comes as US President Donald Trump called for Iran's leaders to unconditionally surrender. Posting on his social media platform Truth Social, President Trump said the US knows where the supreme leader is, but they are not going to kill him, at least not yet. Our North America correspondent Jake Kwon has this report.
President Donald Trump is considering whether the U.S. should get directly involved in the war against Iran, a question that may define his presidency. He rushed back to Washington, leaving the G7 meeting a day early.
C'était surtout le président Trump.
Monsieur President Trump. Hold on. We don't need this whole BBC piece. Here we are. Unconditional surrender.
Unconditional surrender. Iran's supreme leader remained defiant. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei wrote on social media, Iran will never compromise with Zionists, and we will show the Zionists no mercy. And in another post, he wrote, the battle begins. Americans have been moving its fighter jets to the Middle East, as well as moving to Europe dozens of tanker aircrafts used to refuel fighter jets and bombers.
They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
It's unclear how much of this is stepping up to fight or the art of the deal, but President Trump appears to have lost his taste for diplomacy. It's quite a turn for a president who promised no new war on his watch. Jay Kwon, BBC News, Washington.
There we go. Ayatollah Khamenei says that he's not going to be compromising with Israel. That would seem that unconditional surrender is out of the question for now. Let's go here. Al Jazeera English, also from yesterday. Talk about some of the symbols that are being used.
Well, we are bringing you the first live...
Oopsies. What? No. Oh, whatever. This is the... yeah.
Well, while Iran and Israel continue to trade fire, there's a propaganda war happening online. Israel has deployed tactics to push its narrative to the Iranian people, while Tehran is looking to do the same. Bedad Mehichi explains.
Israel has named its operation Rising Lion. In a photo published a day before the attack on Iran, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu placed a note in the Western Wall that reads, "The people shall rise up as a great lion." It's a reference to a story from the Bible of a lion that would not rest until it satisfied its hunger. But many also believe it's drawn from historic Iranian symbols. The lion and sun are an ancient national symbol that first appeared in the 12th century, an emblem of ancient Persia that represents courage, kingship, and strength. Most recently, a part of Iran's flag, prior to the Islamic Revolution. Operation Rising Lion, a possible nod to Iran's imperial past. Israel has invoked Iranian symbols and slogans in its propaganda campaign, even using slogans of recent nationwide anti-government protests.
Zan, Zandegi, Azadi.
Trying to portray itself as a protector of human rights in Iran. The Israeli army even putting out statements in Persian.
Oh my God. The idea of Israel as a defender of human rights is one of the most risible things I've heard all day. I'm too tired to laugh.
Even putting out statements in Persian.
A message from the heart of Tel Aviv to the good people of Iran. Do not fall for your regime's propaganda.
A similar tactic deployed by a news agency affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard, now publishing articles in Hebrew, and at times displaying large murals with messages written in Hebrew as well. A war of words, symbols, and slogans aimed at winning the hearts and minds of two peoples in the background of a bitter and escalating conflict. Bedad Mehichi, Al Jazeera.
Well, joining me now is Mark Owen Jones. He's an associate professor of media analytics at Northwestern University here in Qatar. Mark, great to see you again. Israel clearly...
There we go, the propaganda from Israel's going all sorts of directions, trying to stoke a revolution in Iran, which really doesn't seem to be taking. Trying to use Iran's own symbolism in its sort of cartoonish attempts to stoke that revolution and in its propaganda plans. Stay with Al Jazeera once again from yesterday. The Ayatollah had more stuff to say.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has released a statement as the conflict between Israel and Iran intensifies. He says the Iranian nation will stand firm against an imposed war, just as it will stand firm against an imposed peace. And this nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Americans should know that any U.S. military intervention will undoubtedly cause irreparable damage. His comments follow another night of attacks from both sides as the conflict between Israel and Iran threatens to escalate even further. Well, let's bring in now Tawheed Asadi is in the Iranian capital Tehran for us. So, Tawheed, listening to the statements by Iran's supreme leader, does it mean that Trump's demands are deal breakers rather than deal makers from Iran's perspective?
Yes, indeed. Exactly as you said. It seems that Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not into such proposals, as we heard from him, that Iran is not going to, an Iranian nation, quote unquote, is not going to accept imposed peace, by which he means that in case the Israelis and the Americans try to impose some preconditions for possible negotiations on peace, Iran is not going to accept. Iran is going to continue. We at least heard three important messages from Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei directed towards Americans in his very recent speech. First, he said that the incident took place, the attack, the Israeli strikes took place while Iranian diplomats were engaged in a trajectory of indirect talks with the United States, and these strikes happens while Iran didn't send out any signal of harsh or military activity while it was engaged in diplomatic negotiations. Also, he said that Iran is not going to surrender. He said that Americans should know about it, and that in case there is going to be a military intervention by the United States in this already complicated, intricate scenario, there is a possibility of further escalations, running the risk of, as we speak to different political analysts, running the risk of dragging the entire region on the verge of a broad regional war. Also, he talked about the United States and on another perspective, saying that the fact that the United States, quote unquote, the American friends of the Israelis are getting engaged or are planning at least to get engaged is indicative of the weakness of the Israeli side, while the retaliatory actions of the Iranian side continues. The reality on the ground, based on what we see here in the capital, is that Israeli strikes still continue.
Okay. So yeah, the Ayatollah continues with much of the same sort of message that Iran is not going to be forced into anything, really. You know? And, you know, that is basically what's happened, right? The United States basically betrayed the negotiations by not helping, but by not at least stopping our ally Israel from attacking something that which we knew ahead of time was going to happen, scuttling the peace talks to allow our, you know, most aided ally in the region from starting this war, and are now throwing all sorts of barbs and threats at them. But the fact is Iran seems to be able to continue this thing at length as this has gone on a week, and their return strikes on Israel have, been quite successful. I mean, we really have not seen anything like this in Israel for the last 2 years, longer, honestly. But I guess I'm talking about like since October 7th. There's been almost zero successful attacks on Israel proper. A couple of very small ones, mostly from Lebanon, honestly. And yeah, that's, it's not shocking that Iran isn't interested in surrendering. The Ayatollah also went on to say that any U.S. intervention would cause irreparable damage, not only to the peace talks, but to security in the Middle East region. Would probably, honestly, if the U.S. genuinely starts striking Iran for Israel, I think this whole thing will just utterly just spiral and out of control. If it isn't already unsalvageable at this point. All right, let's go to BBC News. Trump had some more things to say this week. He's been very busy.
Welcome to Verified Live. Straight to the White House. Donald Trump is speaking. Let's rejoin the situation there.
By the way, I love how Donald Trump ran away from the G7 meeting so that he could tweet. Like, it is basically all he's done since he left Canada. It was just tweet a bunch on Truth Social. Like, surrender immediately. Should have taken a deal. Like, he could have done all that so easily from the G7 summit. It's fucking ridiculous. Which is, I think, further proof of why he, of my reasoning for why he left G7. Had nothing to do with this. Had everything to do with the fact that he did not want to lose face at the G7 and have a bunch of the world's, all of our biggest allies come out and criticize him to his face in front of cameras. Whatever else.
Verified Live, straight to the White House. Donald Trump is speaking. Let's rejoin the situation there and bring the sound and pictures up.
2 weeks ago, you could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end,
they were negotiating.
Said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit.
What? Iran didn't say they weren't going to negotiate. That's a fucking flat out lie. That is a flat out lie. When did Iran say they weren't going to negotiate? They were headed to the peace talks in Oman. It's a joke.
Give me a joke.
Oh my God. How could anybody believe the lies coming out of this man's mouth? He's constantly saying verifiably false things over and over again. All you have to do is be a little bit dialed in to know it. It's fucking ridiculous. I told him to negotiate. They were negotiating. They were fucking negotiating. What do you call coming to all the goddamn nuclear talks? Is that not negotiating?
Got to negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that.
Not going to do it.
Remember 60 days? And then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit, that was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended. It ended on the first night, yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Really, nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians...
The only thing that's too late is Powell. Too late, Powell. It's always too late. All right, that's enough from that. Let's go to the next one. Jesus Christ. This is what we get for the next 3.5 years, everybody. Enjoy it. Oh my god. Bringing back the Forever Wars. Is that guy in the hard hat Iranian? I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? Could be. I have no idea. Yeah, Albert C., you make a fair point. We are a very tuned out nation. It makes me sad, honestly, just how much people just don't engage. And I blame our government for that, right? I think people are not just dialed out or tuned out, as you put it. I think they've been disenfranchised, right? To some degree. I think people have been disenfranchised, whether it's the actions of the government itself or the way that the media portrays things. And yet it is an ever constant source of frustration for me. Just how, as you put it, tuned out the United States seems to be. I guess there's a third reason, right? It's not just those two things. I think the third reason, for why people are not tuned in, is, because people are struggling. At least many people in the United States are struggling and don't have, the ability to make ends meet. I mean, me personally, I'm like on the verge of not being able to make ends meet every single month over here. Although that doesn't deter me. Although some days I'm like, what's the point? But I continue on because I know what the point is. It's fucking vitally important that we all stay tuned in and do not look away and try and educate ourselves on what the fuck is happening, educate ourselves on what the hell we can do about this stuff. Because the very least we can do as citizens is to fucking engage with this stuff and at least try and inform ourselves to the best degree possible. But it's tough, if you got bills to pay, you got kids to feed. Thankfully, that's one of the reasons why I'm probably still able to stay tuned in. I don't have kids. I don't have a wife. That's probably one of the reasons why it's easier for me to stay focused on this stuff. All right. Let's go to France. Not to talk French politics, really, but to talk what Emmanuel Macron has decided to do in the last day. He convened a defense council on Iran. What will we do about Iran?
Now, the French president is convening a defense council meeting as tensions between Israel and Iran flare in the Middle East. France has called for both sides to de-escalate, but hopes of a diplomatic solution appear grim, with U.S. President Donald Trump mulling direct involvement. We can now go across to France 24's Clovis Casali, standing by at the Elysee Palace. Clovis, good afternoon. What are the main issues being discussed here?
Well, this is the second Defense Council, the first post G7, and President Emmanuel Macron wanted to hold it as soon as he returned from Canada. It's currently taking place at the PC Jupiter, which is a room in a bunker in the lower part, in the basement of the Elysee Palace behind me. Among the topics discussed are, of course, the security of French nationals currently in the region with this war raging between Israel and Iran, but also how the situation is evolving and the various initiatives France could be taking. The situation is rapidly evolving, and this is a possibility for President Macron to also brief ministers and get their assessment on the situation. You have the Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot, but also the Defense Minister and the Interior Minister. Of course, President...
Okay, there we go. Emmanuel Macron calling ministers together to discuss what France, if at all, has a role to play in de-escalating the situation in the Middle East as it continues to devolve. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news. Donald Trump came out yesterday to say this about Tucker Carlson.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me.
Do you see the look? Do you see the look from Donald Trump? He looks so sad. He looks so sad, so disappointed. Nasty, nasty Tucker. Looks like he's gonna cry. Aww. I gotta watch that reaction one more time. It's amazing.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first and make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon.
America first, or actually Iran first, or Israel first? They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon that definitely can't reach the United States.
Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day.
Tucker Carlson called and apologized? Really? Fascinating. I would love to hear that call. Because Tucker seemed pretty resolute on his podcast. And, I didn't take the time to look it up, but I should look it up right now. I've been sort of inundated with different shit. Let me just check. Let me just check to see if Tucker Carlson... Let's see. Did he post an apology video on his channel? No apology video. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing a lot. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like, maybe he did, but I found it hilarious. I found that to be fucking funny. It's just, oh my God, it's so good. Donald Trump is so, he's clearly hurt. He's clearly hurt that Tucker Carlson had any criticism for him. Oh God, Tucker. Very disappointed. He called and apologized. I feel like he just made that up, just like much of what Donald Trump says. It's just all a lie. Until I hear Tucker Carlson, a man who is willing to say literally anything on his podcast, until he comes out and says it personally, until he's looking directly into the camera and says, Donald Trump, I am sorry. I'm not going to believe it. America first, unless Israel wants something, and then it's Israel first, America second. Look, America doesn't need health care. You know how I know that? Have you looked at the Senate appropriations bill? All right, let's go here. Majority report. Hey, no, don't fuck with me. There we go. Majority report from yesterday. It's beginning to feel a lot like 2003.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
That's the 21st century, Jordan.
Made a clip of Tucker Carlson with Ted Cruz. Tucker Carlson against U.S. involvement with Iran. Ted Cruz slobbering at the mouth to have United States bomb Iran. The other side of that divide. Now, I don't know if Tucker Carlson is still advising Donald Trump like he used to. My guess is less and less, particularly in this moment. Particularly in the wake of Elon's falling out with Donald Trump. However, still advising Donald Trump is Sean Hannity, who during his first administration was practically living at the White House.
Direct line.
Should we start with number 4?
Let's. Well, we should set up Hannity, I think, just because this guy is as old school Republican as it gets. I mean, you don't get more Republican than Sean Hannity.
And high profile at this point.
Exactly. And he is the quintessential hawk, the Iraq war guy, who of course is going to be for the Iran war.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, any invasion or bombing of a brown country is he's all in for this.
One thing I just want to do before we get too deep into this, while we're talking about 2003, I just want to take a look at oil prices. Because they are skyrocketing right now. They're not at the 2003 level, but considering the just sort of straight up line that it has made in the last few weeks, I figure we should take a look at it. Okay, so as you can see back here, a few weeks ago, literally May 30th, it was at $60 a barrel. It is now all the way up here. It hit like 77 earlier, 76 right now, a barrel. And that's up quite a lot. I think it's up almost 15 and 60. It's like 25%. It's moved like 25% in 3 weeks. That is wild. That's a wild swing. But if you go all the way back to 2003, I mean, it went straight up back then too. I mean, all through all this, it was blasting off. I mean, by 2008, it was at $124 a barrel. Whether or not we get back to a place like that, only time will tell. People want to pay less at the pump. That's what I hear. People are spending thousands of dollars on gasoline every time they fill up their car.
Okay. I mean, Sean Hannity was as responsible as anybody for me getting involved in this business in the run-up to the Iraq War. Here is Sean Hannity talking about what he thinks has to happen. I want you to keep in mind, all of these guys lied and bullshitted in the exact same way in the run-up to the Iraq War.
Sam Cedar is one of the champions of complaining about Democrats in wonky detail before he tells you to vote for them. I mean, unfortunately, in the United States, that's basically your only option. I mean, we don't have a viable third party. And what exactly is Jill Stein doing right now? I haven't heard her say a single thing for when's the last time I heard Jill Stein talk? A year and a half ago? She disappears every time that she loses a presidential election. And in the interim, it's not like she's running for any other elected offices. And who are we supposed to go and vote for exactly? Republicans? I mean, are they going to solve it for us? What other options do we have? It's an unfortunate reality, you know? And whether or not it's good, it is the state of play. And until we can create a viable third party, I just don't know what other options we have as voters, right? As citizens. If you have some sort of plan, please let me know. I am all ears. Like, just saying. Like, like we just don't have one.
Is Sean Hannity talking about what he thinks has to happen. I want you to keep in mind, all of these guys lied and bullshitted in the exact same way in the run-up to the Iraq War.
In order to prevent the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon, this facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are three options. One,
pause it for 1 second. We know this is a lie. Just even before he starts talking about what needs to happen, we know it's a lie because...
Okay, so you're a Jill Stein voter. Okay, and I hear that. But I guess my point is why, if Jill Stein is the option, the Green Party is the option, then why aren't they running for more offices in between losing presidential elections, right? Like, why not run for the House of Representatives? I know that before she started running for president, she ran for governor in, what was it, Massachusetts or something? But like that it makes me like it sort of frustrates me that she doesn't do more in between, right? That there isn't, like, because it can't just be presidential elections, right? Because sure, even if she was elected president, right, there is no Green Party apparatus like embedded in the House of Representatives or in the Senate or in governorships or in mayorships or even in like local governments, right? And I'm waiting to hear viable alternatives right now. But, like we've been talking about, people in the United States are super tuned out, right? And so, I think the best thing would be to do for the Green Party is to bring more attention to the Green Party, but they just seem to turn off in between presidential elections right now. And it's just incredibly frustrating to me because I actually approve of a lot of Jill Stein's policies, right? I do environmental news here every single stream. It's an important issue to me. And, I don't know.
Before he starts talking about what needs to happen, we know it's a lie because his buddy, Tulsi Gabbard, head of the director of national intelligence, and I imagine in certain circumstances she would have been able to fudge it had it not been so overwhelmingly conclusive by all of the intelligence agencies across the gamut. The Iranians have not had a program to build a nuclear weapon since 2003. They are not remotely close. Well, they're remotely close. They're 60% enrichment of uranium when they need 90%. But they are not remotely close to having a weapon that could deliver a nuclear weapon. And so,
yeah.
So this is not imminent. This is not the only way to keep the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon. We already know what the best way to keep them from getting a nuclear weapon was. And that was the nuke deal that Donald Trump essentially nuked, as it were, in 2017.
That was just what I was going to add, was just the idea that now that they're even at 60%, the Iran deal had them enriching at less than 4%, the JCPOA that Obama negotiated up with the repeated objections and crying of Netanyahu and the Israel lobby. That's the level that was being inspected repeatedly over the course of many times per year to make sure that they were in single digits for basically civilian use for uranium enrichment. Now they're at 60% because of Donald J. Trump.
This facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are three options. One, Israel could use a tactical nuclear weapon to wipe out the site. They don't have bunker buster bombs. That would obviously be not only highly controversial, but come with massive risks to the region. It is not a good option.
Highly controversial. The tactical nuke. The use of tactical nukes. Highly controversial.
Can't nuke anybody these days.
Yeah.
It's...
Please.
And
what's up with that?
I mean, okay. But I had to raise it because it's a possible... I mean, really, option A is just drop a nuke. Never mind tactical. Just drop it. Just nuke the whole thing and see what happens. That also very controversial.
He's talking about mass slaughter like he's talking about like an NC-7.
I'm going to respond again to what we're talking about since we're on this like train of talking about Jill Stein and voting and all this stuff, even though it's completely off topic. I appreciate your resolute sort of almost stoic kind of take on it. But here's my problem, okay? Like, I think, in the primaries, feel free. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And, leading up to elections, you should be doing everything you can to try and, in between elections and all this stuff, we should be trying to move the needle, working on breaking the duopoly, as you put it. But every election, we're given a choice, right? And not participating is basically throwing your hands up, right? That's my assumption. That's my opinion. All right, you don't have to agree with it, but like not voting is throwing your hands up and saying whatever happens happens. Let everyone else decide, right? And if you have goals, right? I think, in my opinion, it's sort of your civic duty, right? And if you want those goals to be achieved, to assess which of the candidates that you can vote for are going to achieve those goals best, if at all, right? I'm not saying that we've had any real good choices in any general elections in recent past, but that's not the point, right? My point is that, and I'm going to use a word that Sam Cedar Dog uses when he talks about this, pragmatism, right? Is like at some point, you're left with a choice and you have to be pragmatic and you have to decide, right? Otherwise, you're just leaving it up to everyone else. You're leaving it up to Trump voters to decide. And that's where we're at right now. We have Donald Trump now. It's great.
Teen movie that made headlines in Variety or something.
Totally
like that.
Controversial. Shouldn't that have been an X-rated movie or an R-rated movie? All right, go ahead.
The region, it is not a good option. Option number two, Israel can send in a team of commandos on the ground, also very risky with a much lower chance of success. The third best option involves the United States of America, our military, which is equipped with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs capable of penetrating that mountain. Israel does not have this critical weapon in its arsenal, and they do not possess the large bombers that are capable of dropping an ordnance of that size. So now President Trump has a decision to make. Will he deliver the final blow to Iran's nuclear program? Will he?
All right. Hold on. Just keep that up there because I love that Hannity is talking about this, where you see this like sweaty, drippy Donald Trump coming out of the bathroom, talking out of his ass on his airplane. The idea, I love the fact that having the U.S. drop a 2,000-pound bomb, that's not going to be controversial at all, because Iran's just going to say, okay, we're not going to fire upon U.S. bases. We're not going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. We're not going to do any of these things. It is literally like setting off a bomb, not just, well, it's literally setting off a bomb, but it will explode throughout the region. And the idea that Donald Trump wouldn't then get more involved in a war with Iran at that point, it could spiral out of control.
Yeah, absolutely could.
But that's not the controversial option. Hey, you know what I say?
Yeah, World War III, that's not controversial at all. What does Sam say?
Let the Israelis send commandos.
Yeah, go try that one.
Ground invasion?
We should do that first.
We got
the
our own
Israelis
problems.
should do that first.
They're already so overextended, committing genocide. More reservists now on to Iran.
Absolutely. Why should U.S. troops risk their lives? Why Israel started this war? Why don't they finish it? Why can't they fight their own wars? Oh, because we're constantly fighting their wars for them and or funding them. That's why. Speaking of things devolving into further conflict, this happened yesterday. Actually, this might be a little bit older at this point. So we've been streaming for so long. I guess it was technically Wednesday. Associated Press from a day ago. Top Russian security official meets with Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I wonder what they were talking about.
적인 전략적 동반자 관계에 관한 전략적 동반자 관계에 관한 조약 체결
Unfortunately, don't speak Korean. I have no idea what she's saying. Are there captions for this? No, Korean captions. That's not helpful at all.
Come on!
What the fuck, guys? God damn you, Associated Press. You disappoint me.
적인 전략적 동반자 관계에 관한 조약 체결 한도를 시대는 뜻깊은 시기에 경애하는 김정은 동
Do I think Biden would be doing a better job? Biden wasn't the option in the general. It would be Kamala. And yes, I think Kamala would be doing a better job than Donald Trump. 100%. We wouldn't be rolling back EPA regulations on forever chemicals and selling off the national parks. And we wouldn't be, I don't know. I mean, how many things wouldn't be? I have a long list of things that we would not be doing right now that I have huge objections to, right? Do I think she would have been perfect? Fuck no. I had complaints about Kamala from the beginning, but by the general, she was, in my estimation, would have been much better than Trump. And I think we can see now very clearly that, yes, right? We wouldn't be rolling back environmental policy, instead of drill baby drill, we would have maybe gotten some improvements on climate policy, right? And that's a huge thing for me. I mean, she certainly wouldn't have been perfect, but would have been better than this. We wouldn't have, so many things that we wouldn't have right now. We wouldn't have an HHS run by an anti-vaxxer. I mean, Jesus Christ. Probably wouldn't have had the fucking National Guard in Los Angeles. Probably wouldn't have had ICE tackling people on the fucking sidewalks.
보내는 러시아 연방 대통령 울라지가 정중히에서는 조로 사이에 가지는 중대한 의미가 주주인민공화국 정부의 확고부동한 선택과 의지를 함께 표명하셨습니다.
There we go. Russia and North Korea having some fun, hanging out, talking about who knows what, maybe talking about the massive opportunity that this probably is in this moment. But considering the United States seems very distracted by what's happening in Iran right now, this is probably an opportunity to do some stuff. What stuff? Who knows? Who knows? While we're over in Asia, let's see what China thinks about this situation. Here's France 24 English from 17 hours ago.
World powers also working out their positions on the conflict. We're going to cross now live to Beijing, talk to our correspondent Yenna Lee, who joins us from there. Yenna, what's China's official position, first of all, then? I mean, have we heard anything from President Xi Jinping?
Well, we have now, Stuart, in his first official remarks since the start of this conflict, President Xi Jinping reportedly told state news agency Xinhua that China opposes acts that infringes on the territorial integrity of other countries, and added that all parties should promote de-escalation, whilst also putting forward his willingness to play a constructive role in this. A spokesperson, meanwhile, here at the Foreign Ministry in Beijing also made a thinly veiled critique to the United States, saying, I quote, the country with special influence on Israel in particular needs to maintain a fair and objective position. State media such as the tabloid The Global Times also blaming the US for abandoning the nuclear deal and letting this situation escalate.
That is our fault.
China's official stance is that Israel's actions constitute a violation of Iran's territorial integrity.
Illegal.
And although the Chinese foreign minister did tell his Israeli counterpart that Israel shouldn't have to constantly live in anxiety about a potential war either, this is, by the way, a much stronger tone and position that China has taken compared to when Russia invaded Ukraine. In any case, though, this conflict is creating the kind of instability Chinese leaders want to avoid at all costs. So Beijing might want to position itself once again as a helpful force for peace in the region. You might remember that it did play a role in brokering the Saudi-Iran deal back in 2023, but that one was pretty much laid out before China just nudged it over the edge. And no one really sees Beijing as a neutral force in this conflict due to its proximity to Tehran. This situation is clearly very different and very volatile.
Yeah, no, you said their instability of concern to the China.
That's all we need, I think. But, you know, when it comes to things like this,
I have to have my China.
have to have my China. You know, China's absolutely right about this. And, you know, Israel's the one who started this war. And they're absolutely infringing on the territory of Iran, the sovereign territory, a phrase we hear constantly when it comes to all of these things happening right now. And, you know, I have some criticisms for China, you know, time to time, but you know what? On this particular issue, they're right. They're right. And whether or not they will have a hand in bringing peace on this situation, I don't know. I couldn't say for sure. I would like to think that someone's going to jump in and help broker peace before we devolve into World War III. That would be great. I'd be into that. I'd like to avoid World War III if we can. Now, there has been a rumor circulating that I heard on a number of occasions that supposedly Pakistan had threatened Israel with a nuclear bomb. We're going to stay with France 24 and have them help us unpack this situation as to whether or not that is, in fact, something Pakistan said. This is from 18 hours ago on France 24 English.
Vedika Bahel is here in studio. Vedika, you're taking us back to our top story and a video of a former Iranian general. It's gone viral online, claiming that should Tel Aviv attack Tehran with nuclear weapons, Pakistan would retaliate with a nuclear bomb targeting that at Israel. What's actually going on there?
That's right, Sharon. A video of a former Iranian general has racked up millions of views on X, in which he says that Pakistan would drop a nuclear bomb on Israel should Israel use nuclear weapons against Iran. Now, we can see millions of views here, and even to the point where it was reposted by the far-right American conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. Now, all the posts that I saw online, there was no dearth of them. They all shared this particular clipping of Mohsen Rezaei, who is a former senior military official in Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Let's take a listen to exactly the viral clip that's going around.
What happened in the past few days? All the Arab countries called and said we support you. Pakistan said if Israel wants to drop a nuclear bomb, we will drop a nuclear bomb on Israel.
So, Sharon, as we heard there was an American accent audible. It was quite...
One thing I noticed about this video clip is that you can't hear what this Pakistani official is saying. Right, that to me is a huge red flag, right? There's some sort of audio effect that is causing it to be almost inaudible. It's like some sort of a static fuzz that's been introduced on it that makes it almost, just unintelligible.
So, Sharon, as we heard there was an American accent audible. It was quite robotic, quite synthetic sounding, and it was definitely dubbed over the original language of Farsi. So quite a few red flags there, but I'll touch on that a little bit later.
Yeah, and according to media outlets in Pakistan, Vedika, that audio that you played for us there, it has been digitally manipulated.
That's right. According to Pakistani media, this is an AI-generated fake. Several outlets denounced the circulation of this video, saying that it just seeks to portray Pakistan's nuclear capabilities as dangerous and irresponsible. But I just want to make clear that this is regarding the voice that we heard. Many of these media said that that voice that we heard there had been digitally altered using AI voice synthesis tools to create a fabricated narrative for sensationalism. This one in particular also said that no such message or assurance has ever been conveyed to the Iranian leader.
Well, there we go. According to France 24, and I am likely to agree with them, their breakdowns on fake news are actually pretty good, from what I can tell. We've gone to them on a number of occasions for these fact or fictions. That's not what they call them. Truth or fakes. Someone in chat saying they want to hear it again. I'll listen to it again.
Iranian general has racked up millions of views on X, in which he says that Pakistan would drop a nuclear bomb on Israel should Israel use nuclear weapons against Iran. Now, we can see millions of views here, and even to the point where it was reposted by the far-right American conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Hold on, I went too far back. There it is.
Few days, all the Arab countries called and said we support you. Pakistan said if Israel wants
you hear what I'm hearing?
To drop a nuclear bomb, we will drop a nuclear bomb on Israel.
So, Sharon,
do you hear the fuzz? I think they intentionally did that so that nobody could actually try and translate what he was saying at the time. But it would seem that this threat is in fact fake. No shock that Alex Jones retweeted it. Can we just not escalate the planet to ending? Absolutely, Jet. I would prefer we don't do that. Okay. Now, about this time yesterday, Donald Trump approved plans to attack Iran without the approval of Congress.
Illegal.
Here's BBC News.
President Trump has approved plans for America to join Israel's attacks on Iran, but is said to still be making a final decision on whether to go ahead with that. Well, the BBC's US partner CBS News says it's been told by two sources that the US president is waiting to see if Tehran agrees to.
Earl wants to know why we hail Gary around here. Well, Gary is our galactic deity. He is ever understanding, accepting of all peoples, all identities, and we have like a bunch of emotes of him. He's originally a secret YouTube emote. The first one is, of course, this one, but we have introduced 8 different Galactic Gary emotes, as well as Gary's all over the place. If you look around our set, if you go here to the pool, you can see Gary is hopping around over here. We got Gary hopping over here by the bar. Gary's even on the boat by the lake. Actually, oh my God, I forgot to add Gary back onto the boat. I meant he was on the boat. He's taking a break. He's over here in the street. But yeah, Gary is all-knowing, omniscient, and really, honestly, just great.
America to join Israel's attacks on Iran, but is said to still be making a final decision on whether to go ahead with that. Well, the BBC's US partner CBS News says it's been told by 2 sources that the US president is waiting to see if Tehran agrees to abandon its nuclear program. Well, I've been speaking to CBS News correspondent Jared Hill to get the latest developments from the US.
So there are a couple of things that we are learning from sources here at CBS News about President Trump's potential decision on what to do with Iran. One of the factors, from what we've learned from sources, is that it is dependent upon whether Iran, in some way, shape, or form, decides to abandon its nuclear program. Yesterday, President Trump said that Iranian officials had been asking to come to the White House to talk about this. Iranians, though, have said that they have not had any type of conversation about that, and so we still don't know what the truth is there. The Iranians are also saying that they don't plan on surrendering. The other factor here that we've learned is that President Trump is potentially waiting for more U.S. military assets to arrive in the region before he makes a decision on whether there will be some type of physical strike on Iran. We have seen...
Okay, that's enough of this one. Now, mostly the reason why I'm moving on from this one, because since then there's been some movement on that. Now, the Grand Ayatollah al-Sistani made a statement earlier. This is Al Jazeera about 14 hours ago. Let's go here. We are slowly but surely getting through all of this content. It's only taken us 7.5 hours.
All right, let's return to our top story now, where the conflict between Israel and Iran is ongoing. And we have Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim joining us live now from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Ali, we're getting reports of a warning from Iraq's Shia leader Ali Sistani against any U.S. aggression against Iran. What more do we know?
Well, this was a statement, and this is the second time the statement is being issued by the highest Shia religious body, which is represented by Ayatollah Ali Sistani here in Najaf. This statement mainly condemned the Israeli attack on Iran, but the main point and the main line here is that it warned of the consequences of harming the leadership of Iran. We know the supreme leader of Iran, besides being a leader of a country, a political leader, he is a religious authority, and he's alongside with Ayatollah Sistani, they are the most senior religious leaders of the Shiite Muslim sect in the world. So what Sistani said in this statement is that there's going to be a chaos in case there's any harm to this leadership. And actually, if we want to analyze these words, it's mainly directed towards the United States before anyone, and that he is not going to be able to control the situation anymore in such circumstances. We know in Iraq there are factions that are allied with Iran, and Sistani played a big role over the past months in containing the impact of the war in the region and trying as much as possible to limit its influence on Iraq. So what he is saying here is that he won't be able to do anything in case Ayatollah Ali Khamenei or the leadership, mainly Khamenei, is harmed, especially that we are hearing right now a lot of threats to the life of Khamenei. And Ayatollah.
Yes, thank you, Frizzle. Did I say Iran? I'm sorry. I'm getting a little delusional at this point in this stream. Yes, Iraq is where the Ayatollah al-Sistani hails from. But yeah, coming out and warning the United States against targeting the leadership of Iran. And that's something I feel like the United States should take very seriously. You know, it's... God, we do not need that. We don't... we do not need things to devolve further. Oh, God. We are in a real pickle here. Real situation. And this is completely avoidable. Excuse me. You know, this is, you know, if this devolves into a full-on Middle East conflict where everyone is launching missiles and strikes and whatever else on each other, and the United States is embedded in, like, what is it? I'm trying to think. Count Israel. 4, 5. We got like bases in like what, like 7 Middle East countries? Like this whole thing is just, oh my God. This is out of control already. Iran is using banned, quote-unquote, cluster bombs on Israel. Are they? I haven't seen any of that yet. That must be a new development that I've missed in the last 24 hours. But yeah, it's funny that you should say that because, of course, Israel has used a bunch of cluster munitions on Gaza. So, you know, that's the thing about this conflict. Ever since this started last week, like that, where I've been like, okay, I can't wait for the, you know, the mainstream media, or at least, you know, the U.S. media coming out and trying to, you know, say, oh, Iran's committing war crimes against Israel. Like, I you know, like, and they honestly haven't quite done that yet. And I think it's because even they know just the level of hypocrisy it would be for them to do that while they have completely ignored every single war crime that Israel's called. I'm not saying that war crimes are good. I'm just saying that the hypocrisy would be just wild. All right, now France, I guess this must have been like about 24 hours or less after Emmanuel Macron called that meeting of defense ministers, has evacuated all of its citizens from Israel and Iran. Here's France 12 hours ago.
Now, for more on Paris's position with tensions in the region escalating, here's France 24's Clovis Casali reporting from the French Foreign Ministry.
After the meeting at the Crisis Center, French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot stressed that the #1 priority is to ensure the safety of French citizens living in Iran and Israel and in the whole of the region as war is raging. He explained that buses will be put in place in Iran to help the 1,000 French citizens there to reach neighboring Turkey and Armenia if they wish to do so, and then get on commercial flights. Regarding Israel, there's an estimated 100,000 French nationals there, and they can reach neighboring Egypt and Jordan to get on flights. France has decided to leave its diplomatic personnel in the region and has deployed some of them at the various borders to help with the evacuation. Then Foreign Minister Barrot talked about the EU initiative and said that France is actively working with the UK and Germany to resume negotiations, diplomatic talks, and we are told that the Iranians are keen for discussions. France again saying that the aim is to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons that would be a threat not just to Israel, but to Europe and the rest of the world. France saying also that airstrikes need to end, that civilian lives need to be spared, and that no military solution will bring about peace.
I love that France had to pepper that in. Like, Iran getting a nuclear weapon would be terrible. It's like, dude, they didn't have a nuclear weapon. They don't have a nuclear weapon. And according to all reports, they were not developing a nuclear weapon.
Israeli strikes on Iran have intensified. The military struck near Iran's heavy water facility at Hondab. That's part of the country's nuclear program. The facility is still under construction and not expected to start operating until next year. But observers say there's no risk of a nuclear leak.
That is of no danger to people outside the immediate area of a bombing. You're more likely to be killed by the bomb than you are by something from the uranium itself. It poses no danger whatsoever to people outside a few kilometers from each one of these plants. Chemical and...
What the fuck is this thing back here? I know this isn't important, but what the hell is this in this guy's apartment? What the shit is that? I'm thrown. I don't understand. Can anybody tell me what the fuck I'm looking at right here? It almost looks like a cross-section of a bomb or something. It's super weird.
To people outside a few kilometers from each one of these plants. Chemical and radiologic hazards are quite small. The one counter to this is Bushehr, which is a major power plant, nuclear power plant. If someone were to attack that plant, you would expect that the worst case would be something like Fukushima. There could be releases of material in the immediate region as well, but it's well contained inside a large concrete dome.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has targeted the headquarters of Iran's internal security agency in Tehran and military facilities across the capital.
Now, while this guy is here saying this is not dangerous, I'm fairly certain the IAEA would have a problem with Israel attacking nuclear facilities. This thing is devolving quickly. It's a bombometer or a barometer. Okay, it seems like like a feasible explanation. Oh, God. Hiram Katz. Let's see what Israel's defense minister, if you can call that. The Israeli offensive minister, why am I calling him Hiram? Israel Katz. What did he have to say? ABC News from 11 hours ago. I'm sure it was good and not problematic. Not at all inflammatory or incendiary in any way possible, shape, or form.
Breaking news. Israel's defense minister is now calling for regime change in Iran, saying the supreme leader of Iran, quote, cannot continue to exist. Attacks between Israel and Iran, meanwhile, are escalating. Israeli emergency services say 271 people were injured across the country this morning, and Israeli forces say they targeted dozens of military sites in Iran, including an inactive nuclear reactor. Let's bring in foreign correspondent Marcus Moore in Tel Aviv, White House correspondent Karen Travers, and ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy. Hi, Marcus. What's it like there now?
Hey, Diane, it remains tense here in Tel Aviv and across the Middle East. The air raid sirens went off today, early this morning, right around just after 7 o'clock local time. And we've heard from Israeli officials that there are 3 different sites where Iranian projectiles landed here in Israel. One of them was the Soroka Hospital in southern Israel, where we have seen really devastating images of that direct impact from a ballistic missile that hit the hospital there, destroying the hospital. And then we were at a site just to the south of Tel Aviv in a neighborhood where several apartment buildings were heavily damaged from a direct hit from a missile. So there's a lot still happening here, Diane.
Yeah, a lot still happening. Now, of course, Iran did warn Israeli civilians ahead of these strikes, just like Israel does. Where is it? I thought they could have sworn they had actual footage of this guy saying this shit. Whatever. Let's leave it at this. Israel's defense minister literally called for regime change and said that the supreme leader, Khamenei, cannot continue to exist. Come on! That is not helping. It's not helping at all, actually. It's, in fact, just making this all worse. Okay. CNN on the ground in Israel yesterday, I guess. 10 hours ago, CNN goes inside a building struck by an Iranian missile.
A hospital in southern Israel was hit on Thursday, but Iranian missiles targeted other areas in the country as well. Yeah,
I gotta say, and it shouldn't be funny to me, but because of CNN's terrible fucking coverage of what's been happening in Gaza up to this point, I can't help but chuckle a little bit at the fact that, at least in my estimation, CNN wants to call these war crimes so bad. Oh, so bad. They're like, can we call them war crimes yet? And the producer's like, no. We're going to look like a bunch of fucking hypocrites if we do that. Do not say war crime. War crimes don't exist anymore, okay?
On Thursday, but Iranian missiles targeted other areas in the country as well.
Yeah, the strike on Ramat Gan, a Tel Aviv suburb, caused heavy damage to buildings and cars. Here's how one Israeli resident described it.
All my neighbors and the entrance of the building are full of glasses. Everything fell down. It's a damage. But the damage in the heart and the soul is much stronger.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond was on the scene shortly after the strike happened.
Yeah, I mean, we are standing inside the building that was struck by that ballistic missile. And if you look behind me, I mean, these pictures speak far more than I could possibly describe this destruction. Everything here has been really torn to shreds by the enormous power of this ballistic missile. You know, these missiles carry hundreds of pounds of explosives, and you can see the kind of damage that they can bring. The fact that there were only minor injuries as a result of this strike is only really a credit to the bomb shelters that exist here, to people following the instructions to go into those shelters once those air raid sirens sound. Because, in fact, we're right here at the site, at the very point where that ballistic missile struck. You can see the hole that has been ripped through the concrete here, the steel bars that have been broken through as this missile struck right here. This is a partially residential and a commercial building as well. The power of the blast extends not just to this building, and the building across the street as well. But really, in the entire, 2-block radius or so of here, you can see broken windows all around the area. And that's been similar to what we've seen at other scenes of ballistic missile strikes.
Like in Gaza? Okay. All right, let's go from CNN to CBS from 9 hours ago. According to them, the United States is continuing to build up military forces in the Middle East. Great.
All right, so CBS News national security correspondent not far from where Willie is. He's over at the Pentagon now. Charlie, the Pentagon is where the pulse of the military really beats the strongest and the hardest. What are the preparations?
Well, interestingly, it's Juneteenth, and I can't remember a time I've walked through the building and haven't seen a single soul. I saw one person when I was here in this building that houses potentially 27,000 people, if that's any indication at all. However, the DOD is in the business of preparing for war. It's what they do every day.
Right.
So the idea that they might be preparing for military action there in that combatant command, central command, I can tell you that the USS Carl Vinson carrier strike group is in place, and with it a whole slew of destroyers, cruisers, F-18s, F-35s. That's already there. In addition, there are 2 other carrier strike groups that are headed in that direction. One of them, the Nimitz, which is coming out of Indo-PACOM, or in the Indo-Pacific, sorry, getting all military here. Another one headed to the European command area, the Gerald R. Ford. And with it, once again, you will have those assets. They always travel with essentially a flotilla of destroyers. Destroyers, by the way, that have already been active in the defense of Israel for incoming missiles from Iran. So you've got a couple off the coast of the Mediterranean. You got a number of them in the Red Sea. That's important because of the Houthi presence there. Because this isn't just about providing force protection for as many as 40,000 U.S. forces that are spread throughout the area, but it's.
Yeah, I think those destroyers have also not just been defending Israel, but actively attacking Yemen, if my memory serves correctly. I don't think that counts as defending Israel, but okay.
It's to have military presence, a sort of forward operating military presence. Yes, it's a show of force, and we do know that there are more aircraft on the way, specifically F-16s, F-22s, F-35s. So when you start looking at the big picture, because what the defense secretary is trying to do is to give the White House as many options as possible. It's not just the weaponry that's headed there, but the kinds of weapons.
Try and give the White House as many options as possible. What's that supposed to mean? Military options specifically? Is that what we're talking about? Because that's really just one option in my mind. Okay. There's many of other options, like, I don't know, just not helping Israel in an offensive war in the Middle East. There's, I don't know, well, I mean, this one's sort of a backwards looking thing. We could have gone to the fucking nuclear talks that we were going to go to last Sunday. We could attempt, even though it would be very difficult, I think, at this point, to try and bring Iran back to the table. There's so many things there's so many other options that we have, like, I don't know, we could give people health care in the United States rather than spending all this fucking money sending these goddamn ships to the Middle East. I don't know. But thanks. What's that guy's name again? David? I always forget what this dick's name is. Something Dagata. Chris, right? Chris? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Dude sucks. Charlie. Yeah, whatever. It's not like Donnie No Deal's going to do diplomacy. Look, it's a fair point, Dom. It just pisses me off the way that CBS is framing this. Look, we have all of the options, aside from peace. We got every piece of U.S. hardware we could think of that will fit on a goddamn battleship or a fucking aircraft carrier, and they're all headed to the fucking Middle East. They threw out all good strategies long ago. Not that long ago. Wasn't that long ago we could have chosen differently. It's been like 7 days.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Why? Why is this where we're at right now? Okay, I'm going to power through this. Usually I would take a break because we're 8 hours deep, but we don't have that much to get through. And I just really need, I just need this to end. I need us to get through this right now because I know that we're going to have, tonight, we're going to have way too much to get through if we don't. Okay. Or it's just going to kill me if I just can't. Okay. Now, remember when I said not long ago that Donald Trump had signed an approval circumventing Congress for the use of offensive weaponry on Iran? Well, earlier yesterday, Donald Trump chickened out, thankfully, at least for now. Although I'm not going to be too thankful considering we can't really count on Donald Trump for anything, including sticking to his own words. Especially, I don't know, whatever. CNN, 8 hours ago. Trump gonna allow 2 more weeks for diplomacy. Ooh, diplomacy. Wow. It's almost like we had an opportunity to do that before. You're saying we did have an opportunity. Oh, okay.
We are following breaking news. The White House has now issued a timeline for when President Trump will decide whether to take action against Iran. This is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just moments ago.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the...
Caroline, why are you always yelling at us? I don't understand why Caroline's only tone of voice is yelling. I don't what kind of, did she grow up in a barn or something? What's the deal? I don't understand. Is she deaf? Can she not hear how loud she is?
Come on! Fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
Now, in the meantime, Iran claims that it's shooting down Israeli drones over Tehran. And moments ago, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to strike all of Iran's nuclear facilities. Let's go to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is live for us in Israel. Clarissa, does Israel believe that Trump has 2 weeks' time to make a decision?
Well, we haven't yet had, Brianna, any official reaction here in Israel to this news, this 2-week timeline. But I can tell you, based on conversations I've been having previously, that this is not what Israeli officials want to hear. They had been feeling quietly optimistic. They had given timelines of 24 to 48 hours. I think there's a sense from the Israeli perspective that you have to act when you have the momentum, and that slowing things down and allowing for diplomacy, which is very much the favored option for much of the world, but not here in Israel, that carries a cost with it in terms of potentially losing that momentum. The other question, of course, Brianna, becomes how much firepower does Israel have in terms of keeping up?
Shut up. What the fuck is she talking about? Momentum? The momentum? Is that a joke? Is that a fucking joke? I always forget this woman's name, so I don't know how to address her. Ma'am, is that a joke?
A fucking bitch.
The momentum, the only momentum that I see is us hurtling towards an all-out war in the Middle East. That is not the... I would love to lose that momentum. Thank you very much. What the fuck are we talking about here? God damn you.
The same level of strikes against Iran, and can they keep that going at the same pace for another 2 weeks? So this will really be an open question now in terms of how Israeli officials interpret it and also how they officially respond to it, because it's been notable that up until this point they have been very careful about not explicitly advising the U.S. to get involved, about not wanting to be seen as trying to strong-arm President Trump or push him to make one decision or another. The sort of party line, if you like, has been very much to say that they are grateful for all the assistance that the U.S. has given up until now, primarily in a defensive capacity, and that they are, waiting and watching to see what President Trump decides. So, as I said before, this 2-week timeline, unlikely to be very popular here in Israel, but as we have seen so many times with President Trump, this could well be some kind of an obfuscation tactic. It's not clear whether this really means that there is now some room for diplomacy to try to play out and to slow down the dramatic escalation, Brianna, that we have seen over the last week.
Yeah, very good point. Clarissa Ward, thank you so much. Let's go now to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who was in that White House press briefing. Kristen, just tell us about what you are observing here. The president likes to talk, as Clarissa said, about 2 weeks so often. It's hard to really put stock in what he's saying here, or what his quote was as delivered by the White House press secretary.
Yeah, that's right, Brianna, but you have to remember here, we're talking about a very specific thing. In the past, when he's used this 2 weeks, it's been kind of vague, or I can tell you down the road if Putin wants peace in 2 weeks. He is saying here, this is something we're going to hold accountable to.
How is that less specific? That doesn't make any sense. Why? What is this woman talking about? That is not any less specific. Ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
There's no distinction between. They're both very specific things. In fact, they're almost the same thing. And I don't know what this bitch is talking about. It doesn't make no sense. You're making no sense, ma'am. Jesus Christ. That's some dumb shit right there. All right, Caroline Levitt, though. Let's go to Caroline. Have Caroline yell at us some more. I think this is the same clip. I just want her to yell. Just yell away, Caroline. Get yelling. It's your job. Yeller-in-chief at the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Levitt.
Sure. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you confirm whether Steve Witkoff has been in touch with the Iranian foreign minister, and does Witkoff plan to go to Geneva tomorrow for talks?
I am not tracking that on Mr. Witkoff's travel schedule, but I can certainly check in with him to be sure. As for correspondence between the United States and the Iranians, I can confirm that correspondence has continued. As you know, we were engaged with 6 rounds of negotiations with them in both indirect and direct ways.
Were we sending them letters by U.S. mail? Corresponding, huh? Sealed with a kiss. Send it by snail mail, let them know.
Confirm that correspondence has continued. As you know, we were engaged with 6 rounds of negotiations with them in both indirect and direct ways.
Thanks, Kelly. Just to clarify the president's statement just now, when he says that he'll make a decision in the next 2 weeks, is he saying that if Iran does not come back to the negotiating table within the next 2 weeks, that the president will strike?
The president is saying that he will make a decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. It's very clear and direct.
And is he seeing any signs of progress? He obviously is holding out hope for negotiations, but is he seeing any inklings of progress that give him that hope that talks are still possible?
Well, that's why he said in the statement that I just read for all of you, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future.
Substantial, but it may or may not happen. Thank you, Caroline. Even Caroline looks a little confused by her own statement. It's very substantial, probability of yes or no thing happening, and well, I don't know. I got nothing. Okay, Caroline, thank you so much. What would we do without the Ministry of Truth and the Secretary Press Yeller, Caroline Levitt? Okay. I'm sorry. I just amused myself with that one. I shouldn't be amused by my own words. Yes, Secretary of Press yelling, Caroline Levitt. That's her job. Yelling at the press. Hey, you stop asking questions. Okay. Talk about Orwell. All right. Let's go here. Associated Press from 8 hours ago. Aftermath. Yeah, we got the footage of the aftermath of a strike in Holon, Israel.
היו לי זירות בראשון, עד שההוא מגיע, עד שזה אני שולח, כבר כשמגיע הצלם, מיקי, מגיע לסינטו, כבר לא מעניינים אף אחד. לא. אני אומר לו, אתה בלייב? לא. אתה זה? לא. אמר לו, זה לא, אתה אומר לי, לא, אין גם מי שיקלוט ממנו את החומר, גם כשהוא רוצה לשדר.
Yeah, there you go. That's the aftermath of a recent Iranian strike. You can see all these are, I mean, it's not clear to me exactly how many of these strikes are getting through. I know that the figure we heard was something like 10% of the strikes are getting through. But it kind of feels higher. I could be wrong. Because Iran is, of course, sending a shitload of missiles over the border. But it feels like it's more than 10%. I could be wrong. I don't have the full numbers. I'm not on the ground here in the situation. Now, let's see what the spokesperson for the Israeli Offense Force had to say recently in response to Iran's missile strike on Soroka Hospital. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Early this morning, an Iranian ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba.
What the fuck?
This hospital serves over 1 million Israelis,
Okay.
including Bedouins, Jews, Christians, and
Sure.
Arabs alike.
Yeah, okay. How many Arabs are in Israel again?
Iran targeting civilian centers with ballistic missiles is no surprise for us.
I feel like he's almost ready to call war crime. You can hear him. He's like he's on the verge. He's like attacking civilian infrastructure used by 1 million people. This is something that we would do, but Iran's doing it to us.
They have been openly declaring their desire to destroy the state of Israel for decades now. These aren't just words. Over the past 6 days, Iran has launched over 450 ballistic missiles and hundreds of UAVs. This is exactly why we cannot and we will not allow this regime to obtain nuclear weapons or expand its missile arsenal.
Okay.
And so, we continue our operations, striking Iranian nuclear weapons facilities, missile launchers, and military sites.
Right. He has to be morally fucked in the head to bomb hospitals. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I don't disagree, Rich. But at this moment, Israel's the hospital bombers in chief right now. Yeah, honestly, it's hard for me to like genuinely go after Iran's decision to do so. I mean, it is wrong, but at the same time, how many hospitals has Israel bombed in the last 19 months? Like a dozen? Like to the ground? Like it doesn't justify it, but it paints a certain picture, right? The dichotomy is, you know, like, I don't know. I don't approve of it, and I also don't approve of what Israel's been doing. And one great way to not have people bomb your hospitals is to not bomb them first, right? Like, over 30? Yeah, I don't know. I lost track way back on how many hospitals Israel's bombed in recent past. God. This is a nonsense time that we live in right now. This is like the German government in 1944 complaining that the U.S. government involved in the war. Well, yeah, I mean, it's almost an exact, but even that isn't, I don't think, is an adequate comparison. Because, well, because technically Germany, because like the United States didn't. Wait, I'm sorry. Germany didn't attack the United States, right? Granted, one of Germany's allies did. It's just not a one-to-one comparison, but it is certainly. I certainly see the comparison. It's impossible not to miss. We live in a fucked up time right now. Weren't we selling Germany oil all the way up until our involvement? Wait. Oh, God, my brain is broken. I'm so tired right now. I don't know why I even brought that up. All right, let's try and stay focused. Stay focused, StreamLord. You got this. You can get through this. Okay. Forbes breaking news 7 hours ago. Uh-oh. I think Caroline's got more questions to answer. Let's see how this goes. Was this Caroline or was this Tammy? By the way, where's little Marco?
To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes decisions based on his instincts. And he has always said diplomacy is his first option.
And is he still planning to attend the NATO summit next week?
He is, yes. We will be departing from Washington on Monday morning, and hopefully we'll see some of you there. Akela.
Thanks, Caroline. Oil prices have been spiking over.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got to hear that one more time. What was the answer, Caroline?
To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes decisions based on his instincts.
Okay, we are going to listen to this whole press, this clip here from the Ministry of Truth. I love how Caroline responds to this. Like, Donald Trump hears all. He is omniscient. He is basically... Caroline sees Donald Trump as Jesus. He hears everything. He is in every room. He's like Santa Claus. You know, he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. Oh, God.
And he has always said diplomacy is his first option.
And is he still planning to attend the NATO summit next week?
He is, yes. We will be departing from Washington on Monday morning, and hopefully we'll see some of you there. Kayla.
Thanks, Caroline. Oil prices have been spiking over the last week. Is the president watching the oil market, and is that factoring into his decision-making in the Middle East?
Again, as I said to, I think, Alex's question previously, the president is always watching, and this administration is doing more than any in history.
It's not what you said. I mean, it's close. But there we go. Caroline Levitt, quote unquote. Donald Trump, he hears all and sees all. Donald Trump is God. I mean, she didn't. That last part is editorial, but I don't think I'm stretching it very far. Donald Trump, truly, his capabilities are just unknowable. He can see and hear everything. He's like in the ether, you know. In fact, he can hear what I'm saying right now. It's incredible. You know, and that gives me great hope. You know, this is fantastic. So this means that every time that I talk, Donald Trump is hearing me, everyone. Don't you know? Oh, thank God. And here I thought that I just wasn't making a big enough impact with the stream. Turns out he hears us right now, Jay. Even he sees what you're chatting. So watch out. Don't say anything too crazy in there. He sees and hears everything. Truly is the ministry of truth, isn't it? I mean, what would we do without the secretary press yeller, Caroline Levitt, to remind us that Trump is actually Jesus?
Jesus, I say that.
It's a fair point, Omarosa. A fair point. Okay, let's go here. Forbes breaking news. More Israeli buildings damaged in new Iranian missile strikes. Oh God, we just gray screened. What just happened? Hey, you stop that. What the fuck? Gray screened? It gray screened us. See, Donald Trump does hear us, and he told YouTube to gray screen us. I need to clip that. I need to clip that and repost it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I need to do that. Donald Trump sees and hears everything. He is a deity. He's like a Greek god. Actually, the Greek gods weren't that omniscient. They kind of had to be there for a lot of stuff. Okay. I mean, Olympus, there was a good vantage point from Olympus, but they couldn't see and hear everything from what I recall correctly. Okay, here we go. God damn you. Stop these shenanigans. Damn, that building is cooked.
Sorry.
עזוב, כאילו, אם הייתי מתקשר אליך לפני איזה שעה, היית רואה באמת את העבודה הזאת. לא בקושי.
There you go. That's the site from Ramat Gan, showing more destruction in Israel. Boy, oh boy, have we gotten through a lot of videos. Lot of videos, people. It's been about 80% Iran today. Can you blame me? It's the only thing anybody's talking about right now. Breaking news, Trump renamed State Department Ministry of Threats. War is peace. Slavery is freedom. Okay, everything's fine. Let's go here. Let's go back to truth or fake. France 24 English from 6 hours ago. Chinese cargo planes secretly landing in Iran with aid? Let's find out. Take it away, France 24.
I have to have my China.
I'm joined here now in studio by Catalina Marchand to our brief for tonight's Truth or Fake. Catalina, you're taking us back to our top story tonight, the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. So are the Chinese secretly aiding Tehran with cargo planes? Tell us more about what you found out about that.
Well, Sharon, China, an Iranian ally, has explicitly and strongly condemned the Israeli aggression against Iran, as users on X are now claiming that China is secretly aiding Iran with weapons. So here's one viral example from Monday where this pro-Iranian account on X called Silenced Ushers claims 2 giant cargo planes from China bound for Iran entered Iranian airspace. The proof, this alleged news video that they post, so it viewed over 7 million times on X, that also includes this screenshot of flight radar info showing the alleged aircraft in Iranian airspace. That would be aircraft MNB 1925, according to these users. And then things get a bit more specific. Users are also sharing more flight radar screenshots. Here's one example showing various flights from a Luxembourg cargo airline company called Cargo Lux. Flights carried out between June 14th to 16th. One here from Zhengzhou, China, with destination to Luxembourg, that allegedly also stopped in Iran. Here's an example from June 14th. This user claims that China sends the first military aid to Iran, unknown cargo. All these users claiming to have proof.
You know, this is a joke, but whenever I see these fake posts getting just massive views and like all that, I'm like, geez, I guess there is a quick way to get some new subs. But of course, I would never just post fake news. I try to be as accurate as possible in all of my coverage of all this shit. But goddamn, like post something fake but very, very viral, and get yourself some real eyes on your page.
That China is secretly aiding Iran in the war against Israel.
Explain to us a little bit more then, Catalina, what do all of these flight tracking screenshots actually mean?
Well, in fact, none of these Flight Radar 24 screenshots shown in the viral claim since Friday actually shows planes heading towards or landing in Iran. We'll explain. So let's begin with this first example that shows the flight with number MN 1925 allegedly landing in Iran. A search using the same flight info in Flight Radar 24 reveals that no flights under this acronym have actually crossed Iran since Friday. In fact, this flight number corresponds to the Turkish airline company called MNG Airlines. And if you take a look at the aviation data from this aircraft from June 15th to 16th, you can see that this flight that went from Ankara to Athens never even flew through Iran, only north of Iran in Turkmenbat or Turkmenistan. So what actually happened here, the map that was used on the viral claims actually is what adds to the confusion, particularly because it does not show border lines, so a screenshot that is misleading, since since it's extremely zoomed in and we can't see where the plane is even flying through. And then the origin of the video is also highly suspicious. Our editorial team actually never found any type of trace of this alleged media called Prime Scope online. The information shared in this post is completely fake.
What about the...
Aww. Well, it would seem China has not started landing aircrafts filled with cargo in Iran. And it's a lie. All right, now let's go back to talking about North Korea. Apparently, North Korea has been doing some missile tests. Let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say. Back to the Ministry of Truth, everybody, for some more press yelling.
Jennifer.
One on North Korea and one on China. On North Korea, they launched some rockets into the ocean today. What does the White House make of that? Do you read any meaning into that timing of that launch? And then on China, do you have any reaction to Xi Jinping's offer of intervening in Iran diplomatically? China. And are you seeing any signs that China would get involved militarily to support Iran?
I don't believe we're seeing any signs of that at this moment in time. As for Xi Jinping's offer, I will leave it to the president to respond to that himself. As for your question about North Korea, we are monitoring the situation. The Trump administration is in close contact with our new South Korean counterparts as we work together to deter our adversaries and preserve a free and...
We're speaking with our counterparts. And we're going to detar... What are we doing? Sorry, Caroline. Say that for me again. What's happening?
For Xi Jinping's offer, I will leave it to the president to respond to that himself. As for your question about North Korea, we are monitoring the situation. The Trump administration is in close contact with our new South Korean counterparts as we work together to deter our adversaries and preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific.
You struggling over here, Caroline? Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. We're talking to South Korean counterparts about our deterrence efforts. It's all going to be good. Great. So glad we have these competent people in charge. Counterparts. Sounds lovely. Hopefully it's got like a little, like a fountain at the counterpark. Like a swing, maybe. Jungle gym. Nice place to walk your dog, I assume. Okay, we are getting real close to the end of the discussion about all of this stuff. Let's go to CNN. Just before the stream started, take it away, Crappy News Network.
American bases are targets. A leader from one of the most powerful Iran-backed militias warning they'll strike U.S. bases if Trump enters the United States into the war.
Which one?
The threat, quote, American bases throughout the region will become akin to duck hunting grounds. Duck hunting grounds, he says. Now, of course, the U.S. has bases across the Middle East, up to 40,000 troops there. Just show some of those bases on the map. You see them heavily concentrated there along the Gulf. The militia also threatening to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, that is the most critical choke point for the flow of oil in the world. 21 million barrels of oil go through it every day, 20% of the world's supply. Now, that strait has never been shut before, even in times of war. And while it is, obviously, therefore, very hard to imagine it happening,
this seems like
it's
fake
worth
news.
Just remembering that a few weeks
I
ago,
don't usually
nobody
declare
would have
fake
imagined
news
that we'd be
against like actual media organizations, but what the fuck is this story? Like, there are a litany of Iran-backed Shiite militias Why aren't they naming the militia? I don't understand. Why are they being so fucking vague about this?
Also threatening to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, that is the most critical choke.
Shut up. Shut up, you war criminal. What is this? What is this? We call this journalism now? There is, I think, at least like 6 different, like, large Iranian-backed or like related Shiite militias. Why can't we be more specific, Aaron? Huh? Why can't we do a little bit more journalism? We can't figure out which militia. We're just gonna just say one of them, one of those nasty ones.
Of course, the U.S. has bases across the Middle East, up to 40,000 troops there. You show some of those bases on the map. You see them heavily concentrated there along the Gulf. The militia also threatening to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, that is the most critical choke point for the flow of oil in the world. 21 million barrels of oil go through it every day, 20% of the world's supply. Now, that strait has never been shut before, even in times of war. And while it is obviously, therefore, very hard to imagine it happening, it's worth just remembering that a few weeks ago, nobody would have imagined that we'd be talking about what we've been talking about for the past few days. The world is on a precipice of history. Trump, though, clearly wants an off-ramp.
Also, didn't Iran themselves threaten to close the Strait of Hormuz? So are we just talking about Iran? I'm confused. Confused, Aaron. Why can't you do journalism?
Here's the White House press secretary relaying a message from Trump during the press briefing today.
Based on the fact
Oh my
that
God.
there's a substantial chance of negotiation.
Jesus Christ, Caroline. Settle down. Yelling so much.
Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
It was a direct quote she had from the president. Now, what she said there, Caroline Levitt, was 2 weeks. And it is very important when he talks about 2 weeks and you're counting out the days to understand what that really means. So we thought it was worth pointing out this. Trump uses that exact time frame for many things.
I'll have a statement over the next 2 weeks on minimum wage.
We cut the cost of eggs in half in just a period of 2 weeks.
Trust President Putin. You know in about 2 weeks. I'll announce it over the next 2 weeks. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks, within 2.
Well, CNN's not super good at being specific, but this is actually a fucking hilarious montage. I'll give him that much.
I'll announce it over the next 2 weeks. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks, within 2 weeks.
Okay, some of those things happened in 2 weeks and most didn't, but the point is he likes the time frame, okay? So 2 weeks is, well, whatever he wants it to be.
Okay.
In this case, though, when we talk about weeks, the word matters. Just yesterday, Trump said that before...
You know what I can never forget, and I'll probably never forgive Erin Burnett for, was the fact that she went to Israel and spoke with, what's his name? Oh, God, I cannot even think of the guy's name. All I can remember is the fact that she was, like, practically hugging the then IDF, a spokesperson, did an interview and didn't ask him a single question about war crimes or humanitarian aid. It is disgusting.
Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, Iran was weeks away from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
Were they weeks away?
I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one.
Yeah, you know who else said that? Benjamin Netanyahu. He was basically the only person saying that. Probably where Donald Trump heard it from. Okay, that's enough of CNN. I've had it. I saw someone in chat suggest it was the Houthis. Is that true? Do you have a source for that? I'm not like challenging, I'm just generally interested. Oh, Jesus. Wow. We are getting through these. Quickly would that be the wrong word. So we're approaching 9 hours. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's go here to the AP from 5 hours ago. Israeli scientists reel after Iran missile strikes hit Research Institute. Yes, Jonathan something. Thank you, Luck Bovine. Yes, Jonathan. Jonathan something. I can't think of it.
So all in all, 2 buildings were directly hit and got damaged significantly. I would say about 50 buildings at the Weizmann Institute got some level of impact and damage. But out of those 50, only 3 more on top of the 2 that were directly hit were seriously damaged.
Oops.
I wish that a day will come very, very soon in which Irani scientists and Israeli scientists would collaborate and work together and perform scientific research for the future of mankind. That's what we do here at the Weizmann Institute. And I hope there'll come a day where we'll be able to do it together with our Irani scientists.
Greenblatt? No, it wasn't the ADL. No, I'm talking about the IDF spokesperson, the former IDF spokesperson. The guy, I'm fairly certain that didn't he lose his job for like saying a bunch of insane things on social media? God, I cannot. I don't have the energy for this. I'll try and figure it out later. I'm like losing it right now. Oh God. And I was like, I did not take a nap at all. I was up all day, like way longer than usual before the stream started. Oh God. Oh Christ. I can't think of his name right now. Yes, thank you, Tom Trask. He's got all the names in his head. Yes, Conricus. That's the one. Wow, I'm impressed. Give you a little round of applause for that one. That was gonna kill me. All right, great job. Well, I'm gonna give you all another round of applause. Everybody in chat now gets a round of applause. Why, you might be asking yourself? Well, we have finally made it to the second to last video, the penultimate video of the stream. I was going to say night, but it's definitely not night anymore for most of us in the United States. It's early morning. All right, CNN. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say the thing I was going to say. I was distracted by your, oh, right. I was going to say this. I was going to say Donald Trump and Iran could bond over this strike on scientific research facilities. Because it would seem like, this is an opportunity, right? Donald Trump and Iran are literally and or figuratively attacking science. Haha. See what I did there? See what I did there? I made a joke. It's a funny. Okay, CNN. 3 hours ago, CNN witnesses Iranian air defenses firing over Tehran. Now this I found fascinating because I was told recently, and I can't remember if we actually heard this while we were streaming today, but I definitely, in one of these videos while I was going through them earlier today, so at least 1 or 2 people were suggesting, I think on CNN, that somehow Iran no longer had any air defense capabilities. I think we did hear this, and I think it was an Israeli official actually as well who said it. Everyone's saying Iran has no air defenses, and then CNN witnesses Iran's Air defense is functioning. Shocking.
So what we've been hearing tonight is really an increase in aerial activity over the skies of Tehran. There's been a lot of outgoing anti-aircraft fire seemingly coming from Iranian anti-aircraft guns. We've seen in the skies the sort of burst of those munitions exploding in the skies. It's unclear what the air defense forces here are firing at, whether or not there's drones or planes or something else that they're trying to intercept. We're also hearing quite a few thuds that seem to be coming from the ground, or could also be from that outgoing anti-aircraft fire, or even from outgoing anti-aircraft missiles. But it is definitely something that we're noticing. There's a lot of noise tonight over Tehran. It's unclear whether or not that means that there's a big attack going on, but if we listen, we can hear the fire coming out.
Huh. Weird. Look at that. Looks like Iran does have
so you
air
can see those are the
defenses.
things that we've been hearing. Those are the things that we've been seeing as this evening has been progressing. There certainly is a lot going on in the skies over Tehran. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Tehran.
Great. Thank you. No, we don't need Anderson Vanderbilt. Thank you, Anderson. CNN plagues brain. CNN plagues my brain all day, all night. Because I have to at least listen to their garbage. Even though I often have a lot of problems with them. I mean, how many did we have on this stream? Out of 102 videos that we watched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I had to listen to at least 7. I probably actually removed like at least 3 or 4 of them from the list because I was just so disturbed by their terrible coverage. And they were just so useless. I was like, fuck it. Nobody needs to hear this shit. Okay. Yeah, it's like what? It's not quite 10. It's like 7, about 7% then. We had like 7, right? Did I say 7? My brain is broken. Yeah, I don't even know. All right. Guess what, chat? Because of the fact that we just got through all that Iran stuff, I figured I'd leave one non-Iran video for the end. Let's go to Taiwan. Unfortunately, this is not an uplifting story because it's more war shit. Taiwan has signed a deal for drone software from Ukraine. I am deeply grateful, particularly to the 5 foreign vendors who took part in today's activity. I believe that you may soon face Chinese sanctions, but don't be afraid. You have chosen the camp of freedom and democracy. With your participation, we are confident that we will be able to procure the finest and most advanced surface vessels and equipment for our Navy. Thereby significantly enhancing the effectiveness of our defense operations. Ooh, fun, boats. Looks like a good time. Get out there in the water. Get yourself some fancy drone boats. The Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger. I'm sorry. I have a question. Why would you name something that goes in the water the Thunder Tiger? Oh, actually, I take it back. I think that's the company name. But also, the Sea Shark 800? All sharks are in the sea. Why would you call it the Sea Shark? So stupid. Who's in charge of the naming for these things? The Sea Shark, as opposed to the Land Shark. Gotta watch out for the dreaded Land Shark. And don't forget, of course, the ever-elusive Air Shark.
what we're bringing to the table has been combat proven in Ukraine to deter aggression,
Whoa.
destroy tanks,
Whoa. Whoa.
assets, other
2x.
really expensive equipment. Deter what?
Megastar came in just in the nick of time with that super chat. Drotes. Is that what you call a drone? I assume this is what do you call it? My brain is so broken right now. I assume you have compiled 2 words into 1 word. What's the word for that? Why is my brain just... Probably because I've been going 9 hours now. This is about the time my brain just stops functioning and I start becoming delirious. There's a fucking word for this. I know the word. I've said it multiple times in the past and I cannot think of it. But you've combined 2 words, I think. Is that correct? Megastar? Drone boat? Drote? Or do you call it a droat? How do you pronounce that exactly? The dreaded drote. Sea Shark 3000.
What we're bringing to the table has been combat proven in Ukraine to deter aggression and destroy tanks, naval assets, other really expensive equipment. So by building a large autonomous fleet, Taiwan can deter China, and our software is a very important piece of that.
Okie dokie. There we go. Taiwan equipping itself with the latest in drote technology. Ay, 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 ay. Everybody's just arming up. Oh my god. And while I said that, I just remembered that Donald Trump is basically ushered in a new military rearmament in Europe, as he's been, badgering our allies in NATO to start spending more on their militaries. So, that's gonna be great. Now that everybody is just, just going all in on war. By the way, war is terrible for the planet, aside from for humans. Every time one of these bombs blow up, CO2 levels go up just a little bit. Unless you hit a oil refinery like Israel did earlier this week, and then it goes up a lot of bit. Okay. Okay, that's the last one. Well, looks like we got through another stream. It was quite long and also arduous as fuck, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Gotta update these. Can't forget this. Where am I? Oh, there I am. These are your Galactic patrons. Evan, Gabby, Gothogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mehdi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mawanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, B Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars on Patreon. My fucking fingers are broken. After Horus, the after Horus late children. Whatever. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm so tired I can't even type. You all know what that means. I don't have to type it right anymore.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. And you can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world.
We still have a week-ending report to do tonight.
Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire. He's a billionaire.
Which means I'm going to have to do a pretty quick
we don't need
after stream here, people. I'm sorry.
You're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the
consuming more news content
in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair lending. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated.